Hello everyone, and very warm welcome to Edinburgh's Climate Summit. This has obviously been put together with COP in mind, that's happening just down the road. And this is really Edinburgh's opportunity to discuss the things that are most pertinent to our economy, our city, and drive forward the kind of change that we need. And what we've found, and what I've found, and I should have started by saying I'm Adam McVeigh, the leader of Edinburgh City Council. Thank you. But what I've found in speaking to people for the last 4.5 years, and I've probably spoken about climate change with residents, businesses, stakeholders right across the city more than any other issue in the last 4.5 years, there's a huge amount of buy-in to where we need to get to. Edinburgh set one of the world's most ambitious net zero targets to get to net zero by 2030. We have the innovation, we have the ability to leverage investment as one of the inward investing leaders in the entire UK. We are still, throughout COVID, before COVID and after COVID, the highest level of inward investment outside London, and the concept of levelling up down south is bringing cities like Manchester closer to Edinburgh's position, but they're still not quite surpassing us. So we have the ability, the innovation, the talent, the skills, the resource within our city to get to where we need to get to, but it will require a lot of change, it will require a lot of broad thinking, and it will require us all to work as hard as we can to get to that position and accept that change for us individually will happen. This is actually our second climate summit. The first climate summit was just pre-COVID, and it was a youth climate summit where I think way over 100 delegates and young people from across our schools met in our dynamic earth and gave a ringing demand that the city acts in the best interests of their future, because as young as I am, and I'm still clinging desperately to any shred of youth that I once had, it's not my future anymore, it's theirs. They're the next generation, they're the people who are going to have to live with the consequences of the increased weather events. They're going to have to live with the increase of pressure on the environment, pressure on humanity, pressure on our public services, our financial services, pressure in a global sense. And they, I think, understand that better than any generation that have ever grown up. So I do want to take this opportunity to thank the Chamber of Commerce, who have partnered with us incredibly successfully, I think, to pull together what I hope you'll agree is a very robust and holistic programme over the next 2 days to face into the issues that are most relevant to Edinburgh and we will need to face into and fully address to get to where we need to get to. We only have about 10 years as a city to get to where, to get to net zero, and if Edinburgh doesn't reach net zero by 2030 or thereabouts, then it will be much harder for Scotland to hit net zero by 2045. If Scotland misses its 2045 target, it will be more hard for the UK to hit its target by 2050, and the dominoes keep falling globally. So action needs to start with us, action needs to start now, and I'm so pleased to see so many people engaged in this subject and looking forward, hopefully, to discuss the solutions that we will need as a city to drive forward the change that Edinburgh is demanding of us. So thank you very much, and I'll hand over to Liz to set things in motion. So thank you.
Hi, I'm Liz McAreevy, Chief Executive of Chamber of Commerce. So welcome, and thank you very much to Adam for opening our summit. And as you say, this is so important that we get this target. And it's, I think it was really interesting, one of our stepping stone events, one of the kind of most poignant slides of one of our speakers said, you know, the biggest risk to the planet is that we think this is somebody else's problem. We're all responsible and we all have our part to play. But thank you very much, Adam. And also I want to say thank you very much to the City of Edinburgh Council's team. They've been fantastic partners as we've been pulling this programme together. I'm really looking forward to the next few days. I think we've got some great speakers and panellists, and I think hopefully we'll get some lively audience participation, because we need to hear your views, and this is a great opportunity for us to all share some of the concerns and challenges that we're facing ourselves. And of course, we've got some really difficult stones to turn over and get to the bottom of the issues that we've got to address over the next decade or so. Before I introduce our opening keynote speaker, Catherine Dalton, I've just got a few housekeeping points I need to cover. So the summit is being recorded and live streamed, so I just need to let everybody know that. There's no fire drill planned this morning, so if the alarm does sound, please make your way to the fire exit, which are at the back of the room and just over to my right. Masks should be worn when you're walking around the venue, but are not required if you're seated. And there will be a coffee break just after Catherine. So keen to get started. I'm delighted to introduce our first speaker, Catherine Dalton. Excuse me. She has been Chief Sustainability Officer at IHG since 2018. Where she leads the company's Journey to Tomorrow 2030 Responsible Business Strategy. That's a fair old mouthful. And all of your ESG reporting. Prior to this, Catherine was Global Head of Investor Relations, leading all activities and communications with institutional investors and sell-side analysts. She joined IHG Hotels and Resorts in its internal audit team in 2001. Where she led the hotels audit globally and the corporate audits in the EMEA region. Catherine is Treasurer of the Sustainable Hospitality Alliance and a member of the Business in the Community Global Goals Leadership Team. And she has an MA in Natural Science at the University of Cambridge and is a member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants, England and Wales. Right, I managed to get through that, Catherine. So if I can invite you up to speak. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Liz. That was quite a mouthful. So it's a pleasure to be here talking at your climate summit today. As Liz said, I'm Catherine Dalton, and I'm going to talk to you about the journey that we've been on at IHG, our Journey to Tomorrow Responsible Business Plan, and just talk a little bit about everything that we're doing and hopefully contributing to the climate targets in our many hotels around the world. And I'm going to take some questions at the end. So I think I'm talking for about 20 minutes and then very happy to take your questions. So a very quick introduction to IHG for all of you. So we have some 6,000 hotels open around the world and a further 1,800 in our development pipeline. And we have a presence in 100 countries. And what's really, really important is that those hotels are mostly franchised. So we have to work hand in hand with what are often small businesses to actually drive the change that needs to take place, and I'll come back to that later. And we have a family of 17 brands, everything from Intercontinental and Six Senses, right the way through to Holiday Inn, Hotel Indigo, and our newest brand, Vignette. In the UK, we have more than 350 hotels, including the Intercontinental Edinburgh The George, where I'm staying this week, which is lovely, as well as the Kimpton Blytheswood and Kimpton Charlotte Square. And really importantly as well, we have 350,000 people who work across our corporate offices and hotels globally. So what this means is we have a really fantastic opportunity to make a real difference at scale in those communities that we're operating in. So for every business, 2020 really should have been a reminder of the importance of purpose. And for us, it really highlighted that ability we have to affect positive change and the growing expectation that we must play a bigger part in a very challenging world. It's also increasingly top of mind for all of our stakeholders, be it guests, owners, employees, corporate clients, business partners, or governments. So we did some quite extensive research before we launched our responsible business plan, and we found that guests do want to choose brands that operate responsibly, and they're actually willing to spend almost a third more per night on accommodation that meets those needs. And interestingly, over the last year, our corporate clients in particular are really increasingly looking for sustainability data as part of their own strategies and their own goals. And as I'm sure you all know, employees also want a greater sense of purpose from those that they work for. And of course, the reason we're all here. COP26, governments worldwide are realising that there really is that imperative to act now. And we need to come together to agree how to move forwards. So being one of the world's leading hotel companies, doing business responsibly has been core to what IHG does for a number of years. It really is a commitment and ethos that underpins our strategy, our reputation, and each of our brands, and it really does shape our culture in terms of how we work and the decisions that we make. So as we moved into 2021, we listened to all of our stakeholders and evaluated what was important, not just to our growth, but also to how we grow, taking into account all those learnings from COVID and really planning for that strong recovery over time. So a really important step for us was that we've evolved our purpose from true hospitality for everyone to true hospitality for good. So we're still really committed to looking after all of those that we interact with, but we're now very focused on the difference we can make to our people, guests, communities, and planet. So it's with this in mind that as we headed into 2021, we had an evolved set of priorities in our corporate strategy, and we also launched Journey to Tomorrow, which is our 10-year plan to care for our people, communities, and planet. There are also several other really important core areas that I could talk to you about for hours, but I won't, so such as TCFD, identifying and integrating climate risks and opportunities into our strategy, and the work we're doing to map out biodiversity risk globally. But today I will focus my comments on some of our Journey to Tomorrow commitments. So there's a lot on this slide, I realise, so please don't read it all. I will go through the key points. But I think what's really important is that our board and our Group Executive Committee work really closely to ensure this plan focuses on those 5 pillars where IHG can have the greatest impact on our colleagues, communities and planets, as well as having those really clear links to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And as the focus of today's session is green tourism, I'll begin with those commitments around energy, waste and water. So firstly on carbon. And over the next decade, we're focused on working with our hotels to reduce our emissions in line with climate science. And some key elements of that is targeting new hotels to operate at net zero and also maximising the role of renewable energy. We've also made some ambitious commitments on waste, including actions to eliminate single-use items or move to reusable or recyclable alternatives, such as our industry-leading approach to those small bathroom amenities. It also includes, importantly, actions on food waste, looking at how we can cut out waste altogether for other commodity items, and I was interested in seeing your circularity actions here. And at water, at a hotel level, we're looking to provide green solutions and guidance on how hotels can reduce their water footprint, and also actions to increase water recycling. And we're collaborating with other businesses and NGOs. So we're the first hospitality member of the Water Resilience Coalition, and we'll be working with our NGO partners to help bring together water, sanitation and hygiene awareness to developing countries through colleague and local community education. Moving on to the people commitments, which are obviously extremely important. So diversity, equity and inclusion is crucial, not just to who we are, but also to how we work together and grow our business, and to the sense of belonging colleagues feel at IHG and the freedom to be themselves. So within our Journey to Tomorrow plan, we've included specific targets across gender balance and ethnic diversity. We're also focused on human rights and tackling modern slavery. Some of the key areas we're looking at include working and living conditions for migrant workers, along with responsible recruitment and supply chain due diligence to prevent human trafficking. Turning to our communities pillar, and our hotels are at the heart of so many local communities. And there is a real opportunity to use our scale and standing in different markets to be a real force for good, which is why we have set an ambition of improving the lives of 30 million people by 2030. Whether that's skills building that can help drive economic and social change, the work we do around disaster relief and volunteering, or tackling food poverty around the world, we see all these areas as natural extensions of our purpose of providing true hospitality for good. Now, I'd love to talk to you about all 5 pillars in a huge amount of detail, but I don't have much time, so I will focus on just 2, energy and communities, and of course, when we get to the Q&A, I'm happy to take questions on any areas. So, energy and carbon. The hotel sector accounts for around 2% of global carbon emissions. So we know that it's really important we play our part in protecting the planet. So energy and carbon are really big focus areas for us. In 2019, we set what at the time were ambitious, SBTi-approved science-based targets to reduce our emissions in line with what's necessary to limit global warming to 2 degrees Celsius. This included a 15% footprint reduction in our Scope 1 and 2 operations, which is the hotels that we own and manage, and a 46% per metre square intensity reduction for our Scope 3, so those are the franchise hotels. And we've recently taken the decision to upgrade those targets to be aligned to a 1.5 degree pathway, in line with the most ambitious aims of the Paris Agreement, and we've also joined Race to Zero. So this, of course, really ramps up those ambition levels, and we do have quite a lot of complexity in our targets due to our franchise model. So it's much more difficult to bring about that change where we have that limited operational control, and we have to work very, very closely with those third-party owners to achieve that change. So I'll talk to you a little bit about how we're aiming to do that. So over the past few months, we've developed a detailed decarbonisation model, which allows us to map the pathway to these targets. And the actions we're taking are structured around 3 broad areas. Firstly, avoid, and this focuses on planning for new build properties to operate with very low or zero emissions. Secondly, reduce, which focuses on increasing the efficiency of our existing estate. And thirdly, compensate, where we're looking primarily at where our hotels can switch to renewable energy. And to help us track and drive progress, every single one of our 6,000 hotels has an energy reduction metric. And in the near future, we'll be able to work with these hotels in an even more targeted way as we upgrade our Green Engage monitoring and measurement system and move to centralised collection of utility data. This will enable us to get that much more accurate information, which in turn will inform more tailored hotel-by-hotel action plans. And across our brands, we will also look at how we can integrate sustainability requirements into our new build and retrofitting processes. And more broadly, we continue to discuss the merits of different initiatives with the recently formed IHG Owners Association Sustainability Committee. I'll now just take a moment to outline some of the work we're doing in thinking about how we get those existing hotels to net zero, which is a really crucial part of our overall decarbonisation plan. Earlier this year, IHG became the only hotel company to join the UK Zero Carbon Forum. This initiative brought together 27 companies from the wider hospitality industry to figure out how we can decarbonise the sector. This culminated in the publication last month of a net zero roadmap for hospitality, designed to provide guidance on the steps that companies can take to decarbonise their businesses and set those credible net zero strategies. And with our own business, we've also started to think about a prototype net zero hotel, really understanding the art of the possible in this space. So we've partnered with industry experts in engineering, construction and sustainability, and used the data from one of our UK Holiday Inn hotels. We mapped out what it would take to get that hotel to net zero. And the white paper outlining the results of this work was published a couple of months ago and is on our website. And what's great is that it's the first time companies across operation, design, construction and energy provision have come together as specialists to give those balanced insights into both the challenges and interventions that can be made in this space. So as you can see from this slide, the changes really can be quite simple. So evolving controls around how we allocate rooms, right through to active measures like investing in more efficient air conditioning systems. Now, given many of our hotel owners, as I said, are small enterprises, cost will always be a major consideration. And this study found that when you account for the added value to the hotel, either through higher revenues or on selling the asset, the payback period for various interventions in aggregate will be less than 5 years. Now, that's a really powerful message for our owners, but at the same time, we do recognise that given the past 18 months, capital remains scarce for many. So it's really important that we continue to work with industry bodies and governments to support and incentivise the change that's needed. Moving away from energy now, if I can. There we go. And I'll talk about an area that I'm particularly passionate about, how we can make that difference across those 6,000 communities that we operate in around the world. And just to scale it for you, tourism typically makes up 1 in 10 jobs globally. And the pandemic has obviously had a significant impact on employment. So as our industry recovers and jobs return, we want to be there to drive economic and social change through skills training and innovation. And our IHG Academy is a really good example of this. We have a global network of education and community organisations that partner with our hotels and offices in their communities. And together, we help develop hospitality skills for local people and drive economic growth through training and mentoring. Last year, for example, we teamed up with Junior Achievement Worldwide, one of the world's largest youth-serving NGOs, to help more than 750 young people in 9 countries gain skills and experience in hospitality. And we're proud to do similar work with Change 100, a programme of paid internships and mentoring for students with disabilities in the UK. During 2020, we rapidly pivoted our IHG Academy offering to provide virtual challenges and career talks, ensuring access to opportunities was still available during the pandemic. This virtual way of working has helped us evolve our approach for the programme. So, we're really excited to be expanding our IHG Academy offering now. And while we'll continue to proudly offer work experience, internship and placements at our hotels, we've now launched a new virtual learning platform called the IHG Skills Academy. This is a best-in-class digital learning platform, allowing participants to enjoy personalised, immersive learning experiences, such as seminars, panel discussions, training and access to hundreds of self-service educational resources on subjects including hospitality, professional development, career planning, essential skills, and also mental health. And the suite of resources that we've created can be used by NGOs and learning partners all around the world to offer both soft skills development and hospitality training to enable more people to begin and enhance those career pathways. Now, we've just launched the platform. It was launched in the UK last week, and it will roll out across the rest of the world in multiple languages throughout next year. And we'll continue to add more partners and content to the site, but anybody can sign up, so please do and have a look. And IHG will continue to provide ongoing support and engagement as we build relationships that can lead to those opportunities within our thousands of hotels. So not only does this help build access to employment for all, it also creates a really important talent pipeline for us and the wider industry. So those are some of the key elements of our Journey to Tomorrow plan. But what's really important is that this framework is one of collaboration, and we need to collaborate with many, many stakeholders to make it happen. not just our hotel owners, but the broader industry and also governments. And given that franchise business model, we are working with those third-party owners to influence and educate on the evolving regulatory environment in order to inspire that change and collective action. And of course, against the backdrop of a pandemic, we are only too aware of those challenges that our owners are currently facing. So we're being very, very thoughtful in our approach. Realistically, there needs to be a minimal burden on our owners in the near term. And so we're prioritising efforts that bring together financial savings, commercial gain and social benefit. Core to this plan is working with our industry peers and bodies such as the World Travel and Tourism Council, joining forces where possible on shared aims and also sharing best practices. And at a government level, we need to be able to advocate for support such as green incentives. These will be imperative in ensuring our industry can take the necessary steps to drive the change needed. So to summarise, IHG has a long heritage of operating as a responsible business, and our commitment to our purpose of true hospitality for good is stronger than ever. We've achieved a lot, but there's so much more to go after, and we remain focused on ensuring that we operate and grow our business in the right way. Our Journey to Tomorrow plan offers a clear roadmap for stakeholders to follow over the next decade as we take things to the next level for our people, communities and planet. And finally, we're not alone. To build the greatest change, we need to work with collaboratively, and as a business, we'll be working with other industries, trade bodies and governments to shape the future of responsible travel. With that, I look forward to hearing your questions. Thanks for listening. Are you coming up for questions?
Well, I was just going to see, I'm sure you can field your questions, but I'm happy to just see some hands going up. Yep, brilliant.
Hi, thanks for that. You mentioned some really positive changes the business is making in terms of efficiency, such as the sort of short-term benefits of single-use plastics or products and food waste, and the longer-term energy efficiency. These are also commercially very sensible decisions as well. But I'm sure you're having to make some really tough decisions which might not be so commercial. Where are the really tough ones, and do you need state to help you and the industry make these decisions?
Yes, that's a great point. I mean, obviously we're focusing at the moment on those decisions that do make the commercial sense, so ones that cut costs or will drive the top line. But I think at some point we're going to get into the, there are some of these interventions on decarbonisation in particular that have very long payback periods. So a big thing that we're doing is actually, we're not going to mandate those because from a commercial perspective, these small businesses, they just don't have that investment. So actually, how can we work to, with governments to incentivise those, work with providers of finance to actually help get those into place. So at the moment we've not made any tough decisions in terms of sort of saying you have to do this, but that will come at some point, but we need to have the tools to enable us to implement that.
Professor Joe.
Thank you, Ms. Dalton, for a very inspiring and interesting talk. My name is Professor Joe Goldblatt. I'm Emeritus Professor at Queen Margaret University. Our Scottish Enlightenment economist, Adam Smith, would be so proud of your company because he famously wrote, "No company can do well without first doing good," as you've exemplified so well this morning. So my question relates to green travel. Years ago, I hosted a conference in the United States with Ted Saunders, who was one of the first environmental leaders in the hotel industry. And he spoke about recycling, reusing towels, etc. But he didn't talk about people as passionately as you did today. How can IHG do as our City of Edinburgh Council has done to become an effective leader in the area of green travel, to promote both your staff and your guests to reduce the carbon footprint by using green travel? Thank you.
It's a great question, thank you. So I mean, as I said, we spent this year launching Journey to Tomorrow, and I think there's a lot we're going to be doing in the future around how we can talk more to guests about that. I think as an industry, we're sort of still at that, you know, if you don't want your towels washed, leave this card out, or if you don't want your sheets washed. And I think there's so much more we can do to talk about how does this impact on the wider community. So something actually we're going to do next year is to do an impact study in a few of our locations to say, well, actually, all of these things that we're doing, all these different work streams, how does that impact the wider community from an economic perspective? And then I think we can use that to start with that storytelling around how, you know, it's not just about the towels, it's not just about the carbon footprint, how does this have that wider impact? So I think starting to tell some more of those engaging stories will have a bigger difference. And then thinking about how can we start to link up with, you know, if you think about the whole travel journey, with the airlines, with the car providers, I think people are going to have an expectation that it's not just about one element of their stay, it's about that broader journey. So a lot to do, but, you know, I think there's some exciting storytelling to be had there.
Just there, and then gentleman there. So you first.
Hi, Kathleen H. Manchuras. Great presentation, wonderful to hear what you're doing. Just was wondering how far down the supply chain are you taking your journey at the moment? Because that's obviously, as a hotel, you buy things in and everything you import essentially to do your job. So it'd just be interested to know how you manage your supply chain and your expectations.
Yeah, it's a really great question, and something that I can see Toby sitting next to you. Something that is top of mind for us, because if we're looking purely at our carbon emissions, our scope 3, our franchise estate is so big that actually that is basically our scope 3 emissions from an SBTi perspective. But obviously, as we look further out and we think about, you know, getting to net zero by 2050, we need to go wider. So actually starting to think about how do we look at those purchased goods and services, because actually, you know, given our lack of control, it's something that we don't have a huge amount of visibility over. So it's something we're doing a lot of work on at the moment.
Thank you. Actually, we picked up a question I was going to ask, so that's pretty good. Because, I mean, from Edinburgh's perspective, we've got to focus on keep it local. So I was going to sort of follow up to that question is, how difficult is it to influence the procurement of local services and a local supply chain? Because that's where the SMEs are, and they're the ones struggling to get started on this journey. So it's really a responsibility of the larger corporates to help that journey.
Yeah, and you know, we do work, we have a centralised procurement team, and we work very closely with them around providing guidance to our hotels. So, you know, whilst we're not mandating to our franchisees, we can provide them with a lot of guidance. We have green supplier checklists, all that kind of thing. But yes, absolutely, in terms of the sourcing locally, we're working more closely with sort of our regional teams to try and get them to take responsibility for the change, rather than us trying to be sort of big central contracts work for some things, but actually it's how can we work with those local teams to understand those opportunities that they have.
So I think you were next, and then
you talked about upgrading your green system to monitor carbon. Just interested to know, is that something you're developing yourself, or is that a system you're using and partnering with someone on? And is that a mandatory thing? People have to input their carbon, and how does that work?
Yeah, no, great question. So we've had something called the Green Engage system in place for over a decade. And this helps the hotels to monitor, manage all of their utility data. So they enter in their energy data, waste and water data. And you know, really, it was way ahead of its time when it was first implemented. It's a brand standard, so all of our hotels are required to enter data into it. But you know, the world has moved on since the system was first put in place, and so we're upgrading it to get better reporting, sort of just more management information. I'm a strong believer without that very strong data, you really can't help the hotels to understand what actions that they take. And so that's something we're working with a third party to develop that system based on the existing one. And also in conjunction with that, we are working with another provider to get that centralized data collection. So again, taking the responsibility for entering what actually can be quite complex utility data into the system and going straight to the utility providers. So again, taking that away from the hotels and freeing up their time to actually be action planning. So, for me, and also as we start to think about reporting and data and the increased regulation around that, I think having that really strong information is going to be key. Yes, well, that's hopefully where we're going to get to. That's the plan. Yeah, having it all just centrally feeding in. Yeah.
Thank you. Gentleman there.
Hi, thank you so much for the talk, and really impressed with the SBT targets and the 1.5 degree trajectory. I was just wondering, being a franchise, obviously it's difficult to kind of get buy-in from all stakeholders and third-party suppliers, and obviously with the economic impact of the pandemic on the tourism sector, how do you go about convincing some of these franchises or third parties to make sustainability a top priority in kind of the difficult economic times?
Yeah, it's a great question. I mean, and it's really interesting because we're global. We've got some owners who are just really, they're really, really passionate about this, and they may have their own targets that they want to meet, so they're well along the journey. And then there are others who are kind of like, look, you know what? I'm a small business. I'm really suffering right now. So what's really changed that conversation over the past 6 months to a year is that we are starting to see our B2B customers, because they have their own Scope 3 targets, right, which is travel, they are starting to want that information. So us being able to demonstrate, a lot of these things can help you cut costs because, energy is the second biggest cost at a hotel level, but also this is going to drive the top line. It's starting to factor into those decisions from those big corporates. That's really starting to help us build that commercial case, because that's all we can do, really. I mean, it's sort of this whole carrot stick approach, but we are supportive of our franchisees. This is sort of one of many things we want them to do. So being able to build that very strong business case is really important.
Gentleman there.
Yeah. Hi there. Really interesting presentation. You mentioned TCFD at the start, without going into too much detail about it. It's something that we've started to look at in terms of our expectations and how we try to report on that qualitatively and quantitatively.
Yep.
It's likely to become mandatory in the UK. Rishi Sunak has said it's likely to become mandatory here by 2025, and Biden is probably taking the US in a similar direction.
Yeah.
Can you just talk more about how that climate risk disclosure reporting applies to your franchise group, your hotel, and how you're going about it?
Sure. So we kicked off our TCFD project last year, and we're pretty far advanced, to be honest with you. So we have done quantitative analysis of risks and opportunities, and actually interesting for us on the physical risk side, given the nature of our model, really, from a materiality perspective, we don't have significant risks and opportunities from the physical risk side. For us, it's about the transition risks. So it's about things like, green demand, consumer demand for green hotels, if people stop flying so much, and we see potential opportunities for us there as well. So, for example, air travel, much of our business is domestic, so we have a lot of drive to. So actually, are there opportunities for us there? I think the big point for us now is that we can describe the work we've done, and we're doing a lot of work in integrating that into our strategy. But the actual piece around reporting on the dollar impact will take us a while to get to, just because actually setting up, I could ask all of you in the room here, do you care about green hotels? And hopefully you'd all say yes. But how does that actually translate into what you're prepared to pay and spend? just thinking about how we can measure that in a really meaningful way is going to take us a bit of time. But it's a super interesting project.
Just there first, and then come back to you.
Thank you. Rather awkwardly, the furthest away from the mic there. Bill Fowler from Denton's. One comment and a question, if I may. But just on the TCFD, it was just announced at the end of last week that that's going to be mandatory from reporting year starting April next year for large companies. That will almost immediately have a trickle-down effect to everybody. So it's going to be, to all intents and purposes, mandatory for everybody, sooner rather than later. Question for you is, clearly cost, practicalities, etc. There's huge challenges for your supply chain in helping you get to net zero. To fill that gap while people catch up or do what they need to do, what's your approach to offsetting, and what's the attitude to that in terms of how, that's a double-edged sword for people, and it's just, can you use it for a force for good, or is it, how do you avoid the greenwashing tab?
Good question. If I'm honest, the work we've been doing this year is about, primarily, how do we reduce consumption? Let's look at that in the first instance. There will get a point where every company is going to have to do some kind of offsetting in some way to get to net zero. But I think it's got to be a complementary strategy. So in the first instance, we're looking at how do we reduce. Then, I think there's going to be so much has to develop around offsetting and what is a credible way of doing that. We will get there, and that's kind of on my very long to-do list. But I think every company has to think about how, in the first instance, how are you reducing?
I agree with you. I think on the offsetting side, I think there's a real opportunity to use that to make real local impacts, because there's lots of immediate local stuff that we can do if we can get projects to fit into the voluntary offsetting market to make improvements to local biodiversity, water treatment, things like that. There's an awful lot of opportunity there, and I think businesses like yours could really get involved in that to make very local changes for specific projects. Not everywhere, but it'll...
Yeah, no, it's a great point. It's a great point.
Yeah, I was going to raise that exact point. I do think, again, that local focus and how does your organisation, particularly the franchise arrangement, give you influence on carbon offsetting of your, say, the hotels in Edinburgh? Would they be able to, instead of planting trees somewhere, replace gas boilers in social housing? I'm sure you'd love that, Adam. If we could create a big fund so that gas boilers in the city could be replaced. And I think if we could get more corporates keeping that carbon offsetting spend local. But again, you've got 3,500 hotels and...
Yeah, I mean, it's for us, it's how do we... My role is very much how do we sort of create these global strategies and then empower our local teams to take that action. So I think it's a very local business, right? It's about the local communities. So it's that how do we set up the structures and the processes to enable that to happen and to provide that support. But I love it. It's a great point.
Yeah, over there. That's okay.
Hi, thanks. Hello, Catherine.
Toby.
Yeah, really good to see the plans unfolding. It's excellent. I don't know about you, but this COP's been a bit of a roller coaster. I think it's going to be a roller coaster the next sort of 10, 11 days. But there have been some really big announcements coming out, which have been quite encouraging and positive. And I was just interested in your view of the announcement that came out yesterday or through last night in terms of Mark Carney's Alliance for Net Zero Finance, and how that sort of will impact IHG's business model, given the role that investors play, and given that the investors, or certainly the large-scale investors, it feels like the ground's shifting for them. So I'm interested in how you feel that will impact IHG.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very focused on, given my background in investor relations, very, very, very focused in that. I must say, I haven't looked at all the details of exactly what was announced, but I think, investors putting pressure on companies to take action is absolutely imperative, and is what, certainly for listed companies, that makes boards stand up and take action. And we're very lucky at IHG. We've got an incredibly supportive board who have seen this as a priority for many, many years. But I really think that actually having that broader support of the finance community now is really making a big difference. And I think there was something I read something yesterday about more pressure being put on the audit firms to understand how climate risk is incorporated not just in the front of your annual report, but actually in the financial statements as well. So I think having this very sort of joined up approach across the system is extremely helpful.
And I guess as responsible businesses are moving to that purpose-led focus, having that less imperative for return to shareholder and investors takes that pressure off and allows businesses to become more purpose-led.
I think yes. I think in the short term, again, I think there's going to be that focus on quarterly, half-year, full-year earnings cycle. I mean, I think that is inevitable. I think over time we're going to see that shift, but I think, again, that's going to be led by the investors. Ultimately, they are wanting to make their returns, so I think it's going to be interesting to see how actions actually play out on that.
Yeah, I think it's a really interesting space to watch.
Yeah.
Have we got any other questions? Oh, one there. And I think we're almost there.
Hi, my name's Julius. I'm from EFQM. We work with organisations to help them map their work against the UN SDGs. And I was really interested in your presentation that at your corporate level, you've got that in the 5 pillars. But when we speak to SMEs, they maybe find it quite overwhelming to look at the UN SDGs. So I was wondering, when you're speaking to your franchises, how do you communicate where their efforts fit into that broader strategy and what it means in terms of meeting the UN SDGs?
That's a great question. If I'm honest, I think we could do more there. I think that, as you say, it can be complicated. So actually trying to bring the SDGs down into manageable and easily understandable chunks, I think is really important. And if I'm honest, it's not something we've focused on so far. But I think it's something that we could definitely do more on. But I think there is that wider challenge around making the SDGs more understandable.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I was through COP on Monday, and it was with the Wood Group, and they're a business Avenger. So there's this project Everyone has been established by Richard Curtis, the filmmaker, who wants to make the SDGs much more accessible and simplify. So they've set up these 17 business Avengers like Google and Microsoft and Mars and Unilever. And they've all taken an SDG and sort of they've now written the world's to-do list. So these are all the things we collectively have to do to deliver the SDGs. And then they've put it down to a single post-it note. This is what we can do in a very simple way. So we're sorry to kind of butt in here, but I'm really keen that we start promoting Project Everyone and that everybody starts to understand how you can simplify the very, very complex. Yeah. I think we're probably just about there in terms of questions. I know there's a coffee break planned for about 10 past. So I think we're just slightly ahead of time. If there's no other questions, I'm going to just give Bridie, where are you, Bridie? Ashwin. Bridie, when we started this programme, we set up the Edinburgh COP26 advisory group, and we were keen that all stakeholders across the city could participate. So Bridie is the chief exec of Edinburgh Volunteers, so EVOC, and she set up our community subgroup, showing the fantastic work that the communities are doing in this space. And I know you just wanted to say a few words, Bridie. Do you want to, yeah, you come up here.
So, and I'll be brief because I'm between you and coffee. So my name is Bridie Ashwin. Chief Executive of Edinburgh Voluntary Organisations Council. So we support charities, voluntary organisations and social enterprises in Edinburgh. And what a fascinating introduction, journey to tomorrow. And a really inspiring start. And it's really interesting about IHD in terms of your supply chain, your SMEs, and also the possibility of social enterprises, and that community wealth building that's possible through that. And I just want to acknowledge Edinburgh's ambition and what Adam spoke about earlier. It's really setting its stall out, in not just in Scotland, but in the UK. And I want to say thank you, because the Chamber of Commerce really ran with this idea of a working group on community. And it makes me remember a day I was here in this room just over 2 years ago, pre-COVID. And Nesta were evaluating across Scotland, among other things. There's a rich tapestry of community action, but the tool library in Leith had come out to areas of high in-work poverty in Broomhouse and in Wester Hales, with a project where you could hire a drill. And the local caretaker in the organisation was employed to distribute the tools. So he used his social network to get people to come in. And there's a woman came in to get an angle grinder. We did show her how to use it. And the project wasn't continued, but the impact, and it's interesting when you talk about measuring impact, the impact was really interesting. The social outcomes, a drill is used for about 10 minutes of his life. You know, why do we not hire drills? But the reason I tell you this is because today, with the support of the City Council, we're launching a forum that's going to be about designing a space in Edinburgh for the citizens and communities to get involved. So we've got 3 world premiere films, very short films, 2 minutes downstairs. Come and find out more. There's a cargo bike, there's an estate with a beautiful garden, and there's a teacher who's involved in incredible projects with young people. But what we're interested in is actually how to design a space where actually citizens, and are you a citizen? Do you run a business? Are you involved in the community? How do you engage? Because there are so many win-wins here for nature, for well-being, as well as climate. So come and meet Charlie, who's already probably gone downstairs in advance of this, and Tessa, come and join us today. We really want to get you involved. Thank you for this opportunity, Liz.
Thanks. I thought it was really important because the communities in Edinburgh are doing such fantastic work, and this is all of us coming together. So thanks for that. So if I could just say thank you to Catherine. It was a fascinating presentation, and you fielded the questions brilliantly. It looks like you're covering as many bases as you can at this point in time. It is very complex, and we're all on a journey. And it's great that we've got corporates leading the way, but if I could make a plea, I think it's really important that SMEs start the journey as well. And we're desperately trying to get mentors or supporters to get involved supporting SMEs in the supply chain. So definitely a conversation I'd like to have with you afterwards. But thank you very much, Catherine. Thank you. And coffee's downstairs.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome back. My name is Bill Fowler. I'm a partner with Dentons, which is the world's largest law firm. I'm based in our Edinburgh office, and I'm delighted to be chairing this morning's Green Finance session. I think it's particularly apt to be discussing green finance today, with this being the focus of COP today, and also things like, I woke up this morning to announcements of making the UK a net zero financial centre, and those announcements are probably pinging in on social media all day today, I suspect. So we've got a fantastic panel of speakers. I'll introduce them all shortly, but just sort of a brief contextual remark, I guess, from me is that finance, as Catherine's presentation I think alluded to as well, is absolutely fundamental to us as businesses and as individuals to enable us collectively to make the transition to net zero. To do this, the financial sector needs to be greened, and we need to green finance itself. And to do that, there is an enormous amount of regulatory and practical change already happening, and there's even more rapidly coming down the tracks towards us all. And while this is all currently directed largely at the largest companies, be under no illusion, this is coming to us all very quickly, and it will trickle down, as I think I mentioned in the Q&A. My view is that it will trickle down to us all on a day-to-day local basis far faster than we perhaps think, and I'm sure our panel will touch on that. I don't want to steal any of their thunder. So briefly, what I'll do is I'll introduce the panellists, and then we'll come up. I think we've got one presentation, but mostly it's conversation. And I know the panel are really keen to engage with you and have a really good discussion. I know from the conversations we had in preparing for this, there are some really interesting perspectives and dialogue, and I think it'll be fascinating. So, I realise now that I have to put my glasses on more and more. So our first speaker will be James Alexander, who is Chief Executive of UK Sustainable Investment and Finance Association. He has many years' experience in international climate finance and infrastructure finance, and leadership roles in membership organisations. Most recently, he supported global megacities to overcome substantial barriers to financing climate action in his role as Director of the City Finance Programme at the C40 Cities Climate Leadership Group and Head of the C40 Cities Finance Facility. Next up will be Sindhu Krishna, Head of Sustainable Investments Team at Phoenix Group. Sindhu is Head of the Sustainable Investments Team and is responsible for integrating ESG considerations within the investment portfolios of their group. She's been part of the group for over 9 years and has had various investment team roles. And prior to that, she's worked with investment teams in Zurich. She's a CFA charter holder and holds an MBA from Warwick Business School. So at this point, I feel pretty inadequate, actually, when I start reading people's CVs. Then we have John Williams, who's a partner and UK sustainable finance leader with PwC. He leads their sustainable finance and responsible investment team, and also their sustainability and climate change practice. He's got a focus on ESG issues, particularly related to climate change, climate finance and carbon markets, and natural capital risk management, and works with PwC on a global basis on these. Interestingly, he's also a member of the Financial Stability Board Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, which is driving a lot of the change that's coming to us, and is currently advising the World Economic Forum International Business Council on their ESG metrics and reporting initiative. Prior to PwC, he worked at HSBC for 21 years with a variety of banking roles, most recently as head of their group Sustainable Development. And then last, but certainly not least, we have Indy Johar. And Indy specifically asked me to simply say he's with Dark Matter Labs, and he's a bit of a man of international mystery, as far as I'm concerned. So he says, look me up. I haven't quite stalked you to that extent yet, Indy. But anyway, the conversation we had, Indy's got some really interesting perspectives, which we'll come to at the end. So with that, and without further ado, I'll hand over to you, James.
Thank you very much. I'm conscious that I'm standing, all the three of us are standing in the way of the man of mystery, and I'm very intrigued to see what that is. So I hopefully won't speak for too long, but what I'm doing, I'm going to give you a bit of an overview of some of the things that are happening. It is actually lovely to be back in Scotland. You probably can't tell from my accent at all, but I lived here for 20 years. I studied here. I worked for the Scottish Council for Development and Industry, and I helped set up the Scottish Cities Alliance, which is still going strong, I believe. So I feel like I'm coming back home to some degree, but I also remembered when you were introducing the finance, how you pronounce that is one of the key things that I'd forgotten. I'm the Chief Executive of the UK Sustainable Investment and Finance Association. We have 275 members, including members in Scotland as well, which is great. So we cover across the UK, and those members are across the financial services industry. So that includes banks, asset managers, pension funds, service providers, research firms, law firms, as well as some not-for-profits and charities as well. And between them, this group of members represents £10 trillion in assets under management. So we started 30 years ago. I think at that point you could have easily said sustainable finance was niche. I think now you look at that 10 trillion membership and say, well, it's definitely gone mainstream. And here on Finance Day of COP, I think you can start to see just how mainstream sustainability in finance is going, which is partly what I want to talk about. So what do? We lobby the government, we lobby the regulators, we work with the industry to try and get across a collective view on how we might achieve our mission, and our mission is achieving the Paris Agreement, it's achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, it's driving UK leadership on sustainability, and having a positive impact in the transition to a sustainable finance system. So we push the government on how we might do that, and we also work with the industry to help the industry to move forward on its own work and knowledge sharing and events and partnerships around achieving that. And so I've been in this role for a year, and one of the things I worried about when I started, because I'm, I guess, a climate change person. I've worked in climate in the past. My previous role was with C40 cities, helping cities across the world to tackle climate change. I thought to myself, am I going to push this organization and push our policy position so far and then at some point get fired because I've gone too far? And that was one of my concerns. And so the first thing that I wanted to do was to actually find out what the industry believes and what it feels and what it wants to see around sustainability and finance. And so we created a policy vision. And we got together a whole group of our members, more than 100 members engaged in this process. And we put forward a draft, and I thought, well, this draft of this vision is pretty punchy. It kind of reflects some of my own personal views as much as anything. Let's see what happens. It'll probably get torn to shreds, but we can at least then work with something that the industry has bought into. And the response was interesting. Everybody said, well, this is a good start, James, but we need to go further. This needs to all be stronger. We need to tighten this whole policy vision up. And that, I think, is reflective of where the financial services industry now is in terms of what it views as its role around climate change. I think, in previous years, maybe previous decades, the financial services industry may well have said, we just finance the economy as we find it. We invest in the economy as we find it. It is not our job to do anything else. That mindset has gone, and we're now in the situation, the mindset where people are saying, we as the financial services industry have an opportunity and a responsibility to change the world in the same way that other people see they have a responsibility to do that. And I think that's a really important shift and a really important mindset change that we are now starting to see happening, because, of course, financial services has good levers that it can pull that can make change, and I'll talk about those in just a second. We're not just talking about climate change here, incidentally. We're talking about the whole of ESG, which is environmental, social, and governance. Under environmental, clearly climate change is one of the most important issues, but we're also thinking about more broadly about planetary boundaries. So we're breaching how much carbon we can put into the atmosphere. We're also breaching a whole load of other boundaries that the planet can sustain, or coming close to doing so. Water quality, air pollution, deforestation, biodiversity in nature. These are all areas where we're having more of an impact on the world than the world can sustain. And financial services is keen to play a role in those. Plus, then you add on social issues, so equality and diversity, modern day slavery. There are 40 million people in the world in some sort of forced labor, and financial services wants to play a role in stopping that. So, that I think is where the financial services industry is at right now. And so why are we at COP at all? Well, we're here because we want to add our voice to the chorus of people that are calling for international governments to step up and make the change that only governments can do, because whilst we all have individually in our work lives and our personal lives things that we can do. We also need governments to play their part too, because sometimes they have the biggest levers, of course. And so I guess the other reason why financial services is doing this is, is partly because we're nice and we want to do nice things. It's partly because we're being confronted by a reality that our customers want us to do things differently. So we've been doing a survey every year since 2009 with YouGov, and we have asked the same question. How, to the public, 2,000 people, what do you think about when you are considering your investments, including your pensions and other investments? Do you only think about the money? At the other extreme, do you only think about making a positive impact on the world with various stages in between? And the number of people thinking only or mostly about the money has plummeted. But the big but there is that has not come at the corresponding rise of the people that only think about the difference that they're making to the world. It's actually come at the rise of people that say they don't know. And so I think there's a huge change in people appreciating that their money can have some impact, but not quite sure what to do about it. And we have a big trust problem in the financial services community, that people don't trust us when we say we're doing stuff that's green, something we need to address. On top of that, why else are we doing it? Regulations are changing. I'll talk about that in a second. The government is making its own commitments, and actually staff are wanting this as well. So we're seeing staff, obviously management level, saying we're going to commit to net zero, we're going to commit to these things. We're also seeing junior staff coming into firms saying, we have values, we want to bring our values to work. We think that's a key way that we can embody our values. So that's what we're thinking about and what the financial services industry is doing. And so what do we have? So we have some levers that we can use, because we believe we can use our levers, but everybody should be using their levers, because the scale of the challenge that we face is so extensive and so enormous and so short term that everybody has to do their part as much as they possibly can. So what are the key things that we can do? Well, stewardship of our investments. When we invest in something, we are in a unique position to actually be shareholders, owners, co-owners of that firm, of that company. And so across the world, most companies are owned by, fundamentally, collectively, us in our pensions and our investments. And so the role of asset managers and the financial services industry to be good stewards of those assets is really important. So we hear a lot about divestment and saying, the key thing you can do is divest. We don't believe that's true, actually. We think that the key thing that you can do is to hold on to your assets whilst they're still, potentially going to add value, and work with the managements of those companies, work with the boards, work with the AGMs, and cast your votes to make those companies in the so-called real economy change and shift to be value-adding and continue to provide the goods and services that we'll need in the net zero future. Because if you just sell your asset, it doesn't disappear. All you've really done is taken the garbage and thrown it over the fence. It's still there, it's just someone else's problem. And you're likely to be selling it to someone that cares less about it than you do. And that is our concern. So divestment is not something we want to see. We actually want to see us using our levers that we have, which is stewardship, to make that really big difference. Of course, again, there's a public trust issue there. If I tell you, or if a fund manager says to you, oh, don't worry, we've got all these stocks in our, what you might think of bad stocks in our portfolio, but don't worry, we're doing really great stewardship. Does anyone believe that that's really true? Or is it they're having a round of golf and having a brief chat about stuff? It's that whole problem. So how do we build trust in the industry, in the public, that this good stewardship is happening? Actually, our answer, you might be surprised for someone from financial services to say, this is a bit more regulation. Good regulation, smart regulation that actually says, if you're doing stewardship positively, this is what if you're saying you're doing stewardship, this is what we expect you to be doing. And this is what we think that should mean. Equally, of course, there's lending, bank lending. That's different to stewardship, because that is where you're actually adding new capital to the pot and you're making new things happen. And we think that there perhaps should be much tighter controls around bank lending. $4 trillion has been lent into fossil fuels since 2016, since the Paris Agreement. That is ridiculous. And a lot of the concern actually is that those assets become stranded. But not only that, if governments try to take bold action on fossil fuels, it's not just the fossil fuel companies that are going to come crying and saying don't do it. It's potentially the bank's going to come crying and say, oh God, we might actually really highly exposed to this sector. So we need to stop that bank lending and get that down. So conscious I'm taking up more time than I perhaps said I would. That is some of the things that we're starting to think about. So today is Finance Day at COP26, and I think this is the message of today, is that this is part of, I guess on some level, saying that the market can actually fix the problem. Now, Is that true? Is that logic flawed? I think slightly. I think the market can have a majorly important role in fixing the problem, but it doesn't absolve governments from doing their part of the work and using their much bigger levers that they can use to make things happen. And so we are calling on governments to continue to act and to act further and faster. And actually in the UK we're doing okay on this, surprisingly. We've got a net zero commitment for 2050 in law. We've got a net zero commitment, a 78% reduction commitment in law for 2035. That's actually leading the world. And if we achieve it, which I hope we do, the net zero roadmap that came out last week is actually, again, surprisingly quite good. And so potentially puts us on that pathway to achieving that in the UK. Obviously, we need other countries to be doing their part. We have a carbon price. I think the EU carbon price is now 70 euros a tonne, which is actually pretty high. That is actually sufficient to be starting to change activity and making new things happen. And so things are happening. But actually, one of the big successes of the COP so far, I think, is the range of different companies in the private sector, particularly in the finance sector, that have made net zero commitments. And so what are those companies? They're banks, there's asset managers, there's asset owners, and they've all formed under this umbrella called GFANZ, the Glasgow Financing Alliance for Net Zero. And today it was announced that $130 trillion of assets have now made a net zero commitment, which is 40% of the global assets under management. It's an extraordinary number. If that actually flows through to being real, that is going to make a massive, massive difference. And I think it's a difference that you will each notice in terms of when you're trying to raise money, when you're going to your bank, when you're speaking to shareholders or investors or other people, you will notice these investments, or these announcements, I hope. So now we're aligning all of that to the Paris Agreement. It's about rewiring the financial system for net zero, which, of course, politically is a lot easier to say than bringing in regulations. The other big announcement is mandatory, or potentially building up to mandatory net zero transition plans for the financial services industry. So what that means is that at some point in the next few years, the government is going to require financial service companies to disclose their transition plans for net zero, and the expectation being that that transition plan aligns with that government target, 78% reduction 2035, 100% by 2050. And so, and not just be, this is what we're going to achieve in 2050, and actually be, this is how we're going to achieve it, and how we know we're achieving it next year, and the year after, and the year after that. It's still not clear exactly what that's going to look like, so the government is creating a task force to help figure out what a good transition plan looks like. But again, I think that is going to have a bigger impact on the wider economy, because the financial services sector is just really an intermediary. Its transition plan is based on the transition plans that everyone else has and their investments have. So expect to be asked, what are your plans and what are your ideas? We also saw last week the UK's Green Finance Roadmap. There are two big things in there that are being worked on. Not new announcements per se, but big things that are being developed. One is the green taxonomy. This is a list of all of the activities in the economy that are regarded as compatible with net zero. I'm on the working group advising the Treasury on what this should look like. But in terms of my personal or UK CIF view, we're worried it's a very small slither of the economy is actually aligned to net zero at the moment. It's about 5% of the economy if you take it truly. So what is that slither of the economy, or that chunk of the economy that's aligned to the transition to net zero? It's almost like the Prius versus the Tesla. The Prius, everyone knew, was not the net zero solution because it still has petrol in it, but it's a step in the direction, and it helped create the technology that's now being used in electric vehicles. Other industries are still in that transition phase, concrete, steel, and other things that are essential for the future. But needed to create that sustainable world that we need to live in. The other one is called SDR, the Sustainability Disclosure Regulations. Again, all financial services firms will be expected to report against these. And I've just, a few minutes ago, the press release went out that I'm on another working group, to help advise the FCA on what those disclosure regulations should look like. They'll be based on two broad things. One is TCFD, which I expect John's going to talk about, maybe. So I won't say much about that, Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. And the other part is the Sustainability Standards Board of the IFRS Foundation. I appreciate I'm throwing loads of acronyms out here. But that is the Global Accounting Standards. So the expectation is there will be new global sustainability standards in accounting. And that will be part of the reporting frameworks that financial services firms will be expected to report against. Again, when they're reporting on all these things, fundamentally they're reporting on their investments and what their investments are doing. So it will all feed through into the wider economy. So all of this means that your bank manager and your investors are going to get much, much more interested in what you're doing on sustainability, and potentially on things more than sustainability, on biodiversity, on nature, on social issues. And they're going to start looking at your green credentials and, I think, looking for opportunities to invest in or lend to things that are green or that are demonstrably green or that align with the green taxonomy. This is a massive, massive opportunity. I think the Prime Minister called it the Green Industrial Revolution. And I don't know if that's an exaggeration. It comes from the Prime Minister, it probably is. But it is certainly the chances. The money is going to flow in a green direction. Does that mean there's going to be a green asset bubble? Something we're concerned about, in truth. So I think something we've got to keep watching. Green bonds are oversubscribed. We're seeing green investments being sought after. Pension funds are really going for green things. Some of our pension fund members recently told us that they're being outbid for things like shares in wind farms and other things by companies like EasyJet that are trying to offset their emissions and have actually very different purposes for wanting to buy these. So, there is huge demand for these products and these investments. And it's a very exciting time. But I think there's also great risk here. If we think about it as a green industrial revolution, we maybe need to think back to the original industrial revolution that arguably got us into this state, but actually also arguably created the world order of economies as they are right now. Those countries that are still the biggest economies are those that industrialized the quickest, are those that took the opportunity and moved forwards with it. Of course, not quite as simple as that, but there's broad truth in that. The question now is if we are having something that is so upending of the global economy that we call it the next industrial revolution, the next 100, 200 years of economies of the world might be shaped by how quickly we adapt and how much we get ourselves ahead now and become part of that leaders in that economy of the future. And so I think, to me, that means we need to transition now. We need to start actively planning for it. Every single industry, every single firm needs to start thinking about what they can do to continue to add value in that economy that's gone to net zero. Because if your company isn't adding value in that net zero economy, then what are you? How are you going to survive? If the whole economy is not providing the goods and services that we need in a net zero future, who is providing those? And where are they going to come from? Either it means we're not going to be able to make the transition, or it means somebody else, somewhere else, is providing those goods and services. I think it's something we really need to think about. And we all need to work together to achieve that. So what does the government have to do? Well, they need to create the vision and the strategy. That's what the net zero roadmap is supposed to look like. And I think it's not done a bad job. For a long time, we were saying investors follow cues from external cues as to where the economy is going. And whilst the government is not even having a picture of how we might move around, how we might heat our homes in a net zero world, it's very hard for investors to invest in the direction of travel. That seems to be sort of partly solved right now. I think the government needs to start thinking seriously about its role in terms of tax, carbon taxes, carbon prices, and creating the laws and regulations. I think the government also, and this is something for the Scottish government too, should start actually actively considering net zero in every policy decision. If a company commits to net zero from the top, you would expect that to filter through to every decision that that company made. Why is that not necessarily so obviously the case in government? And so in future, how about every piece of legislation, every budget statement, every spending review has a section that says all of these decisions taken here contribute to us achieving net zero in the following ways, and is actively considered. And I think, again, it's more about the messages that sends to the country, to the investors, to the economy, about what the government's, how committed the government is to this agenda. I think government also needs to build the infrastructure. And I don't just mean national government, I mean local government as well. And project preparation and investing in the capacity to structure transactions and projects at the local level is really important. And I think we underestimate the challenge that I've seen in cities across the world, which is cities saying, well, we've got great projects, but no one's coming to invest in them. And the banks saying, well, we've got loads of money, but no one's finding projects that no one's providing projects that are suitable for us to invest in. There's a gap in the middle. The projects are not actually ready. The projects need to be developed further such that the private sector can come in and invest. And we need to make sure that we're not just saying, well, it's up to the banks to come to us. That's not the way this works. So I think there's a key part there. We also need to protect the most vulnerable. The just transition, I think, is a really important piece. Scotland is absolutely leading the way here, potentially globally, certainly across the UK, on the Just Transition Commission. And Scottish and Southern Energy published, one of the first big companies to publish a Just Transition plan. It's worth looking at to get some guidance and thoughts for what you might consider for your own Just Transition plan, because there is going to be a transition in the jobs. Lots of people potentially in this room think about the green economy and think about green jobs and think, wow, that's exciting, that's a job I might have. A lot of other people look at green jobs and think, that's a job for someone else, I'm going to lose my job, and my community is going to suffer, and I'm going to, we're not going to be better off as a result of this. We have to change that, because partly that is about gaining the political license to operate and to act on climate change and net zero, is to make sure that everybody is feeling that they're being brought along with this system and people are part of the journey. Okay, I'm on my last page, so we're all good. So I think the key thing is businesses need to think about targets and plans, not just for the long term, but for the near term. What is changing? What can you change now? What impacts can you make? But also, what opportunities can you grasp? Where can you change things? What can you do? The National Infrastructure Bank and the Scottish Investment Bank, I think, are potentially really, really helpful partners in this. Look at what they can offer. Build an understanding of these issues, not just climate change, but wider environmental, social, and governance issues. Because, I think this is such an enormous challenge. Everybody's got to play their part in it. There's a huge challenge, but with the finance starting to align behind solving that challenge, there's an amazing opportunity. So we should grab it. We should grab it with both hands. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. And what a whirlwind and tour de force of different issues, and I think if your head wasn't spinning before that, it well and truly is now. And I think there's so many issues in there that you could spend a day or more on individually, which no doubt we'll come back to in the Q&A session. So, Cindy, over to you.
Thank you very much, Bill. So James and I were having a chat briefly when you were introducing that there might be a bit of an overlap between my segment and his, and there clearly is, because he was talking more generally about financial services. Hopefully where I'm coming from is the perspective of the example of one financial services institution, the journey we've been on to bring it to life, what James has just taken us through. So I'm Sindhu Krishna. As the initial introduction was made, I head up sustainable investments in Phoenix Group. I'll start with a few words on the institution because it's not a household name, though we're a FTSE 100 company. We are UK's largest long-term savings and retirement business, over 300 billion assets under administration with over 13 million customers. We're not new to Scotland, not new to Edinburgh at all. So Standard Life Assurance Limited, which I'm sure you're all familiar as a brand, just based up in Lothian Road. So Standard Life is part of the Phoenix Group. So we have a strong presence in Scotland, particularly in Edinburgh. So our purpose within Phoenix, we are, as I just mentioned, a savings business, a retirement business. So it is to help people secure a life of possibilities. We are a purpose-led organization helping people through up to and beyond retirement. So we come with this long-term vision, long-termism from an investment perspective. And hence sustainability is core for us as a business. So it's central to everything we do. It's strategic for us. So when I say sustainability, I mean, as James introduced, the ESG, the environmental, social, governance consideration. And I'm here to talk about investments, but it's not purely investments. It's everything we do as an institution, as an organization, and not just for Phoenix, for every institution. It has to be weaved into everything that the organization stands for and does. So we have an approach, a sustainability framework, where we say, what does the different strands of the organization and how we can bake this into everything we do. And we publish that, and today I'm going to talk to you about investments, which is my area of remit. So I'll just start with, it's an odd inclination when someone says you can have slides, you just tend to go and put some slides on. So I have a couple of slides. I haven't got much words, and I'm glad I haven't put much words in, but hopefully the images will help navigate the key points of this discussion. So I will start by saying it's wider than climate. It's just not climate. Climate is obviously the hot topic, one we can quantify. You've seen numbers coming through, but it's beyond climate. So from our perspective, we look at it environmental, which is beyond climate. The nature, biodiversity, points like that was raised previously. So it is including environmental, social, and governance consideration in the investment process, and then also in the way we engage with companies, the stewardship element as well, which was mentioned in the previous session. So we want to break that into everything we do. So given the scale of the assets we have with over 300 billion, and we said, how do we get this? We split it into 4 pillars so that we can make progress across all of them, and it's just not focusing on one dimension. So we've got 4 strands there. So one is strategy and governance. We want to integrate ESG into everything, in every investment portfolio decision. We want to decarbonize portfolio. I'll focus a bit more on that, given it's key for where we are in terms of the COP and the financing dimensions. And stewardship. I'll be quite light because I'm conscious we did have a bit of a chat on stewardship. So governance is key. I'll start with governance because historically as organizations, we've been used to doing things in certain way, and sustainability has not been really key. So James, made the point for the government, every decision, how does sustainability feature? How have you thought about this? What is the implication of this decision? So baking this into an investment committee. So when you make an investment decision, when you take a proposal to an investment committee, have you thought of sustainability, and how have you thought about sustainability? So this is a standard point for us when we take a paper, when we take a discussion item to our governance, to say how sustainability has been baked into this decision, this proposal that you're taking it in front of the committee for. And again, we have a board level committee as well, purely focusing on sustainability. We started that in December 2020. So that committee, the board level committee, is looking at the commitments we're making, how we're progressing, how does it stack up, making sure everybody in the business is progressing this agenda. So we've got governance frameworks which is focusing and which is pushing this, making sure it's not just saying things, it's not talking the talk, but walking the walk. And that by going through the analysis, the proper theses behind why certain propositions are made. So the governance, making it key within all areas of the organization is crucial. Then the strategy. Again, every decision we want to take, every investment decision should have sustainability considerations baked in. So we have committed that we invest in long-term assets, what we call private assets or illiquid assets, which are being talked about in terms of whether it's green buildings, whether it's renewable projects, any other green assets that we talk about as sustainable assets, including social housings. We invest in very long-term, long-dated assets, 20, 30, 40 years. And one of our commitments is that at least 60% of that we've done this year has to be sustainable in some, whether it's an environmental or social perspective. And over the next 5 years, we've committed 20 billion in our assets we call as backing the annuities, those which are very long-dated. So every section of every dimension of the business has got sustainability in its objective. So if it's a workplace pensions, our default come with a sustainability dimension. So it's a sustainable default. We've made investments in venture capital this year to push the green agenda, the sustainability agenda, and businesses which are coming there, which are in the early stages. So there's definitely a lot going back to the previous session, and the section which is going on through the COP as well at the moment is this huge power. Again, there's loads of constraints from policy perspective, which we need to address, and that's where policymakers are key. But from a capital perspective, there's this capital which can be deployed. And I've just given some example of how crucial financing is to the process, but we are one player in this macro, in this big picture, and we want everybody to do their part. So our strategy and governance is making sure we have green or sustainable, meeting customers' expectations. So that's key for us. So we frequently do customer surveys, and 85% of our customers believe that ESG, or responsible investment, should be part of every product they have, whether you label it sustainable, you don't label it sustainable, but why wouldn't you invest responsibly? is one of the things that comes out from our surveys. So this is crucial for us, and hence the strategy that we're building is in response to what we hear from customers. ESG integration. So as a provider, as an asset owner, we don't do investment management inside the company. We use asset managers, Aberdeen, BlackRock, Henderson, Invesco, the big asset managers of the world. And we just not want to make sure that the investee companies or the underlying companies are held to account, but the managers themselves are held to account. So from that perspective, our CIO, whom I report to, we wrote an open letter to all the managers saying, this is our expectations, this is what we stand for, and we want the bar raised so that you have to do a lot more in terms of evidencing how you integrate sustainability, how you're making progress on net zero commitments, how you support us to all of the financial providers that we work with. So this is just not the companies, but the whole ecosystem in which we operate is what we can influence. And hence, I think that asset owners have a very crucial role to play because we are in the middle of this entire system which we can push and bring change through. So we want to include these in our decision-making, and also we expect our partners to do that in their decision-making process as well. So it's making sure the entire value chain is accountable for responsible investment. I'll focus a bit more on the decarbonization side. We talked about net zero. I often get the question, why net zero? Is it more for marketing? Or are you trying to say how you're positioning yourself? My response to that has been that we recognize that climate change presents a risk, a financial risk for our investment portfolios, and we're here to protect our investment portfolios for our customers. So if we just looked at the pandemic as an example, the International Energy Association said that in 2020, the CO2 emissions from energy consumptions reduced by 5.8%, 2022. And we all know what we had to go through as a world to get to that position. If we say we have to decarbonize year on year, we know it's net zero, but you'll have to have a trajectory for decarbonizing. What does that do to companies in terms of their own existence, their bottom lines, their survival? And we are an asset owner. We hold a number of assets in our portfolio, so that means a lot of the investments that we make are at risk. So it's important for us from a financial resilience of our investment portfolios, making sure that the policyholders, our customers, have a pension pot, but also have a world to retire into. It's crucial for us to make sure that these considerations, the climate risk, is baked in. It's just words if I say, yes, I'm going to include climate risk in the investment process. How are you going to measure that? How are you going to see it's on track? How are you going to report back to you that I've done something? So if you look at your pension report statements, you'll have a risk. You say, FTSE All-Share did this, your pension pot did this, whatever that investment may be. How do we communicate that, what it's been doing on emissions? So we need not only metrics for us as an organization, but being able to communicate to the end members and end customers. And that's why a net zero commitment is science-based. It's coming from the Paris Agreement. It's providing, there's loads of think tanks to provide the decarbonization trajectory. So our net zero pledge was based of science, of curves, decarbonizing journeys that the think tanks and everybody else has worked through. So we assessed them and said, right, so this is where science tells us we have to go, and we'll make sure that our investment portfolios are following that decarbonization trajectory. So we have an interim target, so it's just not one big leap to 2050. We have to have interim milestones, and we have to have people accountable for those milestones, because quite often we say, none of us are going to be around in 2050, so how do we know this is actually going to happen? So our CEO has taken personal commitment to do that, so we have nearer term targets. So we have a 2025 target, we have a 2030 target, we have a 2050 target, to make sure we are making progress, and we're reporting back that progress. So for our equity and credit, for example, we have a target to reduce emissions by 25% by 2025, 50%, at least 50% by 2030. Interim targets to make sure we're progressing. And then off the back of that, you develop plans to see how you get there. And now clearly the government's saying that they'd like to see those transition plans of firms. Finally, stewardship. Again, this is key. As asset owners, we have to make sure we're engaging with people, pushing for people for change. Divestment is not the option given the scale in which change has to come. So we're doing everything in our power as an asset owner to make sure the companies we have invested in are making this change. And we do that through asset managers, through collaborative engagements, and so on, so various forums. I'll be light on this, given we spoke about that previously. And then finally, and most importantly, in terms of, I know we're a big organization, so I mentioned the work we're doing, but if it's a smaller firm, how can we make progress? And I would just call on the number of collaborations which is going on in the industry, and I think it's hugely important because there's a source for knowledge sharing, for people to contribute, but also understand how others are approaching this. So I've kind of mentioned a few, our own experience of the Institutional Investors Group on climate change. We started from 2019. We're part of the groups which developed the frameworks on how we could decarbonize investment portfolios. We did testing with them. So these bodies have provided a huge platform for us, not only to put our perspective, but also I think strongly encourage for smaller firms to use these bodies to make sure they're able to have discussions with peers or others in the industry to understand what's going on and push forward their agenda. So going back to, in conclusion, to the point James said, I think we can't get there alone. Everybody has to do their bit, but I think it's important not to get perfection. It's progress over perfection and getting the ball rolling. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sindhu. A fascinating insight into the mindset and the approach from those managing the money, our money, at the very top of the tree. And I think hopefully now John's going to, as well as digging into some of the detail, take us down the journey of how that actually might flow and impact on us on a day-to-day basis, how we borrow money, what we're going to have to do to access that capital going forward. John.
Great, thanks, Bill. I'm well aware that I'm stood between you and the International Man of Mystery, so I'm going to try and keep your excitement for the next 10 minutes. So I work for PwC. I hope you've heard of us, but just a few statistics. I'm one of 295,000 people, one of 23,000 partners in the firm. We work in 156 countries. Our revenues last year were just under $45 billion, and 84% of the Fortune 500 are our customers. So I'd like to think that across the world we have touch points, whether it's through audit, which we're probably much more famous for, but consulting, deals, risk advice and tax advice, and I'll touch a little bit on that. I'm going to cover 5 things in 2 minutes each, which will keep us on time. First, I'm going to talk about Code Red. That is not my attempt to upstage my colleague, but if anyone has recognised it, it's the IPCC report which came out a couple of weeks ago. I'm then going to talk about a private sector focus on net zero, the explosion of sustainable debt, the role of regulation, and then finally the opportunity of a lifetime. As we were planning, I said I'd take the audience from fear to hope, and let's hope I do that. So let's start with fear, Code Red. The IPCC has been warning increasingly that we are running out of time to deal with climate change. Every year we put out a report called the Net Zero Economy Index, and what we do is we look at the G20 countries and we look at how they are doing on decarbonising, and we forecast using economic modelling and policy analysis where they're going to land. So here are the numbers. Over the last 20 years, the world on a carbon intensity, so emissions per dollar of the GDP, has been decarbonising very, very slowly, 1.5%. We accelerated in 2020, despite the fact we were in the middle of COVID, to a whole 2.5% per annum global decarbonisation. That is 1/5 the level needed to get to net zero. We need to decarbonise at 12.9% every year if we are going to get to net zero by 2050. So that is a huge gap that we have got to fulfil. And therefore, when people say we are losing the ability to retain the planet with 1.5 degrees, you can begin to see why they say that. Who got close to 12.9%? Well, Mexico. 12.4% decarbonisation last year. Indonesia, 10.6%. The UK, 6.5%. The US, 7.2%. The EU, 6.3%. And then the three people who probably should have been a higher profile at the COP down the road, Russia 4%, China 1%, and India actually grew by 1.6% in terms of carbon. So that gives you a sense of the importance of the balance between developing and developing nations. So no wonder, therefore, that the focus is on business. If governments are not moving quickly enough, then actually the focus of companies and their financials on net zero is really important. And I think moving from ambition to execution is key. There was a report that Share Action put out saying of the 25 European banks that have committed to net zero, only one is embedded into its capital markets business. Only 5 have targets. So again, a long way to go from commitment to action. However, 3,000 businesses have now signed up to the UN Road to Net Zero, 450 investors, as James said, under GFANZ, and 120 country governments now have net zero commitments, with quite good commitments. Even India's announced a couple of days ago halving its emissions by 2030, albeit a slightly longer run into net zero by 2070. Of the sectors that have committed to net zero, it's about 50% of GDP, 25% of global carbon emissions, and half of those sectors have committed to a 50% reduction by 2030. So lots of commitment from the private sector to help meet that yawning gap we have between progress today and the progress that we need. If I think about the demand side, I'm going to talk particularly about debt because Sindhu covered investment, and as a previous banker, that's actually where I'm more comfortable. There's been an absolute explosion in sustainable debt markets. Year to date, this year, $1.1 trillion of sustainable debt issuance. That's 44% up on last year. And just hold that 1 trillion number in your head, because I'm going to talk a little bit about the demand side. Private debt, so non-listed debt, forecast to reach about 78 billion by 2025, and from the report that's coming from, 32% of that, of debt, private debt, will be ESG, and 67% of investors in that debt intend to refuse to invest in non-ESG debt. That's 2/3. We have just released a report. COP's always a great time for firms like ours to release reports. Our Global Investment Survey, 79% of investors globally now saying that ESG is an important factor in decision making, so very similar to the 84% that Phoenix said of their clients. Always useful if the people who own the money and the people managing it are broadly aligned in their importance of ESG. Fourth point, the role of regulation. James said I would talk about TCFD. I would be in trouble with the boss, Mr. Carney, if I didn't. So here we go. TCFD, hopefully you all know what it is. Established in 2015, we reported our recommendations in 2017, very much around how companies disclose the impact of climate change on their strategy, their business plan, their financial performance through 4 pillars of governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. You can tell I'm a member because I can do that without any notes. 2,578 companies supporting $26 trillion of market capitalization globally. But here's the really important number. 1,056 financial institutions responsible for financial assets of $194 trillion. The last time I looked at the value of global debt and equity capital markets, it was about 220 trillion. So actually, although it's not a direct comparison, you can see that if you are a company, there is a more than 50% chance that your shareholders will be saying, we need information from you because we have to disclose to the market, even if you're not listed, how you are meeting TCFD recommendations. James has spoken about GFANZ, I won't go there, but if you look at how TCFD is being taken into regulation, within the financial services sector, the PRA in 2019 put a requirement on banks and insurers to fully embed climate change by New Year's Eve this year. So I think on New Year's Day, Sam Woods at the PRA will be looking at how fully embedded these plans are. I will hold my views. You might get it out of me on a question. But actually, the FCA, BEIS, the pension regulator, all putting in place increasingly mandatory disclosures. Premium listed companies for 2021 will need to disclose on a mandatory basis against TCFD, and then on a rolling basis going out to 2024. The pensions regulator requires large pensions to disclose if their year started last Friday from the 31st of October. So already facing mandatory disclosure. And that will trickle down. Now, if you think about it, all of the UK banks have signed up to the TCFD. They're all regulated by the PRA, and they've all got net zero or equivalent commitments. The only way they're going to get there is not just to ask their top 100 companies, as the stress tests require them to do, but to ask every company, whether you are a small company, a medium, or a large company, because they will not be able to meet their regulatory obligations, both from public reporting and to their regulators. So this is going to flow down to companies of all size. And even if the banks don't do it, small companies are in the supply chains of big companies. And big companies will be saying, we will not be able to disclose our emissions if we don't understand what is in our supply chain. So a lot of this will trickle down to SMEs. And one of the questions that often comes up is, what capacity does a company with 25, 50, 70 employees have to do all this reporting? The only thing I'd say is go and look at rewired.earth. This is a market initiative to say, how do we make a global standard ESG framework accessible to every company in the world? PwC are behind it, together with some of the other big four, other investors, other companies, but rewired.earth, and the app will come out in the next couple of weeks. I've got it on my phone, I'm just testing it, so just to do a little bit of non-PwC marketing. Final point, opportunity of a lifetime. We've been arguing in Glasgow about $100 billion. That's a lot of money, but it's also a tiny amount of money. And yet we can't even get $100 billion to flow from developed to developing countries. If we're going to tackle climate change, we need 1 to 2 trillion a year, or 50 trillion in total over the next 2.5 decades, if we're going to tackle climate change. Now, please don't mistake that as more debt on company balance sheets, more debt on government balance sheets. This is about changing the existing capital markets to flow towards low carbon, resilient infrastructure that will enable us to adapt to climate change and to mitigate climate change. So when people say that's expensive, no, it's about reallocating capital, not about new capital. There are really 4 things that need to be done. As an economist, I always talk about supply side and demand side. So supply side, we've got to electrify all of our buildings. We've got to electrify road transport. We've got to fully electrify industry, and we've got to manage energy efficiency. And therefore, huge opportunities if you have the technology for those areas. And the UK, and Scotland in particular, is the absolute global centre of some of those technologies. The low-carbon goods and environmental services sector is as big as pharma, as big as aerospace, employs 2.5 million people and has 250,000 companies. So the SMEs are at the heart of the solution around supply side. Also on demand side. On supply side, we've got to decarbonise power and fuel. Again, renewables, a very big industry up here in Scotland. Find better ways of doing bioenergy and develop a hydrogen economy. So that's how we're going to manage supply and demand. However, we will not get rid of every last atom of carbon. So we will have to work out how to store that carbon, to use it through carbon capture, usage and storage, and critically, we are going to have to halt deforestation and reforest at scale globally. So they are the building blocks of getting to net zero, all of which are great opportunities. And the scorecard from the first 2 days in Glasgow wasn't bad. A commitment to halt deforestation and a commitment to stop burning methane. Let's hope, therefore, that those commitments are seen through, because they are absolutely crucial. Final word from me, going back to PwC. One of the reasons that we launched our new strategy last month, called The New Equation, was we absolutely saw this being front and centre of everything that our clients want us to do. It comes up in every conversation. So we launched our new equation. 2 things we're going to do. We are going to continue to build trust and transparency. People will only believe that progress is being made if the disclosures that are made are believed, and the audit profession can play a role in making sure those disclosures are as accurate as a sales ledger that goes into the financial statements of an account. The second thing we're going to do is to build sustained outcomes. And what our clients say to us is we need help through consulting advice, through deals, etc., to make sure that as we transition down this huge opportunity, that we manage the risks, we manage the transition, and we need help there. So no wonder that our global chairman, Bob Moritz, is here just down the road in Glasgow. He would not have come to a COP 2 years ago. He may not have even known what it was. That is the pace of change that is happening. We want to avoid stranded assets. We want to avoid stranded jobs. We want to avoid stranded economies. And a report we've issued with the World Economic Forum about an hour ago, so I was just checking with our press office that it wasn't still embargoed, a global carbon price will achieve 12.3% reduction in emissions. It will more than pay for itself, and the revenues it'll generate can be used to support the disadvantaged. So that's an analysis our tax practice has done globally with the World Economic Forum and the IMF. And if you want to ask me the question about what the price is, I'll save that for the Q&A. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. And last but certainly not least, Indy, I'm going to say no more because I'll get into real trouble from it.
Not at all. I suppose one of the reasons so I'm going to talk at this problem from a different dimension. I'm not going to talk about it from the investor side or the money side. I'm going to talk about it from the demand side. And I think there's a different question here. Firstly, I want to really openly challenge, this is not a moral question. Right? So someone says this is a moral imperative, they're lying. Fundamentally, every balance sheet is an illusion right now. If you look at the long-term value of most of our assets, they just don't exist. If we end up at 3.5 degrees centigrade, it's all bollocks. So when people talk about a moral, they're trying to turn it into a conversation about its choice, we've got to do the good thing. Actually, there's no good thing here. Actually, you have to preserve yourself. If you look at 3.5 degrees, there's no balance sheet to protect. So I think we have to start to change the conversation slightly here. And when we're talking about mitigating climate change risks, this is not a moral question, it's a fundamental self-preservation question. So if you look at your long-term liabilities over the next 10, 50 years of your corporations don't exist if you don't make this transition. So the act of doing nothing is death. Right? So let's flip the conversation. I don't want to have a moral conversation. It's not a moral issue. It's actually a liabilities issue. Secondly, I think we're not crystallizing the liabilities. Now, this is a real problem, that there are ambient liabilities that we have been pushing out and socializing, and we're privatizing the value in the hands of investors. And this is a real question. So ambient liabilities, whether carbon or other things, have been shipped out and they've been socialized. And why I say that is I'm not saying it from a kind of, oh my God, let's have an activist debate about this. I'm saying unless you crystallize those liabilities, I can't change the business models. I'm saying it from a really practical sense. If you hold the liabilities on your balance sheet, the S&P 100s, 78% of them would not be viable. 78%. Just hold that. That basically means that we are in an economic Armageddon. Everyone can talk about this in a nice, smooth way, but it's not real. 78%. So that means if you look at your clothes, your food, your world around you, it's pretty much all an illusion of an old world. Now, I agree that's also an opportunity, right? But I think it's worth us recognizing the scale of what we're talking about here. Now, that does require us to think about this, I think, in a fundamentally different way. Now, so Europe as a whole has to retrofit pretty much every house across Europe to deal with this, right? Every house. What's the business model of retrofit? You can get energy to pay for about 35% of it. 35 to 40% of it, that's it. Energy savings, unless you massively increase energy costs, which they are doing. So that also has end pressures and how to bias this. The other benefits are in health outcomes, education outcomes, there's spillover benefits. And those liabilities aren't crystallized on the state side or even private utilities, so extra energy costs. And then there are other benefits. How do we price Glasgow? I think it'll cost 6.9 billion to retrofit the city. So when we start to talk about the scale of capital, it's not just about the capital accumulation, it's also about understanding how we understand the liabilities and the value flow to be able to put 6.9 billion together. And those liabilities are not yet crystallized, so it's very difficult to construct lots of those business models. So I get lots of people coming up saying, oh, I've put together another fund. But actually, to deploy the fund, we need to start to crystallize those liabilities in real meaningful ways. So I say that because I think one of the things that we're seeing, and we're sort of working on the demand side of this, right? So we're working with cities, we're working with large-scale institutions, or actually we're working at urban forest level. So how do you put together, I don't know, Madrid is putting together a 400 million forest. How do you pay for a forest for 400 million? And it's not going to be paid, it's not a capital side problem, it's actually about how are the benefits of the forest understood. Who owns those spillover benefits? And then there's a real boring set of problem, which people like Carlotta and Costa over there can talk to you about. It's about how do you maintain those assets, and how do you understand the maintenance of those assets? How do you understand that the carbon is being sequestered, and the quality of that data, and being able to prove it? And that data infrastructure doesn't exist yet. So we can make these pledges, but our information structure isn't there to be able to construct that story as well. So the big story, from my side, I agree a lot with a lot of what's being said, but I also worry that if we only see it from one dimension, the social justice conversation is often had, right? We say social justice is important, but actually most of what we're seeing is the consolidation. So over COVID, what did we see? We saw the consolidation of wealth. And the likelihood is we will also see the consolidation of wealth in any form of traumatic transition. Now, for a long-term market player, that is a terrible thing. So if you're real, proper, long-term finance capital people, that is a bad idea. So when you concentrate capital, you destroy the intelligence of markets. When you concentrate agency, you destroy the agency of markets. So in order to build a just market-led transition, we're going to have to decentralize our innovation capacity to be able to build value in new ways. Now, if we are talking about 78% of our current infrastructure is not viable, that means there's a huge opportunity to reconstruct our economy. And I think we need to be thinking about this more similarly to 1942, right? And actually the transition, the mobilization of resources that were required in the Marshall Plan. And the work I'm looking at is looking at the Marshall Plan in Italy and the scale of capital deployment that was required to actually drive that story. So I think we need to be talking more intelligently about public finance and private finance working in a much more concerted way. And also, I would put forward there's a false division, even in the story of public and private finance. Actually, I think, as most of the people here have said, most of private finance is actually linked to public goods. If all of our society fails, private finance fails with it. So the idea of universal assets is going to become more and more critical, and universal perspectives on investment becomes more and more critical. So I think this alliance of capital for good is going to have to be inclusive of both public and private capital, because there's no division. The entanglement is real. And I want to put that entanglement in a material way. Right? I'll do it in a really simple way, and I'll close here. The value of a house. Value of a house, rental value, sale value. Right? First order. Energy production value, water retention value of the house itself. Okay? Health outcomes, education outcomes of that house. We know these are significant impacts from housing standards. We know then actually you can look at the embodied waste of that house, carbon and other issues. Who owns those liabilities? Then you can look at actually the aggregate value. If you put 100,000 houses together, there's a local economic multiplier of that value occurs. Now, this is an entangled value product. So bad housing constructs, which privately owned, constructs liabilities all the way through the system. So when we start to think about entangled value, I think we start to talk about a different type of relationship of financing and financing this transition. And I think that's where we're going to have to deal with it and look at system value in a much deeper way. So my plea here is much more that the scale is much larger. It's not smooth. There are going to be opportunities, but I think most of the world around you is going to change significantly over the next 10 years. And I think the finance questions become much more interesting. So if we don't book the liabilities, and I think everyone shies away from booking the liabilities, book the liabilities and see who stands up. Nothing stands up virtually. And I think so we can talk about all that stuff, but I think we have to book the liabilities. Book the liabilities, and there will be massive amounts of innovation opportunities. Urban forests are real. We know they're good. But the reason why you can't deliver them right now is not because they're not real and good. It's because we aren't booking the right liabilities and the right associations. Energy companies, water companies, they don't have the benefits being booked. So they're largely gift economies. So this does require a deep transition. And I think the question is how fast we do it and whether we can turn it into a real serious structural opportunity. With that, I thank you.
Thank you, Indy. That certainly didn't disappoint in terms of thought-provoking, and I'm not sure whether to lock the doors and not let anybody out or whether to jump out the window. A fascinating perspective and insight. So we're now going to open the floor to questions. We've got until about 12:05, I believe, and then there will be lunch served downstairs. So with that, who would like to kick us off with questions? Thank you. And if you would just say your name and your organisation, that would be helpful too. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Will Wiley from Changeworks Recycling, one of Edinburgh's kind of predominant waste and resource management companies. James, you touched upon many of the water scarcity and deforestation, some of the issues being suffered at the moment. Another one I wanted to ask about and I'll chat about is resource scarcity, how Three Planet Living here in the UK, we kind of consume enough resources to need 3 planets. How do we overcome the issue of resource scarcity, and actually the very financial model that we're built on is overconsumption there. Overconsumption is a key issue, and actually a potential solution to this would be to spend less, and the inconvenient truth of a potential need to spend less. How can we realign the macroeconomic model that we have to more kind of to warrant that overconsumption, overcome that issue?
Well, James, good luck.
Yeah, sorry, that's tall ask.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I think one of the things you're getting at is the sort of circular economy. Where does stuff go when it's done? And you know, I feel this every week when I take my recycling out, and I think, have I really used all this plastic and stuff in a week that is just dead? And kind of think, you know, is the cost of second life or reusing all this stuff actually built into the whole equation? And I think that's a key problem. I think we are also thinking about what are the incentives that we're creating. And so if you make a washing machine, if you're a washing machine manufacturer, you want someone to buy another washing machine in 5 years' time. So you will build in obsolescence. We've all experienced it. Nothing lasts as long as it used to, and nothing can be fixed. So obviously, one of the parts of that is regulation. Again, the EU actually has this kind of right to repair regulation in now. But maybe we need to start thinking about more of a service-based economy where you don't sell people stuff, you sell people services. And so, what do I need? I need a footwear service. And so then the incentive for me buying a footwear, far-fetched, but the incentive for me buying a footwear service is that someone is going to supply me with shoes that don't wear out really quickly because they're going to have to resupply me with more shoes once they're worn out. And so they're going to make them, so you could apply it to a washing machine service. The service I want is to wash clothes and to have a machine in my house that does that. I don't know. There's some of the solutions, but you're totally right. Consumption is one of the major challenges we have. Fast fashion is a huge problem, and wear once clothing, all this sort of stuff. And
if that's the way it's going to be, we've got to find quick and easy and low energy ways of converting those back into products that people want, or keeping them in the system so they just go round and round, cycle round in a low energy way. Or we need to say to people, we'll figure out ways of reducing consumption. There's a lot of talk about meat consumption being a big part of where the problem lies. What government at the moment is going to tell people to mandate eating less meat? I think on some levels, the easy answer is for the government to just say, you've got to stop eating meat. The harder answer is for all of us to individually take action. And if you start looking at, we did a report at C40 on consumption, and you start looking at what you can actually consume in a year to remain in your own personal kind of 1.5 bubble, is almost impossible to live the way we currently live. I think you can buy 2 items of clothing a year. I think or maybe less. I think it is just completely alien to the way we currently live. But then you actually speak to people in other parts of the world, or you speak to your kind of older relatives who lived through the war, and you kind of realize, well, actually, that's only in the last 30 years or so that we've become like this. So, we've allowed ourselves to fall into that trap. Surely we can dig our way back out of that. I feel so. Sorry, it's a long answer.
Sorry, John, do you want to come in?
Just 3 very quick points. Partly is what you've just said and partly is what Indy said. We did some work to bring the values of environmental and social liabilities back onto the balance sheet of, how can I put it, a large consumer goods global company. I won't say any more than that. Suffice to say that when you put a social cost on those, it wipes out their annual profits. That is a proof point around it. So they did it to say, how do we become more efficient through reuse, more efficient use of materials, et cetera, because their view is eventually we will have to pay for this stuff. I think the sharing economy has got huge potential. I've got 3 teenage kids. I found out what Depop and Vinted was about 2 years ago. They essentially buy clothes, wear them twice, sell them back. So that model. How many people own a drill, for drilling holes in the wall? Yeah, quite a few people. You don't want a drill, you want a hole in the wall. You use it for 8 minutes in its life, 8 minutes, and you all own all of those items. And when it goes bust, the only place you can send it is the tip. So, just a sort of proof point there. And on food, I listened to a presentation by the Good Food Institute based in the Netherlands. They said 20 years of pushing vegetarianism has failed if you look at the growth in meat consumption globally. Why, as people become richer, should we say you can't eat meat if they're living in a developing country? They won't have the same lifestyle trajectory that we've had, I'm quite sure. If you look at plant-based diets, that makes some change. But something that slightly scared me into land it was cultivated meat. And if you think about it, this is meat grown in a lab. The first 8-ounce steak cost $1 million to grow. Clearly not viable, but prices are coming right down. And cultivating the meat you need to eat, rather than throwing away the 40% of the animal that can't be used, has got to be a more efficient way, as long as we don't mistake it for being a GMO. Otherwise, it is dead on arrival. But go and look at the Good Food Institute and cultivated meat if you want education on the future of food.
Thank you, John. Sorry, just an aside on that, the cultivated food. I listened to a podcast with it was a restaurant in Tel Aviv, I think, that was trialling 3D printed meat. And it was based on American technology, and they said, this is great that we've got, and they were asked, well, what's in it? They said, well, we don't actually know what's in it. We know the nutritional value of it, but we don't know what's in it. And I was like, it's not selling it to me. So anyway, Indy, I'm sure you want to come in on this one.
I mean, I think it's a really important question, because I think the reality is, and James, as you rightly said, it's 2 T-shirts or whatever, if we want to go to 1.5 to go. And the material sufficiency question, and we are going to fundamentally have to delaminate our economy from matter. Right? So everyone talks about circular economy. There is durability, there's circularity, and there's the growth of an intangibles economy. And what do you think is one of the biggest intangibles economy that we have, which is care? Right? We have an invisible economy of care, which is unvalued in our GDP, and it's largely provided by women. Largely. Unfairly so, but it's largely. So I think we are looking at a much more structural transformation. This is what I'm trying to get to, is that, it's not about, more sustainable pop-up bottle. It's not going to get us there. It's too deep a question. So when we talk about material sufficiency, we do not have enough energy to dig the materials. I think the quantum current energy supply we don't have enough energy to dig the materials to make our energies renewable. Like, there's actually some real hard lock-ins here, and at a material resource level. So when we start to move towards material sufficiency, I think it's going to be about the quality of what you do. So design, intangibles will play a higher proportion. And I think we're going to have to think about this stuff. This shift towards an intangibles economy is going to be critical. And I think we're going to have to talk about care, creativity, complex cognition. All the intangible value is going to be a fundamental asset. And I think materials are going to have to be considered in multiple different ways. I do believe the shareables economy is important, but also be clear as to who ends up owning those materials. So if we create new monopoly powers around the materials economy, which is what we're starting to see, or we will start to see, I think, in some of the rare earth situations, that also has long-term problems. So what is our governance of a circular economy? What is our governance of a services durable economy to make sure we aren't creating long-term lock-ins? So service economies around goods, like create long-term lock-ins, and how do we make sure we don't design that? So this is a critical role for government to start to actually design the institutional frameworks and the logic structures of our transition towards this economy. And its circular economy is not enough. I'm not saying it's a part of the solution, but I think it's a whole sector response, which is going to have to deal with that. And I think we're going to have to change what we live like and our expectations at a much more fundamental level. This is why I think akin to an industrial revolution is absolutely right. Now that is a massive opportunity. Sitting here in Scotland, where the kind of Enlightenment was born, I think this is a massive opportunity. But what I'm afraid of is too much of our conversations are about preventing distressed assets in a soft way, because we're worried about what assets go through. Now I think that's important, relevant, but actually I think there's a whole, if you look at 78% of our new world, I think the amount of new assets we're going to create far dwarfs the transition. And I think we need to now more consciously be starting to talk about the construction of the next economy, which I think is fundamentally, materially different. And I think James made it beautifully elegant. 2 pieces of clothing to get to 1.5 degrees. I think it's a very material way of just seeing how far we are from that world. Thank you. Sorry.
Fascinating. Thank you. So next question. We've got a few, so just take a pick.
Thank you. India, your comments reminded me very much of one of my favorite economic philosophers, Nassim Taleb, who wrote the book Anti-Fragility. And I wonder, do you believe that quantitative easing by governments, as we try to integrate public and private sector in the new economy, is one effective measure that should be considered? Thank you.
Thank you for the question, firstly. So there's 2 aspects of this. One, I think, so we're right now seeing inflation start to come into bear, right? But I want to put this in context. Food typically used to cost 20% of a person's income, and is historically over the last 20 years been costing about 10%. So what we're seeing is a rebalancing of these primary goods. Energy is doing the same thing. So we're seeing a rebalancing. So what we're seeing is the pricing in of risks starting to happen on everyday goods. And why I'm making that point is that is going to introduce a lot of stress to citizens. So as we start to rebalance this is where the social justice issue is not like it's going to be all right. I think we've got economic precarity layering with primary fundamentals which are going to inflate. Now, I don't believe that inflation is fundamentally a function of monetary policy. I think some of that inflation is actually a function of risks starting to be absorbed onto those supply chains and corrections being made to longitudinal costs to get us to those things. So I think there is a really big question about where is our inflation coming from. Now, I think quantitative easing is going to play a role, because I think when you talk about the large-scale capital that we'll start to see, and I think the 1.5 trillion, there are other reports of 4.5 trillion when you look at liabilities, when you start to look at actually some of the mitigation issues that we've got on our table, I think there's larger issues. I also don't think it's a climate change issue. We've also, climate change is one issue. We've also got an aging economy. We've got radical automation required. So we are in the middle of an apex transition of our economy and society. And so I think quantitative easing is going to play. My only worry about quantitative easing is centralized quantitative easing. So quantitative easing that's done through the hold of banks, central banks, means that you centralize the allocation of capital. Now, the difference between private finance and public finance, I hate those terms, is private finance is closer to the problem. That is the genius of private finance. There's no other difference. Other difference, it's a genius of being private. So what I'm really interested in, and some of the work that we're doing, is how do you build distributed quantitative easing mechanisms that allow for allocation of capital closer to the problem. Now, if you can do that, I think that is going to be one component. I think debt won't take us all the way home. I think and neither will equity. There isn't just the bias towards that. So we are going to have to create, I think, modern equivalents, which are we're going to print money and write it off over a 40 to 50 year cycle. I think those sort of instruments are going to be critical as part of the transition. It's just my opinion. I'm sure the panel will have many other contributions.
Sindhu, I wonder if you want to come in on that.
I mean, just taking the point of what Indy said in a slightly different way. I mean, if you're looking at buying up assets, pricing up, looking at from an investment perspective, again, what are the assets that you want to attract? We have seen quantitative easing having green tilts, assets or central banks also trying to bring green assets or putting the pricing up. We already, as James said, it's hugely in demand and it's getting demand even more. So overall, I think, yes, there is a more push, especially if you start building in green in. So I'm not sure putting green in the quantitative easing is right, but agree with Indy in terms of bringing a different sort of mechanism actually to look at it in terms of different supports, different financing supports, rather than centralizing it. I think that would be a better approach.
I think we had a question over here, and then I think there was one. Yes, it's a chat with the black shirt.
Thank you so much. My question is to Sindhu. It seems, hi, my name is Nick, part of Connect Earth, a company offering green finance toolkits to banks and financial companies. One of the big problems that we find is that there seems to be a lack of standardization as to what's the operational boundary of a company. So certain companies might consider themselves net zero, but they only are taking into account scope 1 and scope 2, which means that, for example, I talked to the head of sustainability, some of the biggest public companies, 70 to 80% of their emissions are scope 3, so interaction with other companies. So some are claiming to be net zero or be on trajectory, but the operational boundary, a lot of times, is the main difference between the sustainability of companies rather than their actual kind of statistics of what they report for scope 3. How can we, in a rating-based system, so ESG ratings or sustainability ratings between companies and investments, how can we standardize operational boundaries, which seems to be one of the bigger things that changes the sustainability rating rather than maybe some of the reported figures themselves?
Great question. Thank you very much. So if I step back, look at Phoenix. Phoenix is a financial services company. So if you look at scope 1, scope 2, our premises, what is our contribution? It's a small footprint. Over 95% of our emissions are financed. That's scope 3. And as you said, if you look at the scope 1, scope 2, financial services emissions is very, very small. And I think there was a few months back, the BBC article had said if you put the financial emissions of financial services together, it's equal to another country because we are financing that. So as you said, there is a bit of double counting, so there is no standardization yet. So, but because of TCFD and because of the mandatory nature of this, all financial institutions are disclosing. So our scope 3 will be disclosed. It will be available in our TCFD report. Some information is there already at the moment, so it'll be more from 2022 when it becomes mandatory. So you have more data points coming through because of the regulation which is being pushed. When it comes to investment portfolios, we have standards for scope 1, scope 3. So there are certain sectors only, going back to your point, which are picked up now. So a large part of the economy is not picked up because the scope 3 is not there. But we have mechanisms to phase in. For example, you could standardize by using the EU Sustainable Finance Action Plan, where the climate benchmarks is there, and you have phasing in of scope 3. So there is certain sectors identified where you want to get scope 3 in now, oil and gas. And then you have a certain time frame for which the other sectors have to come in. So there is a phased approach to do that. And going back to the question on methodologies, and that's where I think it's important to standardize. There's loads of work being going on. On one of my slides, I had PCAF, the Partnership for Carbon Accounting Financials. So there are a body of financial institutions trying to come up with methodologies for carbon accounting, for emission accounting. So I think looking at methodologies for that could help you to align to a certain approach where you say, this is how I'm going to assess you. So It is widely recognized. There are frameworks, and I think it's only a question of time. And the regulations are clearly pushing to include Scope 3. So we'll only see that. I am hopeful that we'll clearly see this improve.
Just a quick thought to add on that. I think it's a really good answer. But the double counting piece is really challenging. The Scope 3 emissions in use of a car are similar to the Scope 3 emissions in use of oil or petrol, I guess. And so how do you build that in? I think there's 15 different components of Scope 3 emissions, which additionally makes it really complicated. I think there's two sides to this, though. That, one side is there's the old kind of business motto: if you can't measure it, you can't manage it. And so it's really important that we figure out how to measure this stuff, because then you can figure out how to start addressing it. But at the same time, we've got to sort of get moving quickly with what we know already, and we can't just wait and say, if only we could tackle this problem, but we just don't have the data. There are huge problems with data in sustainability in general, there's some. Well, one of the interesting things about the green finance roadmap put forward is that the data industry is now the sustainability data industry is now going to be regulated, which I don't know how John feels about that, but or whether you're going to be covered by that. But we think broadly, that is going to be positive. That data is really, really challenging, and it's absolutely vital to getting to the results that we need. And just one example, trying to people often say, well, how come sustainability data varies so much? We have got this in our heads that we have to simplify everything to the nth degree. And so we talk about ESG, which is fundamentally everything, a company's impact on everything. And we try to say, can we just put that into one number, please? And you're like, well, hang on. So depending on how you quantify the impact on various bits of the environment, impact on social issues, the company's governance, you get very different numbers depending on very slight movements in your kind of relative importance of those things. And so some people think Tesla is the best performing company in the ESG, for ESG in the automotive sector, and others think it's the worst. And they're two extremely well-respected data sets, and you can argue positively for both things. And so, there are big challenges there. So I think, but the message is you can't just rely on data, or you can't use it as an excuse. We have to just get moving with what we've got, and gradually keep things improving as we figure things out further.
And just to add to James' point, I don't think there's just one data point which will help on climate. There's a suite of metrics. So irrespective if you look at TCFD or any other regulation, there's always, what is emissions? Is it your absolute emissions? If you have a portfolio which is selling down, the absolute emissions is going down. You've done nothing. All your fund is doing is losing assets through time, so your emissions is coming down. So you have to have a standard for expressing that, and there are different metrics. So again, explaining that to a member, how do you explain that? So there is different use cases of different metrics, decision-making, communication, and again, there's no one metric which will solve the problem. You have to have a range of metrics which has to be on your radar to give the full picture.
We're very close to lunch. I think there was somebody over here was looking for a question, so just a gentleman here. And Bridie, we'll try and squeeze you in. I can see you jumping up and down. So. Do you want to do
Thanks. Chris Stanley from Anthesis. We're a sustainability consultancy working with clients all over the world to actually address all these issues. But I just want to come back to the carbon bit, and really, how are we going to stop banks and other investors investing in fossil fuels and stop them from doing that now? Because we all know all the fossil fuels really have to stay in the ground.
Do we want to stop them now? As would be my question back, because we don't have a plan B for energy. So the Energy IEA, the International Energy Association, has a pathway for reaching to net zero. And energy is an area where we need to increase investment, not reduce investment. So if I, as Phoenix, for example, say, we won't invest, that goes back to the point I think James mentioned, that you're moving the problem from one to the other because fossil fuels will be there. So we have to have a plan B of how alternative energy, renewable energy, how is the world energy demand going to be met? And then we say fossil fuel is stopping. So we're using our voice as investors, I can speak as an asset owner, is to push companies, to push the BPs, to push the cell, to have a plan, a transition plan, how they're transitioning. And again, goes back to the just transition element. Switching off, does it solve the problem? If not, are we creating more problems than being a solution for that? So yes, there has to be fossil fuels turned out.
So what is the plan? How are we contributing that? And what are the different alternative ways of doing that? So I think we have to first get we have to contribute, we have to engage, and also be part of the solution, or what is the stream of solutions that's possible, and then come in. I'm sure everybody else wants to come in on that.
Can I suggest, just conscious of time, that if we try and catch people if you want to follow up discussions, but maybe we'll round off with one final question, just right here.
Thank you, and I will be brief. It's really, I think it's very interesting what Indy said about bad housing all the way down the line, because we have one of the loneliest cities in the UK here, and generally cities are, because we don't think about companionship and when somebody sits in front of a GP. I'm really curious about what we would do differently governance-wise in the city, because I think, James, you made a point earlier that people are making investment decisions all the time at the moment, and you sort of, do you trust the person you're speaking to about what they're doing differently? But to James and to Indy, what would we do differently in the governance in the city in the light of what you're talking about building in this different type of economy?
Thank you, Bridie. Indy, do you want to go first?
Sure. I think for me, one of the things that's become clearer and clearer, and I think it was kind of slightly challenging the conversation that we had prior to this session, which is that the emphasis on the investors. No, I don't think, firstly, investors aren't owners. Let's not conflate those things. Legal personhood, a company is a legal personhood in its own right, which means that actually there's a legal responsibility, and I think it's more and more, I think it's enshrined in lots of director law that's also emerging. There's a legal responsibility to look after that person. So if you own an asset, you have a responsibility not just to shareholders, actually you already have a responsibility to the long-term viability of that asset, which means that actually it's not just about the quarterly returns. And currently the big problem is I think directors are not looking at those long-term liabilities, and they're not being forced to face those long-term liabilities. Now, I think that idea imposes itself pretty much everywhere. So if you're an owner of an asset, you don't have responsibility to the value to yourself, but the liabilities you generate for other parties. And I think that consciousness of real public personhood, legal personhood, which has rights and responsibilities. Even Walmart is starting to change its governance structure to start to deal with some of these problems. So I think I don't think this is about devolving everything to investors. I think that's a bad idea. I have to say that. I think legal companies need to take responsibility of their up and downstream liabilities and start to be conscious actors, and investors are just one stakeholder in that system. And I think that's really important rebalancing. Otherwise, I think there's a risk of optimizing single point perspectives, and investors are only single point perspectives in a stakeholder perspective. So I would really re-strengthen corporate governance and legal personhood liabilities and enshrine that and harden that. And the legal framework is already there. I don't think we've had the test cases. So if any corporation wants to put themselves up for a real test case, I think you will change precedents quite fundamentally. So I think most of the legal infrastructure is already in play, but
Yeah. James, do you want to come back on that?
Yeah, and in terms of what can Edinburgh do, is that, yeah, so, I mean, I've worked with cities across the world on sustainability, and one of the really exciting things that we did is showing cities what other cities are doing and seeing cities learn from each other, because actually the challenges cities face are pretty common across the world. And so, there's a few things I would say, engage in partnerships, share your own best practice, and bring in best practice from elsewhere. There's amazing stuff happening in Scotland, which I think you should learn from. There's amazing stuff happening across the UK, but actually in cities all over the world. And C40 actually is a network which I used to work for, is doing some really, really cool stuff. There are actually I'll point you to some resources that they have. But I think more than that, I think Edinburgh's actually done this, make a plan for net zero. What does it mean for Edinburgh? What does it mean for Edinburgh in 2050? What does Edinburgh look like when it's net zero? What is the plan? What is the vision for that? What is the plan to get there? What is the plan to get there next year, or to do the step that you need to take next year and the year after and the year after that, rather than just saying in 2050 will be this, which is so nebulous. Make sure that plan then filters through to all decisions that are taken, big and small. By big, I mean your big decisions the council might take. Small, as in what sort of photocopy paper are you buying? It should filter through everywhere, and
And then I think, come back to my project preparation piece, figure out how to do that, get really, really good at that, bring in the capacity to help you with project preparation. I think one of the points that was made earlier, understand your assets. Cities have amazing assets, many of which are not quantified. How do you quantify the value of Princes Street Gardens? You can't really do that, but you know that if you do something negative to it, that will have a negative impact on that asset. So think about your kind of wider assets and what you have, many of which are intangible or unquantifiable, and of course lead by example and be bold. People are looking to Edinburgh and other cities to take their guidance. What we always saw in C40 was when the capital city does something, the smaller cities say, that's awesome. We're glad that you guys, with that additional resource, have figured out how to do this so that we can copy it. And don't underestimate that a big city like Edinburgh can do things that smaller towns and smaller cities can then replicate and showcase it. But don't be scared, highlight it. And I think, be bold. I remember being in Edinburgh when the referendum on the congestion charge in Edinburgh came through and didn't pass. What other bold actions and steps can the city take that are almost unimaginable? But I think if we've learned anything from COVID, it's, obviously been a horrible time for everybody. But what we've learned also is that when justified, when explained properly, we can actually, the government, whether that's local or national, can encourage people to make really quite substantial changes to the way people live. And people will, grudgingly accept that. I think cities are no different and have the ability to make people make bold choices and lead by example. So give those things a shot.
Thank you, James. And on that note, I think it's an appropriate time to break, and I think lunch will be downstairs. So all that remains is to thank James, Sindhu, John and Indy for fascinating presentations and a really thought-provoking discussion, and I'm certainly going to go and lie down with a cold towel to reflect on some of that. So thank you very much, and if you just join me in thanking the speakers.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hope you all enjoyed your vegan lunch. Just a strange fact of the day, Sainsbury's have just done some research which shows that by 2025, which is in 4 years' time, 25% of the British public will be vegan or vegetarian. So if you've got an eatery or some kind of food offering in your business, you need to be thinking about that. Just one bit of housekeeping before we start. Some gentleman has left a very expensive pair of headphones in the gents' toilets. I'm not going to pick them up. They're up the front here. But if they're yours, please come and claim them at the end of the session. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Andrea Nicholas. I'm the Chief Exec of Green Tourism. And this session is about green tourism and the pathway to net zero. It's very close to my heart as I started Green Tourism Certification Programme 25 years ago, working in partnership with Visit Scotland. And we now have over 2,500 businesses we work with over 22 different countries. And it's all about sustainability. However, today's session is going to be really focusing on how we can help businesses on that net zero transition and help meet the targets that the City of Edinburgh have set to be net zero by 2030. And I've got a great set of panellists here today, some really interesting information that they're going to share with you. So we've got Leon from UK Hospitality, Julia from the Festivals Edinburgh, we've got Aaron from EICC, Brian from the National Galleries, and Amin from Novotel. Yes, I remembered all their names. So I'm going to start off just kicking off straight away because we've got 4 different presentations and Amin's going to talk at the end with no slides, so well done for you. So just to announce our first speaker, Leon Thompson is the Executive Director for Scotland UK Hospitality. He's been working for that organisation since May this year. Before that, he worked as a Government and Parliamentary Affairs Manager at Visit Scotland. And previous roles have included Communications Manager at Event Scotland and the Scottish Council for Voluntary Organisations. UK Hospitality, if you don't know, is the leading voice for over 100 member businesses operating in Scotland, covering all aspects of hospitality, including hotels, pubs, bars, nightclubs, restaurants, coffee shops and indoor leisure. UK Hospitality has more than 730 members operating 85,000 sites across the UK. So welcome, Leon. Could I ask you to come up and give us an overview of the issues and opportunities currently facing the tourism sector with regard to net zero transition, how the sector is having to rethink its long-term future, and what you think is needed at policy level, and how that links to the Scotland Outlook 2030. Thank you, Leon.
Well, thank you, Andrea, for that introduction. That means I can dispense with the first 2 slides of my presentation, so you'll probably get some time back as well. So this is my first face-to-face presentation in nearly 2 years, so this could be an interesting experience for all of us, I think. But it's great to be out, great to be here, great to be at the Edinburgh Chamber event, and great to be involved in some COP26 activity as well. I've got a few slides to share with you. There we go. So, Andrea's done a great introduction of UK Hospitality. We're a member organisation looking after the interests of hospitality groups, but we do reach into sort of wider tourism issues and matters as well. And actually, that's largely kind of what I've been asked to come along here today and to talk about that kind of wider tourism dimension. So I'm going to attempt to cover off sort of issues and opportunities, kind of sort of where we are now with hospitality and with tourism, and sort of the sector's approach to kind of rethinking its future, and sort of when that started and where that might take us, and then look at some of the key trends as well, which are coming through, and look at some of the businesses that are getting on board with the move to net zero as well, and then finally sort of take a look at policy support and the kind of landscape that needs to exist for hospitality and tourism businesses to make the meaningful change to net zero. Sorry, I thought you were all looking out the window there, actually, but you're obviously looking at my slides. Well, well, I hope you are anyway. So, where are we now? So, I don't really want to kind of labour this point because that's not why we're here today, but I mean, as everybody knows, tourism, hospitality and culture as well have obviously been, massively hit and impacted by COVID and by the lockdowns and restrictions which are there. Now, I mean, we've you know, as a sector, you know, sort of still really struggling to get back into recovery mode, or to get into recovery mode. A lot of businesses are still very much in survival mode at the moment, and we're obviously still facing a lot of ongoing uncertainty as well, which is damaging business confidence as well as consumer confidence. But that hasn't stopped the sector from continuing to play its part in thinking and taking steps towards moving towards net zero. Okay, and actually, you know, we very much sort of see it as an opportunity to lead in many ways. It's if you take tourism as a whole, it's a £12 billion industry, touches every corner of the country. Pre-pandemic, Scotland enjoyed 15 million visitors, and Edinburgh, that was about 5.5 million visitors coming each year. So a really big and important industry. And you know, really, you know, we don't have an option here. You know, this as Jonathan Porritt put it. You know, I mean, you know, it's either green or it's just not going to happen. And that's exactly where we are, and that's, you know, where we need to come in and play our part and make the difference. So we actually see that there's an opportunity here for businesses to show real leadership in what's happening, and not just to other businesses, but also to our citizens as well, because we've got great paths of influence which businesses need to make full use of. And that's our customers, those are our visitors as well, and that's leisure visitors and business visitors. You know, so we've got a lot of reach and a lot of scope to change attitudes, change behaviours, and actually you know, demonstrate the difference that businesses are making in terms of the steps they're taking to cut their emissions and to manage sustainability in the round. So we certainly feel that we're, you know, uniquely placed in this regard. And you know, it's about sort of this is really kind of vital for business, vital for Edinburgh, vital for Scotland. There's issues of brand reputation here. We can talk about business reputation, but we're also talking about destination reputation here, both Edinburgh as a city and also Scotland as a nation. You know, we have to be in a leading position and sort of set credible net zero strategies for businesses, for our cities, for our country, and ensure that stakeholders, employees, clients, visitors have improved confidence in coming here, enjoying time in hospitality businesses, enjoying holidays and so on, knowing that you know, they can come here and it's the right thing to do, and that there's not a detrimental impact on the environment. There's not a huge increase in emissions as a result of people enjoying themselves and having a holiday here. And crucially, and I guess this was probably part of the conversation this morning, it's an opportunity to improve confidence with investors as well, because investors will be, hopefully, looking for businesses to invest in that are making the transition to net zero. And I think if we can demonstrate as a sector that we're at the forefront of that, then hopefully that will open up opportunities for green investment. We also need to kind of think about, we've talked about the customer expectations to a certain extent there, but we need to think about employee expectations as well. People want to work for companies, want to work for businesses, want to work in sectors which are fun, exciting, but also doing the right things as well. And you know, tourism and hospitality can demonstrate that it's delivering on those things. And that's not a nice to do or a nice to have. You know, we're facing staffing shortages, you know, in almost every single sector, and that's particularly acute in hospitality and tourism. And this is an opportunity to sort of demonstrate that if people come into hospitality and tourism and work, they're actually working for a sector which is really taking its responsibilities very, very seriously. You can be part of that team which is actually driving positive progress. And there's just that expectation about businesses showing leadership and taking bold steps, bold action in this sphere. And it's something that we need to you know, we need to really sort of, tell the story around that. It's, it's net zero, but it's also things like biodiversity protection. It's ensuring stewardship for the environment as well. All of these things we need to be able to demonstrate that we're doing. And then, of course, it's not all altruistic. I mean, there's, the very real issue that tourism is exposed to the physical and the financial risks, both now and the future of climate change. So if we don't actually sort of, fix things, then it will be to the detriment of businesses, it will be to the detriment of destinations. So net zero strategies where businesses actually identify their emissions will, help try and avoid that, but given that we are actually living with climate change, it will also help businesses to manage their business processes through the change and sort of see where the key risks might be coming from climate change in the future. And then forward thinking. This is really all about sort of, we need to do this now. And we need to basically just help to minimise climate change disruption, and that it's good for customers, it's good for business, it's good for everybody. And there's really no reason why we should be left behind on this, and destinations and businesses that are left behind will pay a heavy price, but we're in a good place. So even before the pandemic, we were already, as a sector, as an industry, sort of making great strides towards sustainability. I'm going to talk about these three elements separately, but we've got obviously our strategy there, Scotland Outlook 2030, which has sustainability absolutely at its heart, and was actually launched in March 2020, so really just as the pandemic took hold and we were all sent home and locked down and so on. But actually what that afforded was an opportunity to go back and review the strategy and actually to kind of look again at sort of what would be needed sort of post-pandemic and actually sort of really ramping up some of the sustainability messaging in there. So that was, I suppose, a positive outcome from having that time. And then I'll say a little bit about the work of our National Tourism Organisation as well, Visit Scotland. It would be rude of me not to do that, given I used to work there. And just the steps that they've taken to really embrace sustainability and to sort of share that message and that approach with visitors coming to Scotland every year. And then I'll also talk about the work of the Zero Carbon Forum, which is an organisation, a not-for-profit organisation that UK Hospitality works with quite closely. And a couple of weeks ago, they launched their roadmap for the hospitality sector, basically helping businesses achieve net zero. So hopefully you'll agree that we've got a strong commitment there already, and we're not sort of coming to the party late on this. So. Just very quickly with the strategy, responsible tourism for a sustainable future, sustainability absolutely at its heart. Looking at sustainability in the round, so looking at people, places, the diverse businesses that we have here in Scotland as well, and all the memorable experiences. But underpinning all of that is actually sort of making sure that they are all sustainable. So if you look at the strategy, which I'm sure many of you have, it talks about, the importance of the skilled workforce that we have here, and we need to keep bringing people into the industry. So as I said, if we can be on the forefront of the conversation and the movement towards net zero, that's going to help. Our thriving places like Edinburgh, we need to keep them thriving, but we also need to kind of manage some negative aspects which have come up in recent years, like over tourism and so on. So those are issues which are addressed within the strategy. And then our memorable experiences. We need to work hard to retain those, because actually some of those memorable experiences are actually directly threatened by climate change. You think about our historic buildings, you think about our landscapes, even our cities, in terms of flooding and things as well. So we're already sort of under pressure there. So those are sort of the priorities in the strategy. And then it talks about sort of the six conditions that are needed to sort of achieve success there. And these 6 points, I mean, you can easily apply those to sort of net zero world and sustainability, more digital. I mean, a good thing, bringing visitors closer to experiences and businesses, helping, businesses to, businesses and visitors to actually kind of map their carbon use, on their trips and so on. Policy, brilliant working relationship with the Scottish Government, trying to make sure we kind of get the levers right there for the policy for tourism and hospitality to thrive. And then investment, I'd mentioned before, it has to be green investment now. That has to be the priority. That has to be what businesses are going for. And if we can get the credentials right, then hopefully that will flow without too much difficulty. Connectivity, I mean, obviously a tricky area. We are an island. We will still depend on aviation, but it's about what happens when people get here. What's public transport like? What's active travel like? These are the key things that we need to be pushing as well. And then sharing best practice across business networks, absolutely key. And then positioning, which is so important. And it's about positioning Scotland as a world leader in this area. I'm going to touch on a few things here. So going to Visit Scotland and the work that's happening there. Visit Scotland has had sustainability a real focus in its work for a long time now, and that's kind of being ramped up. And part of the kind of recovery from COVID as well. So Destination Net Zero is a £4 million recovery programme, which is supporting tourism businesses and destinations to move to more sustainable practices. So that's awareness raising through campaign and website. Going to be funding support for up to 250 businesses and two destinations as well, and also research as well to see how businesses are thinking and planning around net zero and sustainability more generally. And then linked to this is Hospitality Net Zero, which is actually a Glasgow pilot project around food waste and reducing food waste in hospitality. But I mean, hopefully that's the kind of initiative that could be rolled out across the rest of the country, because food waste is obviously one of the biggest challenges for hospitality when it comes to not just waste but also to emissions as well. The campaign that Visit Scotland launched recently, Tread Lightly, as it suggests, has the protection of the environment absolutely at its heart, and that's about engaging with visitors before they even come to Scotland. So telling them, please come, but please, respect, protect and enjoy our country, which is a really crucial message there. And that similarly chimes in with the UNESCO trail as well. Scotland has 13 UNESCO sites, and that includes here in Edinburgh, the Old Town, the New Town, and also Edinburgh as a city of literature as well. And highlighting the UNESCO sites is really a good way of actually kind of showing just what's at risk, what we've achieved, but what's at risk if we don't actually get the climate emergency under some kind of control. So that's a really sort of innovative approach that is being taken in terms of presenting Scotland to the world. And then green tourism as well, Andrea's company, organisation, which obviously already been highlighted, but again, just position Scotland as a world-leading, country, thinking about the big issues, the big themes, the big topics, and actually, coming up with solutions, which is, so important. And also, tourism declares, which many of you may know. The rest of it is tourism declares a climate emergency, and it's all about businesses and destinations, national tourism organisations signing up, pledging to play their part in getting the climate emergency under some kind of control. And then finally, really about sort of aligning with the Scottish Government and its ambitions as well, because it has to be a supportive environment. So the third thing I wanted to highlight was the guide for the hospitality sector, launched by Zero Carbon Forum a couple of weeks ago, and I mean, it's really there, about empowering its members to reach sustainability targets, much more quickly and much more efficiently. And it still has profit as the kind of a motivating factor in this as well, because these are businesses after all. Through a series of sector-defined roadmaps, which are backed by peers and in the industry and sustainability experts, this roadmap, this toolkit, if you like, can actually help and enable businesses to come up with their own plans and to implement those plans to move towards net zero solutions. I've put some of the logos up on the screen there, which you may be able to see. I'm not sure how large they're displaying, but here we're talking about sort of some very large operators, people like Burger King, Pizza Hut, Pizza Express, KFC, IHG. I think we're presenting earlier today, Nando's, people like Brewdog as well, Weatherspoons, some big outfits, some big operations, and it's really encouraging to see businesses, these businesses of this size, actually embracing the move towards net zero, because I think sometimes we often talk about sort of small and medium-sized enterprises doing their bit, and sometimes it's like, okay, that's great, but actually these are businesses of size and scale that could actually make some significant difference very, very quickly. So it's great to see those businesses coming through, and these guys are really now sort of considering those sort of indirect emissions, the sort of scope 3 emissions, which account for somewhere between 60 and 90% of all emissions from hospitality. So they're grappling with the big challenges which are there. But it's businesses really need to kind of fully understand where they're heading to in order to be credible on this. And then I'm probably a little bit up against it in terms of time now, but that just kind of shows you some of the priorities and priority steps which are set out in the guide for hospitality for achieving net zero. Some very simple things there. Strategy, look at your data, consider your transport, your carbon removals, but it all has to be credible, because it all goes back to actually sort of managing your brand, managing your destination, and sort of making sure that there's no greenwash, that this is actually real and it is actually happening. And so approval, validation, and launch, probably the three key elements there. And then Scottish Government, I mean, they're obviously a huge partner for everybody in this room, really, in terms of the levers and the policy decisions that can be brought to bear. Scottish Government's obviously very focused on a just transition to net zero, very focused on changing the way the economy works for people and for society. And that's something that we can engage with the government on incredibly positively, because hospitality and tourism is so broad and reaches right around the country that we're actually in a good place to actually help drive that ambition. If we can kind of get that working relationship, right. We too want to be, see Scotland recognised as a world leader around sustainability. And of course, if a climate agreement is agreed in Glasgow, then Glasgow, the city, but also Scotland will obviously be forever remembered as the place where it happened, and there will be a lot of spin-off benefits from that, and we should really use that as a springboard to move forward on our own ambitions. But it is about being a genuine partner in collaboration with the Scottish Government, and part of that does require support from the Scottish Government as well. There are a lot of big initiatives which the Scottish Government wants to bring forward, so things like the deposit return scheme, which is something which hospitality supports, and probably going to be the most involved deposit return scheme anywhere in the world, but it needs to be right and it needs to work for business as well, because otherwise it just turns people off and people just become very negative and cynical about what's happening. So that's an area where there needs to be a lot of work. Just one example. And then similarly, financial support as well for businesses looking to transition to net zero. Doesn't necessarily have to be grants, doesn't necessarily have to be funding, but certainly businesses making those kinds of changes shouldn't be penalised by having to pay increased business rates and things, for example. So that's a key point as well, which we're certainly making to the Cabinet Secretary for Finance, that if we're all moving in this direction, then all policy needs to be pointing that way. And then I think it's important to get government to understand about the green jobs that tourism delivers as well. And I mean, a lot of people have moved into tourism from traditional industries. My dad used to be a dockyard welder. That's how he started his career. He also then worked on oil rigs, built oil rigs, pipelines, and all the rest of it. And he finished his working career as a tour guide in a whiskey distillery. And that's, in my head anyway, sort of like shows the kind of transition that we've made as individuals, but also in employment and as a society as well, and in our economy. And Edinburgh has a vital role to play in all of this, because Edinburgh is a real kind of lighthouse out there. People see Edinburgh, it's a gateway into Scotland, and we can get things right in Edinburgh, and demonstrate that things are working really well in Scotland. Then some real advantages there for us all. And then shameless plug for our own, the UK Hospitality's own COP26 event. If you do happen to find yourself in Glasgow next Wednesday between 2 and 6 o'clock, please do drop in. And if you've liked anything I've said this afternoon, then you'll probably hear more of that at that session. And actually, we're actually going to be in a nightclub as well. So it's so that's got to be another draw. That's me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leon. That was really, really good overview. It's great to see what Scotland is already doing and the aspirations they have for the tourism industry. And having worked within this industry, sustainable tourism, for 25 years, and seen what's happening around the world, Scotland is actually leading the way in many, many ways. Not got there yet, but it's definitely on its way. So thank you for that. So our next speaker is Julia Armour. She's the Director of Festivals Edinburgh. She joined the organisation in December 2015 with over 20 years' experience across the Scottish and UK culture, education, trade and investment sectors. Festivals Edinburgh, I hope I'm not nicking your slides now. Festivals Edinburgh leads on the joint strategic vision of Edinburgh's 11 major festivals to sustain and develop our world-leading festival city. She works with key partners and stakeholders to deliver shared priorities around developing Edinburgh's global position, engagement and impact, and future innovation and investment. Key projects include joint festival city marketing and environmental strategies, collective impact evaluation, international delegate programme, and community engagement initiatives. Julia's going to share with us today details of the Vision for Sustainable Festival Cities 2030 and the role of the festivals in supporting a green tourism industry in the city. It'd be great if you could share some few examples, some success stories, and also some of the challenges you've had around influencing areas that are out with your control. Thank you, Julia.
Thank you. Thank you, Andrea. Thanks, everyone, for being here in the room and online. And thanks to the Chamber for staging this. I think it's a really great model of environmental events, because we're not all charging through to Glasgow. We're having our own satellite event here, so well done. Thank you. You have spared me my intro, so that's great. And thanks to Leon for giving that kind of system overview, because I think we are operating within that context. And hopefully this is a useful case study of how a cluster of cultural attractions who work together are trying to get our heads around this thing. This, by the way, this picture is an artwork, and I'm going to come back to that later. It might not immediately look like an artwork. So for those of you who maybe don't know so much about the festival's cluster of 11 major international festivals in Edinburgh who work together under the banner of Festivals Edinburgh, this is a timeline of our festivals. Our three founding festivals were created in 1947 in the wake of the destruction and chaos of the Second World War. And it was quite counterintuitive, I think, for some really visionary people to come together and say what we need is an international cultural festival at that point. And I think, we're at that kind of moment again. So, we think culture can play a really important role in gluing all of these hopes and fears and dreams and plans together. And over the succeeding 7 decades, we obviously grew this cluster that spans all sorts of different times of year, although the peak season is clearly still in August, and all sorts of different art forms. And obviously that process of creativity and reimagination is happening all the time. After the youngest of our festivals that are in membership of Festivals Edinburgh was created actually in 2007 because we realised we had quite a mature cluster of festivals. It's like you say, Andrea, we didn't really know until we looked around the world that how special what we had here was, and that we should manage it more strategically and more collaboratively, so that we weren't just in the business of competing for our audiences and competing for our next phase of development. So by 2019, we had really cemented that place of Edinburgh as the world's largest performing arts market and the world's leading festival city that people look to. But sometimes people are quite surprised by this pie chart because it does show not only how large as a mega event cluster we are, sort of on a par with having a FIFA World Cup in the city every year, but also how local and how loyal that audience base is, that it's 60% Scottish. I mean, obviously, like a lot of businesses in the room, the further people come, the greater the additionality and the spend that they're making. But at the same time, I think these are actually really good foundations to kind of solve some of the issues that we were grappling with in 2019 around are there pinch points in the city at certain peak times of year and in certain places in our medieval city core, But also the other thing about this slide, I think that people don't always appreciate is that it's an industry trade show on an incredible scale. There's 2,500 industry delegates and more than 1,000 media. And actually that's something that we very much, as we transition to net zero, that we need to look after, because that's why we get the quality of product that we get, is because the industry are here to see it and to buy it and distribute it. And that actually makes Edinburgh a very carbon efficient place to go for performing arts, because that's why industry come for a period of weeks rather than days. That's why the shows come and have a run of several weeks rather than a few days. So these are all great assets, I think, that we can build on. But that amazing phenomenon is quite fragile, and the core organisations that are members of Festivals Edinburgh number only about 150 year-round staff. They clearly expand massively at the peak season, but that was one reason, along with what Leon was saying about the impact of COVID, why the last 18 months, 20 months has been really devastating for the cultural sector and for all the freelancers that work in it and put in money to create shows at their own risk and all of these kinds of things which people are probably quite familiar with. So we're desperately proud of how people came back with such creativity this summer, albeit only at 10% of the scale that we were at. But it also, like many other people, allowed us to model all sorts of different behaviours. We pioneered site-specific theatre here in Edinburgh in the 90s in particular, but we went back out to the beaches and the forests, and some of the festivals, the Book Festival in particular, went very quickly hybrid. So that's something that we were able to experiment with and pathfind on. And again, I'm sure that will help us as we look to implement the very serious reductions in carbon emissions that we all have to play our part in delivering over the next decade. So before I turn to the carbon stuff, we've not been idle either about working with our stakeholders. I don't expect you to be able to read that, by the way, but it's on our website if you're interested. But we've been working with the city and national stakeholders to come up with 8 principles for a sustainable festival city vision for 2030. And this was underway before the COVID crisis, but obviously COVID and the other inequalities that COVID uncovered has given new impetus to our desire to kind of come back with that triple bottom line at our core, of prosperity, people and planet. We have to we all have to work our way through that, and this is one dimension of working our way through that. Other dimensions are, needing to have an open and honest debate about what does city recovery look like, because, I think it won't be a complete recovery if we reduce our carbon footprint at the expense of people's prospects for employment and the well-being that employment brings in the city. So I think we've done a lot of very serious thinking about what we need to do. I think this is a great forum for us to start to talk about how we need to do it and keep those things in as much balance as possible. So turning to how we think about our carbon footprint, we very quickly moved to that space that you were talking about, Andrea, where it's beyond our control. I was struck by what Leon was saying about 60 to 90% of emissions in our industries typically being indirect. That's how it is for the festivals. So the green segments on the top row here are what we are directly controlling and measuring. But only 3 of our 11 festivals, for example, have even one venue that they own. Everybody else operates in building stock or open spaces across the city. So we're very quickly into needing to try and influence those policies about getting more clean power in and getting more innovation around how mobile pop-up solutions can be made greener. We also, I'm no expert in this, as you can tell already, but the Scope 3 emissions, the emissions that come from artists who travel to our festival who we do not invite, and audiences who travel to our festival who we do not, well, we want to see them, but we don't have control over how they come. Those are things that are not in our kind of core emissions, but that we do have a commitment to try and influence, especially given that through culture, culture is something that helps people reflect on how they live and helps change people's minds and change people's attitudes. So at the moment, I suppose in the green segments of this diagram, we're working on doing some things differently and doing some different things. And under doing things differently, some obvious measures like really looking for those reputable clean power utility suppliers that we can work with, not just people who are trading clean energy, but who are actually generating clean energy. We are looking at the travel footprint of our staff and commissioned artist travel. We are looking at catering and local supply chains. And then in the doing things differently sort of quadrant, we are thinking about how we can change the pattern of artist travel. We're all familiar, I think, with artists who are, and it's very, very common until recently, who were in Edinburgh one day and then in Berlin the next day and then in Madrid the day after that. I think there's really been an international sense of consensus that we need to work together more to allow artists to have more sustainable travel patterns. And in some ways, the silver lining of COVID is that it's allowed us to start building that back from the ground. We also, as I was saying about the book festival, are looking at how we can serve part of our audience with digital offers. It's not straightforward because there isn't really a business model there for live events. We don't have the rights to the content in the same way that Netflix has the right to the content or TED Talks have the right to the content. But we're looking at how we can do that. And we're also looking at how we can incentivize audiences to make greener choices. So there's a product called EcoCoin, which is a cryptocurrency, which and many others, which is looking at how to reward people for green behavior. And so it would be interesting to see how we could potentially use that to kind of incentivize people to behave differently. A couple of mentions of collaborations that we've done. Creative Carbon Scotland, we were one of the 3 founders of, along with the theatre sector and the visual arts sector in Scotland. And very soon after the establishment of Creative Carbon Scotland, we created the Green Venues Initiative. As I was saying, we don't own or operate most of our venues, but the Green Venues Initiative now has, I think, knocking on 200 members, not just across Edinburgh, but across Scotland. And we're all committed to making year-on-year improvements in our environmental management, and we all share the resources that we're able to come up with about how to do that. we collaborated with Zero Waste Scotland, and in fact I think also the Chamber, Liz, but I should have your logo up here, my apologies, on the idea of a reusable cup scheme. And that might not sound very sexy, but you know, if you're a greenfield festival, then it's easier to have a kind of circular economy. If you're a city scale set of festivals, less easy. So I think if we were able to make some inroads on that now that we've come back after COVID, you know, that would be something that would help to influence the whole system in the city. And one final example, that picture in the bottom right corner is a clean hydrogen generator, which was used by the International Festival out at their Edinburgh Park pavilion this summer. And we partnered with an Isle of Harris company, Plus Zero, not the gin. I was a bit disappointed about that. But they make clean hydrogen by splitting water. Don't ask me any more about that. But so I think that was a really exciting collaboration and just a sort of demonstrator project about how we could think differently about powering these kinds of events in future. And finally, oh, of course, it's not going now, is it? Well, there we go, that's it. Back to this artwork. So this is an artist called Ellie Harrison, and this is her mapping her carbon footprint of her travel as an artist for the last 17 years. So on the right-hand column, you can see, as we would expect, very low carbon footprint from 2020 because of COVID. But also you'll see for 2016, the fourth from the right column, almost no carbon footprint. And that's because she got a grant of £15,000 from Creative Scotland to do an art project for that year, which was not going beyond the boundaries of Glasgow where she lived. And she got a huge amount of stick for that. It became a really big thing in the media. I don't know if anybody remembers that. You know, is this art and all the rest of it? But now, given all the obsessions that we all have with these questions, with the 15-minute neighbourhood, the 20-minute neighbourhood, I think she kind of pretty much demonstrated that, you know, art can make a big difference and can really bring us to debate these things that that we need to all be thinking about in our own personal lives and in our businesses. That's me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julia. That was really interesting to hear what you've been thinking about in the festivals. In particular, that dreaded word, Scope 3, that I know that a lot of businesses don't even know what net zero means, but it seems like that whole, we need to understand what Scope 3 is because it's the bit that we have no control over, but actually it's the biggest impact of hospitality and tourism. So thank you for that. I'm now going to move on to our third speaker, who is Aaron McKean, newly appointed Sustainability Programme Manager at EICC. Congratulations. At EICC, he's a specialist in project management, conferencing and sustainability issues, having conducted extensive research during his time living in his second home, China. As a member of the EICC, he's been involved in the conference's ambitious sustainability programme since its inception, and in his current new role, he has assumed overall responsibility for driving the suite of initiatives forward and ensuring it becomes the most ambitious, innovative and impactful sustainability programme of any international conference centre worldwide. No pressure there, Aaron. Could you share with us some of your approaches to the sustainability strategy, what your thoughts are on how the sector and wider business community can work together to achieve net zero? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Andrea, and also special thanks to whoever handed in my headphones. You have rescued my commute home, so I appreciate that. No, great to see people in the flesh again, and it feels so good to be out meeting people, and I know the conference centres has been coming back to life post-COVID, which was a really tough time. So yeah, great to see people today in Dovecot, thank you. Now, I think it's probably important to get a feel for where we are just now as a conference centre. For those of you who don't know, I'm sure many of you do, as I recognise many faces in the crowd. We are Edinburgh's largest conference venue, originally opened in 1995. We were quite unique among conference venues at the time as we started, from inception, we had appointed a green team, which was kind of the buzzword at the time. Moving forward to 2013 to 2018, we saw a reduction in CO2 emissions of about 50%, mainly through replacement of our plant equipment, replacement of our light bulbs, which is actually a huge expense. We're now up to about 99%, 100% of many events, landfill diversion, which really does make a large impact on our CO2 emissions. That's using our waste management partner to recycle, repurpose, reuse everything that comes from our skips. And of course, we were the first venue to receive a Green Meetings accreditation. Thank you very much, Andrea. And the first to receive a Green Tourism Gold. So yeah, that's been fantastic. Now, I'll take you on to where we are now. Previously, we had yes, as I said, we had a green team, and we had a sort of green working group, which we called Planet Green. Our newest iteration is Step Change, Sustainability at Every Step. I think one of the most exciting parts for me personally is just how we've implemented this throughout the business. So rather than a sort of top-down approach where we are filtering information to our colleagues from some external group of perhaps a few departments, we have now sort of embedded sustainability into the organisation. So what we've done now, we have, is the clicker working? We have people from all teams. So whereas previously we'd have maybe sales and marketing, ops, and our HR managers all meeting together probably on a monthly basis, discussing green initiatives and talking about their results, we've embedded this throughout. So not only do we have these people, but we've got our technicians, our catering partners, that includes chefs, waiters, waitresses. We've got our casual staff who will often be setting up our conferences or hosting. And of course, we've brought in a leadership team. That includes Marshall, who sadly could not be with us today. So that's been a fantastic way of disseminating sustainability messaging throughout the business. So rather than one monthly mail shot, it's actually just leaving the meeting and going straight out to those teams. So this had a really quite drastic impact on how we view sustainability within the EICC. And again, it feels more embedded, it feels a bit more natural than it did at any point in the past. And I think everybody, no matter if you're casual staff, full-time, everyone's got a point to make about the climate, has their own opinions, has their own piece that they can bring to the table. So that's been really valuable for us. However, Step Change primarily has 3 pillars, and that is our carbon mitigation programme, which we'll touch on later, our desk-to-door policy, and our event impact reports. As we were mentioning earlier, we've taken a triple bottom line approach to sustainability, and of course the environment being incredibly important, but we need to also consider the societal and the economic impacts that our business makes. So firstly, we'll talk about our event impact reports. We have just come off the back of having a large client in the building, an international conference producer, and we produced our first event impact report for that. So our ambition here is that we'll be able to produce after every event a report which will detail things like our environmental impact. Now what we mean by that is our waste management. So with our waste management partner, we can quite accurately segregate the waste. We can figure out exactly how much plastic we have there, how much wood, RDF, and every other bits and pieces that gets thrown away during the course of the conference, weigh it, and we can tell the client exactly where that's been used and where that's been sent on to. We can also, of course, measure energy consumption, gas consumption, things like that, and give a fairly accurate reading of how much CO2 that's emitted. For a long time now, we've been calculating our economic impact, which is very important for us, and for, as an arm's length organisation, we need to be communicating that to the wider city to show the value that conferencing actually brings to the city. And furthermore, we have a lot of social events, and we have a lot of various fundraisers that concur with a lot of, that coincide with a lot of conferences. So these might be fun runs, it could be an EICC Live, which is our public outreach suite of talks. So all of this can be neatly summarised in an event impact report, which is then passed on to our client to use. They can perhaps use it for ISO 14001 accreditation, or it could be, to report to their own suppliers and clients. So moving on, desk to door. Desk to door essentially wraps up all of our travel and transportation requirements for the ICC. Of course, we're a conference centre. We are trying to bring people to Edinburgh to come, to learn, to create an environment that changes, that creates ideas. So what we have done is we have collaborated with a lot of national and local transport partners to provide the most sustainable means of transportation to and around Edinburgh. So for instance, LNER run the East Coast trains, and they've now got this fantastic fully electric offering, which can get people up from London right up to Edinburgh and have very, very small carbon impact. And when you're in Edinburgh, you've got a fantastic suite of options. You've got central taxis, which are a carbon neutral company and have been for many, many years. We have Just Eat Cycles, or we had Just Eat Cycles. And of course, we're the walkable city. So people can get out from Morrison Street, down Lothian Road, see the castle and get to wherever they need to be next. So with Desk to Door, what we're trying to do is communicate this to our delegates, to our clients, and making sure that our delegates and clients are using the most sustainable means of transportation. And moving on is the final piece. I won't touch on this too much because I know there's several people in the crowd who could probably teach me a thing or two about carbon mitigation and peatland restoration, but we have gone back to drawing boards with our carbon offsetting. Frankly, there are realities we have to face as a conference centre. We were built in the 90s. Our building is limited to how it was built at the time. It was built to the standards of the time. So without completely demolishing it and rebuilding it, there's going to be some energy inefficiencies there. So there will be, for the foreseeable future, some form of carbon offsetting, carbon mitigation. I won't go into the semantics of it. But one of the areas we had been using in the past was tree planting, of course, and I think everyone's very familiar with that. I think over time, it's kind of fallen out of vogue, and although there's been a great deal of learning, there's also been a great number of problems with various tree planting initiatives. HS2 being a great example, I urge you to have a look at that. So we were thinking outside the box and how we can support various carbon offsetting programs around Scotland, and one of these was peatland restoration, which we are endeavouring. We've just got this kind of getting off the ground now. It's a long process, a lot of negotiation, and it should be pretty special when it is going. So, why peatland? Well, of course, we're working towards the Edinburgh City of Edinburgh Council's 2030 vision, but also helping these people up in the Highlands of Scotland, Caithness and Sutherland, to become a UNESCO World Heritage Site in themselves, which I believe they are looking to do right now. They're in process. And there's a huge, unbelievable amount of land up there. It's quite beautiful, quite stark, quite bleak as well. But there's so much degraded peatland, and it's quite mind-boggling to get your head around 250,000 hectares that are needing to be restored as soon as possible, frankly. So why is peatland useful? It's 4 times more effective at sequestering carbon than regular tree planting over a longer period, one should say. And what one needs to remember when it comes to peatland restoration is it's not just capturing carbon, it's stopping the emissions of carbon. Through draining of these peat bogs, we have allowed the sphagnum moss to be oxidized, which releases huge amounts of CO2e into the atmosphere. So by restoring this land, not only are you stopping this emission, you are, over time, sequestering carbon as well as the ecosystem gets back up and running. Also, peatland, the largest terrestrial carbon store, 42% of all soil carbon sequestered within peat bogs. Just touched on that. I think as well, if you ever have been to Red Moss, just outside Balerno, or up to Caithness and Sutherland, you'll see just how biodiverse the area is too. We've got carnivorous plants up there, a host of different insects and creepy crawlies, and a lot of amazing birds too. So I do urge you to get out and have a look at these places. So that is kind of a brief run through of what we've got going on at the ICC, our Step Change Initiative. Happy to take any questions afterwards. If anyone wants to get in touch, please do reach out. But thank you all very much.
Thank you, Aaron. That was really interesting. And I know the ICC has been leading the way and probably one of the most sustainably involved and committed conference centres we've ever worked with. So that's great. And it's wonderful to see you doing the offsetting, because once we all work out what our Scope 3 emissions are, the only way is through offsetting that we need to get them. So thank you very much for that. Our next speaker is Brian Robertson, who's been the Chief Exec of the National Galleries of Scotland since December 2018, with responsibility for, wait for it, business strategy and leading the finance, information technology, human resources, estate security and operations functions, and also the sponsorship of the organisation's plans to achieve net zero by 2045. Brian has over 20 years of experience in senior operational and business transformation across a wide range of sectors, from construction, facilities management, manufacturing operations, telecoms, financial services, insurance and property asset management. You've been busy. Hi, welcome, Brian. Could I ask you to give us some information on your sustainability strategy, including any innovative ideas or approaches you've adopted, and also the challenges that you're facing looking after historic buildings and how they can actually achieve net zero?
Okay, thank you very much. All about experience and no experience in art. I suppose it was interesting that, well, first of all, it was amazing to actually see people rather than staring at a screen with lots of little boxes, so this is quite intimidating in itself. And then, when I was walking to the gallery this morning, I was thinking, what part have I got, or what right have I got to stand up here and talk about the environment? Because it's a massive issue, really serious issue. And it is a real challenge, and I'm certainly not an expert at all. There's a lot more experts in the room. But it came to me that, oh, sorry, this is the microphone. Do you know, I was thinking, you can actually say you're on mute. I was actually on mute there, wasn't I? And nobody told me. Oh, God. And, do you know, this is really funny because my kids are here today and they're going to give me a real hard time about this. Anyway, so when I was thinking, did you hear any of what I just said? Anyway, in nature, there's a beautiful thing called fractal patterns. And if you were to look at an ice pattern on a window, it's made up of tiny little ice patterns which repeat and repeat and repeat, and eventually create this beautiful thing, a piece of ice. And I was thinking, maybe if all of us do something towards the environment, all these great things we've been discussing today, then maybe we can achieve something significant towards the environmental crisis. So maybe it is not as daunting, but maybe it is. It's just a reflection. And if I can work this. And I would imagine all of you know what the National Galleries is about. We hold the collection on behalf of the nation across the National Gallery, the Portrait Gallery, and the Gallery of Modern Art, or Modern Art. I think, with over 2.8 million visitors before COVID, and over 50% of them travelling from all around the world, it really is, quite significant for tourism and as well. I'm trying to point at this screen. So far, like a lot of people have said today, we've managed to reduce our carbon footprint by 60% since 2008, but it really feels as though it's only really scratching the surface. It's a lot of the easy things to do, changing the light bulbs, looking at the energy efficiency of the glazing. The challenge we've set ourselves this year is actually how do we really get our understanding of what a route map to net zero would be for our organisation. And along the way, I'm delighted to say we've got our Green Tourism Award as well. So this year has all been about, well, amongst many other priorities, the 6 priorities we're working towards, is what is our route map to net zero. And literally only on Monday did I get the report from the consultant as to what it might look like for us, so learning on the go with us as well. But it has become one of our priorities since last year. So through a lot of engagement in the organisation, we have created 3 key priorities that we want to work on at the heart of our environmental response plan. And then 7 key elements that we're going to work on through that. And with this today, what I'll do is I'll give you an update on some of these things, but not all of them. A big part of it, as somebody's mentioned before, culture's got a great part to play to create dialogue, to create discussion, to create insight. And what we see as our role is actually how do we facilitate some of those discussions around what the environmental crisis means and what our solutions could be. Clearly, achieving net zero is about how do we work with our buildings, our travel plans, our waste management, and how do we get to net zero. But the challenge, like all of us, is to think about well beyond 2030, 2045, 2050. The collection of art that we hold on behalf of the nation is there for generations to come. So we've got to think about, okay, so beyond this, how do we look after the collection of art that we have for generations to come? And there's a number of different ways that we're going to do that. One of the things we've said there is working in partnership, and I think, again, that's been said today. We're never going to solve these problems by thinking about it on our own. We have to think about things in partnership. We have to think about creating new innovative solutions. One of the examples we've shared here is some great work that we've been doing with the National Libraries of Scotland, where we've actually looked at our collection and put that collection online to ask people to think about how could they imagine the future based on the environmental impact. So thinking about 3 or 4 key areas in Scotland, like the Cairngorms, we've shared photographs and artworks from the past, from now, to create that dialogue about what could the future look like as a result of the environment. So that's a really good example of inspiring and engaging with your audiences, but working in partnership, as I say, with the museum. And again, it's really important because what was said there is that organisations like us, we have to preserve the past for the future because it tells so many stories as well. Another example is this, I don't know if you can see that, but it's an art bike that we've created. And, clearly you think about us as the art galleries, so you come to see us in the art galleries. But a big part of what we're trying to do is go online, but also take the art out to our communities as well. And simply doing it with an art bus, or not an art bus, but that's another story, an art bike, and actually taking it out to different parts of Edinburgh, and actually getting people to actually participate in art, and get them involved in art in the open. It's a really great experience for all ages, but again, that's good from the environment perspective as well. So a simple idea, but something that's really, really important. So the major part of what we're trying to do is think about what do we do with our footprint. 95% of our carbon is all to do with our buildings, how we deal with them, how we deal with energy, etc. So that's the biggest focus of our plan in terms of what do we do. And as I said, we've been working with a consultant for the last 6 months to look at our buildings to try and understand what's the process that we can go to create our roadmap to net zero. And they've come up with a 3-stage plan around lean, mean and green. The lean bit is about how do we understand what we need to do currently. So that might be around changing the glazings. I think a big part of this is about building first. An awful lot of organisations are going, we need to go and change our mechanical plant. Actually, let's get our buildings as efficient as possible is really important. So this is about looking at the fabric of the building to making sure it's as efficient as possible. Then the second stage is making sure we are using our mechanical plant as effectively as possible. So the set point that we control our gallery space for the environment, for the community, etc. How do we control that more effectively? And then once we've done those 2 things, then we can begin to think about putting in more efficient plant, where we're actually thinking about ventilation, but we're thinking about heat capture and heat regeneration. So we do that far more effectively. So those 3 different pieces of work are quite significant in 4 historic buildings, as you can imagine. So what we are now trying to figure out is how do we do that in a sequence and how do we fund that? But that will only take us so far on our path to net zero. A big part of the reliance that we have, and I'm no doubt all of you have, is the network being decarbonised, the grid being decarbonised. So a lot of our plans will take us so far, but until we get a decarbonised grid, and I know the Scottish Government are backing a lot of that, that's going to be a big part of what we need to do to get to net zero as well. And just as an example of how this is done, what we do is we create a digital twin. Never heard of that before, but what they do is they create a model of the building, so it actually models exactly how we use energy just now. So it actually shows exactly how we operate. Once we've got that baseline, then we can make the changes. So what would happen if we change the glazing? What would happen if we change the plant? And then we can model that, and we can then think about the cost-benefit analysis of what we can do for each individual element of all the different things we're coming towards. So that work has now been done to help us create our path to net zero as well. But that's been all about how do we work with the buildings we currently have. One of the strange things that, when I came into the galleries 3 years ago, you learn lots of new stuff, but one of the things is that only 6% of our collection is on display in the galleries. Over 90% of our collection is in store because we have to care for it and we have to add to it, so it's quite significant. But right now that's stored in external warehouses which are not of the right environment and are not of the right environmental controls. And what we've got, and we've been working on, is a plant, a design of a specific national collection facility, 10,000 square metre facility, which would be in the Granton waterfront development, which has been talked about, which has got a display downstairs. And this facility has been designed in a way that's going to be called what's called passive house. And that means that the building is designed from the outset to be as environmentally friendly as possible from the outset. And that allows us to make sure it helps us get to the net zero target very early on, but it allows us to care for the collection in a much more effective way. But it isn't just about how do we care for the collection, it's how do we make the collection more accessible. One of the things that we want to use this building for in Granton is to digitise the whole of our collection. There's one thing to digitise an artwork, taking a photograph of it, putting it online, We've got sculptures, we've got old daguerreotype photographs, etc. We need to digitise all of these, and our aim is to digitise the whole of the collection so that anybody around the world can access our artwork. And it's all about how can we use art to inspire people. That's really important as well. The other aspect of this building is about research, and it's about giving more visibility to the art collection as well. And a big part of what we want to try and do is quite often we think about, or most people would think about us in terms of the art in the gallery. We want to think about art on the road. How do we take it around more parts of the UK and the world? But also how do we put it online? So it's maybe we have to change the balance, and that would directly link into the engagement of the tourists as well. So it's a building that's going to be really important to us, and we're working on that for the Granton waterfront development as well. And I think actually the Granton waterfront development is really, really interesting because it's a large piece of ground in an area in the north of Edinburgh. And it allows us to bring all of these things together because we can't think of an environment on its own. It has to be thought about in a number of different ways. As we mentioned earlier on, sustainability comes when you link all of these things together. We have to think about the environment and about the impact on the environment, but we also have to think about the impact in the economy, the impact in some of the social areas as well. And this opportunity to work in the Granton art development, waterfront development, allows us to think about how we do all these things together, all of which will help with the environmental impact as well. And then finally, I think reflecting on where we are and where we've come to, and for all of us, what are some of the challenges we face? A big part of this is how do we fund it? The plan we've just gone through to get to net zero is going to cost a lot of money to look after these historical buildings. And there'll be a lot of other people trying to think about that as well. So how do we fund this relative to all the other challenges about how we recover from COVID as well? So funding is going to be a big issue. I think the reliance on the decarbonised system, grid, is going to be really important because we're not going to achieve what we need to achieve. I think interestingly as well, we have to reflect on what is COVID. Has it given us an opportunity? Hard to think about that. Has it given us challenges? Has it given us opportunities? Clearly there's the issue with face coverings and finding far too many of them disposed of. That's an issue. But equally, this whole idea of working from home has been fantastic. I've not printed out any paper in 2 years, whereas if you'd seen my life previous to that in the gallery, going into any meeting had massive amount of paper. So I'm never wanted to go back to that. So I think that's good. But then there's a challenge of, okay, but we've got people working in a building and we have to look after the collection of the building, but we've got people at home as well. What does that do to our carbon footprint? And then, of course, there's the travel. Well, maybe it's good because people aren't having to travel into Edinburgh every day. I don't know. So there's a whole balance there about how we have to reflect on that as well. There's an increased reliance on IT, people working from home. How do we digitise our system? But apparently IT, if you think about the servers, they provide heat into the system as well, into the environment. So there's always these challenges and opportunities as well. And for me, like anything, to finish, I think that everything we've talked about today is an incredible challenge. But even just sitting here for an hour, how many good ideas have we heard from different parts of what we do? And I think this is where this really kind of inspiration has to come from. How do we collaborate to solve problems together? How do we collaborate to knowledge share? And I certainly think from our perspective, working from the galleries in the last few years, especially the last piece through COVID, I've been collaborating with museums across the UK and across Europe to figure out how we close the galleries and how we open them back up. And I'd never had that collaboration before, and it's almost like, how do we build on the collaboration we've had, where it's not about, oh, let's go and speak to somebody down the road. Let's speak to somebody wherever they need to be to help us solve these problems. And actually sharing our solutions to the problems like we're doing today is fantastic. And innovation, as I always think, comes from the idea of where you've got different people bringing different ideas from different sectors, and you'll get that paradigm shift where you'll see your problem from a different aspect and see your solution from a different scenario. So I think this is another great example of that as well. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Brian. That was fascinating. The new building sounds amazing, and digitising sculptures. Wow, that's going to be really interesting to see. But I think the key things that I would take out of what you've said today is that whole idea of collaboration, of partnership, of sharing best practice, and actually telling your green story is a key part of sustainable tourism. And COVID has been a disaster for us, the industry, but also it has moved sustainability, sustainable tourism on by 10 years in terms of people's focus and wanting to do something about it. So thank you very much for that, Brian. I'm now going to move on to our last speaker, who's Amin Zungi. He's the General Manager of the Novotel Edinburgh City Centre. So since 2015, you have been a GM either at Core Properties in Budapest and in Edinburgh, having joined the group in 2006, where you've worked in many European cities such as Paris and Warsaw, and also involved with different sustainability projects and actions such as the Food and Beverage Committee in the Budapest Hotel, and contributed to the fight against food waste and promoted green hospitality. Emini comes from a financial background with a master's degree in finance from the University of Poitiers in France. I mean, could you come up and give us an overview of your company, sustainability strategy, how the hotels are leading the way on net zero, current progress and plans for the future, and also touch on some of the help and support you've had for your hotel here in Edinburgh, please? Would you want to come up to the lectern? Is that all right? Thank you.
So I'm not sure if it was a good idea to come without a presentation, but let's see, yeah. So, hi everyone, delighted to be here today with you to discuss this very important topic nowadays. So I've been in hospitality for 15 years now, and I've seen the transformation and the transition of hospitality more and more toward sustainability and green economy. Today, hotels represent 1 to 2% of the global emission, with 80% of the buildings in 2050, they already exist now, which give us, it's an alarming numbers, and we need to decarbonize our buildings today. So Novotel Edinburgh Centre is part of Accor Hotel, which is a large group operator. If I'm gonna speak about the actions that we do, we can group them into 4 major pillars. The first one is the reduction or reduce the carbon footprint or the carbon emission. And that's by taking action on the heating, by taking action on the cooling, switch to LED lights, treat the hot water, and fight the food wastage. The second pillar is to promote sustainable designs when there is any renovation or any construction, and mainly to focus on the thermal performance of the building, focus on the insulation as well. Like we have Sofitel Dubai, we have Novotel Lausanne. The third pillar is renewable energy. Whenever we have the opportunities to generate the energy on site by putting photovoltaic panels or solar panels, that will be an opportunity as well to reduce the consumption of the energy. And the last one is the plastic, definitely is to reduce the plastic use, or if it's possible to go into a single-use plastic procurement. And yeah, this is 4 major pillars, and it exists of other major hotel group. It's not only Accor. So when you look at Marriott or AHG, and they have almost the same structure in terms of actions. And the same as well, we are involved in offsetting. So with a program called Plant for the Planet, we address or we give the choice to our guests in Novotel, but in all Accor hotels in the world, to reuse their towels. Like this, we will have a saving on the water, and the positive impact or the positive financial impact on the saving, we invested in planting planets, and today we reached the 1 tree per minute plant for planting. And that's, we are involved in the negative emission. So globally, speaking about Accor and speaking about all the group operator, they are seriously committed into the sustainability or the sustainable tourism. But what I want to address to you and to myself and to everyone is what is the individual contribution of each and every one of us to go faster toward green tourism or green economy. And to start with this, let's start with the main challenge that we have in hospitality. And if you think about it, the main challenge is our mindset. Because today what's happening, we are all professionals, we know what we are doing, but we are acting as if we are on autopilot mode. We know our structure, we know what we have to do. What we need to do today is to have a revolution in our mindset, to move forward in a different way, in a different point of view. And that's because, yes, you can say we are hotelier, We don't change boiler every day. We don't design a hotel, but we are running operations on a daily basis. And we have a huge role in terms of awareness. We have a role in terms of education. We are responsible of the education, our teams, education, our people, and our community. And to spread, like that has been said, to spread the actions, the solutions, what we are doing. Prioritize eco-friendly products like soap, like gels, have lots of eco-friendly products, like as well environmental friendly cleaning products. Go more and more toward sustainable F&B, sustainable food and beverage, by try to promote and prioritize local suppliers instead of bringing with those companies who come like 100 miles to bring us our products. Why not having your own urban garden? Before COVID, we had our urban gardens in the hotel, and all the herbs come from the backyard. And the food wastage, and I really would like to stress about this point. Food waste is a quick win with significant impact on hotels. Because when we waste food, when we waste food, we are wasting the energy, the time, the harvest, the packaging on it. And then when it's wasted and go to the landfill, it rots, and it's creating a greenhouse gas called methane, and it's 25 times higher than carbon dioxide. And I was happy to see yesterday, I think they signed the agreement to fight against methane as well in Glasgow. One of the actions as well is move more and more towards circular economy. About the food wastage, there is a great organization here, I think we spoke about it, it's Zero Waste Scotland, because I started the food wastage in the hotel alone as an individual action. Then the Chamber of Commerce directed me to Zero Waste Scotland, which I am now in communication with them. And it's a brilliant organization that will help you how to measure, put the tools, and go more and more toward fight the food wastage. The circular economy as well. In hotels, it can be, like we can summarize it into prioritized leasing than having the recycle model when we buy and then we waste or we recycle. And in Edinburgh, we have as well, from the Chamber of Commerce, the Circular Edinburgh, where they can, well, they come to my hotel as well, but for any business, they will find opportunities with any circular economy in the business. And the last action that I've done, and we're on an individual basis, is to support the economy as well and support the local product. And I had a boutique shop in the hotel, and what the idea was to support our local shops around us and to move more toward a made in Scotland, which expose all the products that's done by small shops and even artists. So we had as well artists from Leith who was exposing their art in the hotel, and that as well will help and support the community around us. So yes, business, well, when I started this journey, because I started this in 2018 in Edinburgh, so when I started this journey, all the support came from the what do you call? Sorry, Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce, and yes, and the one they directed me as well for the website, the businessclimatehub.org, because if you would like to start something online, you will find tons of emails, tons of informations, and the business hub, businessclimatehub.org is really structured, and you can find all the tools in it. So just to summarize, I think to 2030 we have a big responsibility. It's a collective journey. However, yes, big business, let's say, hotel operators, they are playing their role. We have a responsibility on individual contribution. We need to contribute in order to go faster. According to my reading, if we don't do anything in Edinburgh, in 2050, we will be 1.8 million ton of above our budget. So we need to get faster, and we need to do those actions done today, actually. Yeah. So yeah, thank you very much. Cheers.
Thank you, Amin. And and it didn't matter, you didn't have a presentation. It was just great to hear some of those practical, sensible, obvious, in some cases, things that businesses should be doing. And you're right, we're so busy with our day-to-day activities, we don't always see what's staring us in the face, so it's fantastic. And I love the fact that you think we should have a revolution. I think we should have a green revolution in Edinburgh, definitely. So thank you everybody for your amazing presentations, and hopefully that's inspired some of you in the audience to come up with some really good killer questions for the panel. Anyone got any questions they'd like to ask this amazing set of experts? Or everyone's been answered all the questions? Well, thank you. Gentleman there, thank you.
Well, thank you. I'm Kingsley Turu from Strathclyde University. Thanks for the fantastic presentations. I know there's no easy answer, but I was just thinking about with tourism, you're trying to encourage people to travel and engage with your services, and at the same time, that would could help to increase, carbon emissions. So how, on the one hand, would you be able to support tourism and then at the same time reduce carbon emissions?
Okay, I'm going to ask Leon to answer that one, please.
Okay. Thank you very much. And that's a really great question. I mean, as I said in my presentation, I mean, we are an island and we will always have people who will fly in. I suppose we're in a very fortunate position here in Scotland. We have about 85% of our visitors actually come from within the UK. So we're already sort of, trading very heavily on the kind of domestic market who can travel here on, surface transport and keep emissions down and so on. But I think it's always going to be a trade-off. People will have to, use fuel to get here. But it's when they're here, how do we actually lessen the impact? How do we lessen the carbon that they're using? Ensuring people are using public transport, active travel, slower tourism as well, so people maybe stay in one area and see more of that area rather than trying to race around in a motorhome, around the North Coast 500 and things. So it's about trying to change people's behaviour and get people to sort of really appreciate the immediacy of where they are and the things that they can do in a perhaps a relatively small geographical area.
One of the things that we're very keen on is the way that the festivals, sorry, I don't know, I'm picking up now, the way that the festivals can create a really long-term affinity between people and Scotland, Edinburgh and Scotland. And I think as we take forward the city and national discussions about the tourism strategy, I would love to have more in-depth discussions about that, because there's a sort of shortcut that a lot of people take in their thinking that it's about luxury travellers. I don't think it is about luxury travellers. I think it is about, people who come and fall in love with the country and then want to protect the country the way that we want to protect the country, And so that's an area that we're very interested in. And we know that, cultural tourism can help switch those bits of your brain on in a way that bucket list tourism doesn't necessarily.
Aaron, how about the conference markets who fly in one day, fly out the next?
For sure. Yes, we were actually discussing this very topic just at the break there. As an international conference centre, we do have a lot of international delegates. In days of yore, people would stay for a holiday, they'd stay for a long time. And sorry for paraphrasing so poorly, but travel is one of the few expenditures that does make you richer. So yeah, it's going to be a part of life, but it's all about supporting and encouraging people to use the most sustainable means of transport available. And that might mean if they are coming to the UK, landing in London, taking the East Coast, fully electrified line up to Edinburgh, spending some time here and thinking about other ways to travel around. We've got lots of options when you're in Edinburgh trams, great taxi service, all of the above. So yeah, I mean, it's an ongoing discussion. I don't think anyone will have the answers just yet. And frankly, the transport industry needs to engage with us and talk with us as well. So one day we can get there and hopefully offer a completely sustainable method of getting to Edinburgh and getting to Scotland.
Ryan, have the galleries thought about this at all?
Yeah, that was the bit I was explaining. We were trying to have maybe a shift in the balance of how do we make sure people can come to the galleries and actually come in an environmentally friendly way and maybe stay for longer. I think that's an important thing. How do we make sure Scotland's more of an experience that they stay for longer? It is. Let's make sure they do. But it's this thing about how do we digitise our collection so we can make it available for people so they don't have to travel, so you get that balance. And then actually, how do we take the art on the road? Before I arrived, one of the things they did is they took the Monarch of the Glen out on the road to a few fantastic artwork out to a few schools. And it's like, okay, that's brilliant. Why haven't we done that again? And we also jointly own an art collection with the Tate and called Artist Rooms. And that's been out to several galleries, museums around the country. And a big part of that is how do you co-create things together? So I think that's been a great example of actually how do we do more of that for society. So we're taking it out to people rather than people always come here. So I think we have to have that balance.
I mean, does the core have policies around?
Well, policies no, but there is best practices. On a unit level, you can always promote the guests when they are arriving to use a partner who has electric taxis, for example, or to not use a lot their cars. To go, we explain to them that it's easy to go and to walk in the city. So all these best practices to decrease or to lower the usage of the cars in the city.
I was going to ask, have you ever considered an incentive to get your hotel guests to stay longer? So if they book longer time at the hotel, then the day rate goes, the overnight stay rate comes down?
Yes, in some, well, Edinburgh is a busy, is a busy city, but definitely we did some actions to incentivize with our, it's a membership point, so we give them membership points if they stay more. So it's done in the past, yeah.
Thank you. I hope that answered your question. Anybody else got some questions for the panel? Anybody wanting to find out? Gentleman there, thank you.
Yeah, hi guys, it's Kieran here. I work in travel, so very interested to hear about topics mentioned there. A little bit remiss of me not to mention, I think the EICC mentioning regarding hotel development and the promise to lead and be the best and the biggest sustainable property probably in Scotland. Is there any opportunity or insights you can give us that will make that building really lead in sustainability?
Yeah, sure. Good to see you, Kieran. Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure many of you are aware that EICC is opening or is going to be controlling a property down by Haymarket Station. You'll all probably know the brown site that's been there for a long time is under development. And yes, it is all of the sites, I believe, and all the buildings there are constructed to the best available standards. And again, there's a few bits and pieces that are needing to fall into place nicely relating to our carbon mitigation. Because there will be elements until, as we said earlier on, the grid is fully renewable and there's going to be emissions associated with operating any building. So yeah, it's engaging with our partners, our charity partners, it's engaging with landowners and trying to discover the best means possible of, I don't want to mince my words, offsetting, mitigation, whatever it might be. So yeah, there's a few ideas there, Kieran. Delighted to talk about it in greater depth as more information comes available. We're looking to open in around 24, so a little bit of time yet to finalise exactly the catering suppliers we're going to be working with and how the building's going to look in its final shape. Sorry for the vague answer. Oh, yes, yeah, well, absolutely, yeah, and sustainability is going to be a key part of our messaging going forward for both the conference centre and the hotel. So yeah, do watch this space.
Great question. Anybody else? Yeah.
Hi, Paula McClay. Each of you has mentioned offsetting, and I wonder if you could say something about how you ensure offsetting's the last resort and not the easy option.
Did I mention offsetting, Paula? I'm not sure if I did. But we have had a very lively debate, 11 festivals, 11 passionate festival directors about offsetting. And I think when we stepped up a gear in about the autumn of 2018, and all of us, the board meeting that we had prior to that, almost everybody was saying that offsetting was really quite big in there, and that was how they were going to become net zero in a year, or net zero in 2 years. And then there was a bit of a breakthrough brass tacks discussion, and informed by our colleagues in Creative Carbon Scotland as well, we kind of realised there isn't enough land on the planet for everybody to offset as much as they want to offset. So then we started looking at what the city was doing.
and we've divided it into areas where our aim is to be as close to net zero, as close to zero as possible when the grid's decarbonised. And then there's a second set of emissions where we're aiming at I think it's 67% reduction, because I think that was the figure in your report, which said, well, there's technologies around that can get us to that. The gap is the 33% that we don't know how we're going to do. So that's kind of how we're looking at it at the moment, but we're not letting ourselves off the hook and saying that means we're going to offset 33%. That means we're going to be working on that between now and 2030.
Just on that as well, there's lots of standards coming out around Scope 1, Scope 2 and Scope 3 and how we measure it, and I'm hoping that might be one of the results from COP that will actually define what net zero means. But what's coming through the rumour mills and the standards that have been set is that Scope 1 and Scope 2 you will not be able to offset in order to reduce your Scope 1 and Scope 2. Offsetting will only be something that can be done for Scope 3, and then that should be to actually activities that take carbon out of the atmosphere. So I think that's the journey of travel around offsetting. Anyone else want to?
Yeah, sure. I'd love to jump in on that one. Not to get ahead of ourselves here, as I'm sure we'll touch on it, but things like signing up to Edinburgh's 2030 vision, I think that's going to be key. Therefore, you'll be externally audited. You'll have the eyes on you, so it's not going to be possible to greenwash these sorts of initiatives. But absolutely agree with your point. We must concentrate first and foremost on reducing our carbon impact before we consider, throwing money at various projects. And again, it's about ensuring these projects are truly high quality and are truly impactful and are not, for instance, planting Norwegian spruce in ancient oak woodland. So yeah, it's going to take a bit. I think over the next few years, we're going to see a lot of changes in this space, and we're going to see a lot of people coming through who are going to be more severe and more scrutinising over these projects going forward.
Thank you. Anybody else got a question? Thank you.
Hi, thanks very much. I wanted to pick up on the point around Scope 3, and there was a comment about the only option you have is to offset it, and actually, I mean, that's not the case. And you've all demonstrated that with some good examples of what you're doing to address Scope 3, whether it's staff commuting, that's Scope 3, food that you buy for your catering or for providing to guests, that would be Scope 3. So there's lots of Scope 3 stuff. You've also mentioned the need to influence the choices that your customers make. And I wonder, how are you not just influencing it, but changing the choice environment in order to direct them to better choices? So, for example, you can share the carbon footprint of the different food options that you're offering on your menu in order to give that information and steer people to better choices. Or, installing electric vehicle charging stations in your parking lots in order to facilitate a greater use of low carbon travel. So changing the choice environment is really key in directing people to the better options, not just hoping they do it, but actively steering them in that way and giving them the infrastructure that allows them to make those choices more easily. And the poorer choices less convenient, less affordable relative to the good ones. So I'm wondering if you could share some thoughts on how you're going to try and do that in future as well.
Thank you. It's a very interesting comment and a good question. And I think choice editing is where we've seen that happen in other industries. So for instance, Currys didn't stock any washing machines that weren't A-rated. So when you went into buy a new washing machine, you could only buy an A-rated one. So I think there's definitely something that the industry, the tourism industry, can look at in terms of not offering the higher carbon options. But has any of the panel want to comment on that, or examples of what you've done to do that?
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to hog the mic here, but yeah, great question, and so many different areas I could explore there. So one point you made, I think it's going to be about working with suppliers in terms of our Scope 3 emissions for a lot of it. People need to be accountable, and again, need to be scrutinised as to their carbon credentials. So for us, that means a sustainable procurement policy. It means essentially looking very carefully at who we're doing business with. It means working with our catering partner to make sure that they are providing the most sustainable food choices available. We had a large international conference only a few weeks ago where the entire menu was plant-based. And in the conference industry, I think there has been a wastefulness in the past, frankly, and I think that we need to get used to, and consumers need to get used to the fact that in the future there's not going to be this bountiful banquet available for you. It's going to be more limited, and when the food's gone, it's gone, just to make sure we're not wasting all that food. It's not going to landfill, it's not contributing to our CO2 emissions. So that's just one small part of your question there, but I also think it's about soft power and using our platforms to make sure we are encouraging suppliers, we're encouraging our consumers to make the best choices that they can.
Thank you, Aaron. Can I ask you, Leon, you mentioned your net zero roadmap. Did they touch on Scope 3?
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, obviously identified as being sort of, the hardest nut to crack. But I think it's getting easier because actually what we're seeing the whole supply chain sort of signing up now. I think where in the past it was much harder. Harder to find suppliers and producers who were also on that kind of net zero journey. But actually, the conversation is so broad now that everybody is looking at sort of what they can do. Straight from what's happening in the fields, where food is being cultivated, being reared, being grown, right through to transportation, processing, and then out to hospitality businesses, and then being on people's plates. So I think it is something which is probably getting easier. And I mean, I think just coming back to the kind of offsetting question as well, I think previously for a lot of businesses that was perhaps the only thing that they could really do, whereas now, I think it is getting easier to actually sort of identify a route through to manage the emissions coming through at Scope 3. So there's a lot going on there. I mean, I like the idea about carbon footprint details on menus as well. I'm actually having a conversation with the government about calorie counting and labelling on menus at the moment. I think members would probably have a heart attack if they thought they had to sort of put that on too. But customers are looking to be informed. People want to know, and if you look at some of the fast food restaurants, that part of the industry, I mean, they've not changed their menus, but they're offering much more in the way of plant-based products, less meat, those sorts of things. So things have changed, things are changing, and it will be that mix of businesses working hard to do what's necessary and responding to the demands of their customers.
Yeah. And again, I think to the previous question, our focus is in Scope 1 and making sure we can deal with what we can control. But in terms of what we can influence through Scope 3, certainly we're working very closely with the procurement processes to think about the people who supply to us, what can we do, what can we learn, and how can we improve things. So for example, Heritage, who are our restaurant suppliers at the Mods, we actually have worked with them, and they've even got an area of our grounds at the Mods where they can actually use that to produce some of the product. So it's thinking about that, and then thinking about exhibitions. When we put exhibitions on, we have to put up walls, and we have to take the walls down. We have to think about those materials. But it's even as simple as the signs that we put up. There's actually now materials that you can reuse, which again we weren't doing in the past. So it's having that constant dialogue with your suppliers. What can they do with us? What can they tell us about that we don't know about, that we can actually think about changing as well? So that's been really important.
Just as well a comment, in hotels and a unit, the kitchen play a huge role in terms of food wastage, and the smart cooking need to be integrated in the philosophy of our chefs when they are creating the menus, and the menu engineering need to be generating actually the minimum waste possible. So that's something our chefs and our restaurants need to get used to it, and to create a menu which is generating the minimum waste possible. And just a comment, it's not within Accor hotels, but I think in October they announced the first zero carbon print hotel in London, which is the Room 2. It will be in Chiswick. And last week Radisson Blu announced as well the zero carbon meeting for their guests. So all the the carbon generated from their meetings, it will be offset, and they will inform the guests how they are doing this. So yes, next generation of hotels is coming, so things are changing on a daily basis, and maybe we are as well, in terms of offsetting, we are, well, according to the readings, we are trying to find solutions for problems that doesn't exist now. So
Thanks. It was a great point about changing the choice environment. And I think in my world, one of the things that has been a silver lining of COVID is digital ticketing and digital engagement with customers has kind of, come on. People have said like 5 years innovation in 1 year. And working with, for example, the Creative Informatics Programme at the University of Edinburgh and other people involved in the data-driven innovation, we're thinking very differently about what could be involved in those customer transactions and how can we, I think, the first example that's come post-COVID of that is that the Hogmanay this year is going to be showing people up front what the carbon consequences of their potential travel choices are. So yeah, I think you're absolutely right. That's a really rich theme.
Excellent, thank you. I'm aware of time. I have got my final killer question for each of the panellists, which I've got a choice, but I'm going to go for the one. In your opinion, what is the biggest challenge or barrier to prevent Edinburgh achieving net zero by 2030? Can I start with Amin, please?
I would say, as I said, the mindset, and to get this revolution, to get something on a daily basis to look at the problem from a different point of view, to prioritize our products or at every single decision that we are doing, it needs to go in a different way how we used to do it before.
Okay, thank you. Brian.
Rather than answer that question, because you'll get plenty of answers, I think another one that might be interesting, what's the critical success factors in the journey so far? And as you've heard from the background, my background has been all about business transformation. And a big part of that is, okay, so if you're trying to do a change program, what is the compelling reason for change? Well, we've got that. And normally what you have to do is really engage the whole organisation in this. And this is the first program I've ever worked on where actually we're getting told we're not going fast enough. So that's really, really powerful. So I think actually how do we engage people? And the other thing that surprised me is that normally I would say it has to be a team of people that really generate this. But I've been surprised by actually, and Gillian's here today, our sustainability champion, having somebody that lives and breathes it all the time is really, really important. And they become the catalyst in an organisation to actually connect things, make things happen, and make sure people's ideas are listened to. So it's not what I'm worried about, but it's actually how do you make sure you pay attention to these critical success factors that will help us get there to 2030.
Thank you, Brian. Aaron.
So to be honest, I'm not worried at all. I think Edinburgh's a village, and I think we work amazingly well together. Events like this are the perfect forum for collaboration, for coming up with ideas and solutions. I suppose if I had one concern, and not to be controversial, but I feel that giving ourselves a hard deadline of 2037, maybe might remove some of the impetus for getting it done by 2030, but I have every confidence that we will.
Excellent, thank you. Julia?
I think that in the cultural world, a thing that's looming large in our minds is the retrofitting question and the massive, massive bill attached to that, for our historic cultural artefacts in the city, and of course the housing stock and the public buildings and everything else that needs retrofitted. So that's a challenge. I know that people are thinking about how to make some of those prospects investable prospects, like Leon was saying. If I could just have a tiny other one. I think the other thing we need to do is really have one conversation, and this event is really helping with that, because to that question about where are the sustainable markets in the future, I think we all need to have a conversation about that. If that doesn't happen, if we allow ourselves off the hook to still continue thinking it's business as usual, we won't get there.
Leon.
Okay, so what's left? I think issues around transportation around the city, I think that is still a challenge for us, I think, and it comes back to mindset and sort of getting people out of their cars. I think we're very good as a city in using public transport. Buses are always well used, or certainly were pre-COVID. We've obviously got the tram system, which is being extended and starting to become very useful for people around the city. But I think it's the active travel side of things, getting people out of their cars. I think that's for me that's a big hurdle.
Okay, thank you everybody. That was really interesting and great to hear all the different opinions there. I love the fact that Edinburgh's a village. I didn't know that. So with that, I would like to draw this panel to a close and thank all of our excellent panellists for all of the things they've shared with us. I've learned a lot. I hope that you found it useful. So please can we thank our panellists. I think next panel. Right, thank you everybody.
Okay, good afternoon. So I don't know whether people are going to stay for the next session. We've got a final keynote, if that's all right. Brilliant, thank you. Well, thank you very much to Andrea and the panel. I think that was a really, really good start to the afternoon. I think, as they said, we learned an awful lot. It's been a brilliant day, actually. Very mind-boggling at times. I don't know if many of you were here this morning when we had the finance panel. And Indy from Dark Lab Matters, I think, really stirred up our thinking and started asking questions from a completely different perspective. I think the thing from that panel that stuck in my mind, actually, was that if we as individuals are going to achieve our 1.5 rise, then we can only buy 2 items of clothes a year, which was kind of a stark reminder to me that I'm going to have to rethink my habits, because that's going to be a big challenge. But yeah, fascinating day. And as I say, I think sharing all these ideas kind of shows that we are a city that can work together. And I think as the day's gone on and the conversations have gone on, it's just made us realise how complex this is. I didn't have a chance to kind of raise an issue about the international element we are an international city. We've got international festivals, we've got world-class universities that attract international students. And when we're told to fly less, that is a big circle to square, because if we fly less, it's sort of, if you don't use it, you lose it. So whilst it is a horrendous, challenge for us, if we do not have volume and people using airlines, then they pull out. And then we don't have airlines, and then we don't have an airport, and we don't have connectivity. And then how do we attract talent and investment and visitors and all the other things that sustain an economy? And whilst I think our economy has to change and we have to totally reimagine, and again, I think Indy said, we are in this illusion of the old world, and we have to completely rethink the new world. And that is, I'm looking at Paula, because she's been working with Dark Lab Matters a lot, and I think you're realising that there's a huge amount of work that needs to be done. And it's great that the City Council is leading on this. Some real mind-boggling things that we do have to address. And thank goodness we've got some strong leadership from the City Council that's going to take us in that direction. So I do think it's the start of the journey, as we've said. And it's going to get a bit better, because we've got our final keynote of the afternoon, who's Malcolm Forbes Cable, Vice President, energy consulting at Wood Mackenzie. And it's really interesting, the announcement, I think, earlier this year that there's going to be a renewables hub at the Port of Leith on the Firth of Forth. It's a huge opportunity for Edinburgh to take a really bold, kind of game-changing opportunity to relook at our energy, the industrial use of the Firth of Forth, and also the green jobs that we need to create for our future economy. And it's really interesting that today we've got Malcolm, who I think, along with your team, was the author of the report that really looked at that industrial use of the Firth of Forth, how important it is. I think one of the largest industrial areas in Scotland and contributing significantly to the Scottish economy. And I think as we're looking at industrial use and decarbonising that, the report shows that it's perfectly positioned to transition from sort of carbon and carbon-based energy to a more net zero industry and a net zero hub. So I'm just going to hand over to Malcolm, who's going to talk us through that and the opportunity for Edinburgh. A brief introduction. Malcolm is Vice President and Head of Wood Mackenzie's Upstream Consulting Division for Europe, Middle East, Africa, Russia and Caspian. With more than 20 years energy industry experience in drilling operations, both in-field and management capacity, he has worked in multiple locations on and offshore in the North Sea, Nigeria and Brazil. So it just gives a flavour of the experience he's got and what's gone into this report. He's advised a wide range of companies on upstream growth, strategy, market analysis and transactions, but more recently has focused on the energy transition, working across the energy value chain. He advises on low carbon strategies and led the team that prepared Closing the Gap, Technology for a Net Zero North Sea report. Malcolm has an MSc in Petroleum Engineering from Heriot-Watt and a BSc in Environmental Science from University of East Anglia. I'm really looking forward to this final session, so thank you very much for joining us, Malcolm.
Oh, it's over there. Ah, okay. Okay, so let me just check with this. Great. Okay, well, thank you very much, Liz, for your kind words. And just to answer, how do we sustain an economy? We develop a net zero hub on the Firth of Forth. So I've answered that tricky question for you. Okay, well, look, first off, so Malcolm Forbes Cable. I'm based here in Edinburgh. I've been working with Woodmac for the last 13 years. Prior to that, as Liz said, I've worked in operations and had the fortune to work all over the world, flew lots of places and worked all over the world. And I've spent my career very much in the oil business, but my first degree was actually environmental science. But when I graduated in '94, nobody was that interested in environmental science. I think if I graduated today, it might be a slightly different story. Anyway, so I've slightly gone full circle. I left university, ended up in the oil business, and then I'm coming back through the sort of the latter part of my career in the energy business, moving from oil and gas into very much sort of energy transition. So it's been particularly interesting. Anyway, thank you very much to Edinburgh Chamber of Commerce and, of course, Edinburgh City Council as well for the invitation to talk to you today. What I'm going to talk to you about, there's probably going to be things in here that you'll forget straight away, but what I'm going to try and do is set the scene, set the macro context. So globally, what are we talking about when we talk about emissions, when we talk about energy transition? What changes does that mean? I'm then going to look at the Scottish context. So what does that mean for Scotland? We'll then switch even more locally and go to the Firth of Forth. So look at Grangemouth, look at the history there. And then think, well, why should this be a net zero hub? And then finally, what could that look like? But before I go through that, probably worth just me giving a bit of narrative here about my sort of thought process here. So as I say, my first degree was environmental science. Ended up in the oil industry, which has been fabulous, exciting, interesting, and allowed me to travel all over the world. So it's been great. But End of 2019, beginning of 2020, we were asked to write a report for the Oil and Gas Technology Centre, which is now the Net Zero Technology Centre based in Aberdeen. And that got me thinking about net zero and the North Sea, got me thinking about net zero and the integrated energy system of tomorrow. So interface between many different types of low carbon energy, but still with a role to play for hydrocarbons. So as I did that work, that was a report that was released back end of last year, we then started to do more work, working with net zero hubs across the UK, working with our clients across the UK, advising them on their energy transition strategies, because all companies are beginning to focus on it, particularly industrially focused companies. So by the end of that, I spent quite a bit of time focusing on what in the essence was a net zero hub. And for the last almost 2 years now, I've been sat in my garden shed, and I'm very fortunate to sit in a garden shed that looks over the Firth of Forth. And this phrase that I learnt at university and have never forgotten and has become much more common about think globally, act locally, was rattling around in my head. And as I stared out onto the Firth of Forth, I thought, hang on, what are we doing here? All we do is we focus on running down the oil and gas business. You know, how do we get rid of this business within the Scottish economy, within the UK economy? And I thought, no, this is too simplistic. We need to do something more creative. We have the skills, we have the industrial infrastructure within the Firth of Forth to be able to create something that's going to help the energy transition. So this is really proposing a Firth of Forth net zero hub. So let me start. Okay, so apologies, there's already a chart here and you're probably thinking, blimey, what's he going to show us next? But let me just explain what the point of these two charts are. So everyone in Glasgow every newscast has been talking about the Paris Agreement. Are we going to live up to the Paris Agreement? Is this going to be a Copenhagen? Paris essentially was about keeping to 2 degrees or lower than 2 degrees, and everyone's now talking about 1.5 degrees, keep 1.5 alive. Now, just for people to understand what that actually means, because it's very easy to say, as we've seen from a lot of politicians, what that actually means in terms of changing our habits, changing our lifestyles, changing the way we power our economy. So if we look on the left there, so there's billion tons of carbon emissions. So annually, globally, we emit about 35 billion, 36, 37 billion tons of CO2. Now, if you look at the top blue line there, I can't do a pointer, but if we look at the top blue line there, that's our sort of current trajectory. So about 3 degrees of warming based on where we are today, factoring in some of the changes that we've seen, some of the commitments we've seen. So pretty depressing outlook. That's 3 degrees. Let's call that 3 degrees. Now, if we want to get to 2 degrees, what do we need to do? We need to change a lot of stuff, essentially. And changing that stuff means reducing coal consumption, reducing oil consumption, reducing gas consumption, increasing efficiencies. Now, I see the key, we've lost some of the things, but coal is a big chunk of that. Oil is a big chunk of that. And if we want to get to 1.5, which is the bottom line there, you then have to expand all of those. And you see the trajectory there. It's a very, very dramatic drop from where we are today. If you imagine in the downturn last year, COVID-induced downturn, I think emissions dropped by something, it is between 5 and 10%. But that was just because we stopped traveling. That was because we stopped moving. It's gone right back up. You know, we're just not in a position to be able to affect this at the moment. It's a slightly sobering fact when you see this chart. Now, on the right here, I'm trying to highlight what that actually means. And what are when we think of primary energy demand, so all of the energy consumed in the world, what does that comprise? And if you look at it, no great surprises. There's coal, there's gas, there's oil. That makes up 80% of our primary energy demand. So when people talk about switching that off tomorrow, have we seen the trouble that we've had with this, even suggesting we're going to switch off some gas? It would be a major challenge, major economic, major social challenge. So we really need to think about what we're doing, and we really need to attack this in a sensible and sustainable way. Just to give you a sense here, so in terms of numbers, and again, these numbers, you know, 1 million tons of oil equivalent or 1 billion tons of CO2, none of us have any idea what that really means. But on this chart here, you can see oil. Now, oil Daily, we consume 100 million barrels of oil a day. So 100 million barrels of oil a day. Now, I had to talk to my children's school about this, and I went to talk to them. I was thinking, how do I convey what 100 million barrels of oil is? And I worked it out, probably some pretty bad maths, but give or take a few stadium. If you look at Murrayfield Stadium and fill that with 100 million barrels of oil, anyone want to guess how many times it would fill it? About 24? It's a lot of oil, and that's why we've got a problem with carbon. So looking at this, if we look further out, though, and we start to look even on a 1.5 degree scenario, by the time we get to the back end, the business end, the 2050 of all of these targets, 2050, still 1/3 of primary energy demand will come from hydrocarbons, but we'll be capturing the CO2, we'll be using it in not for burning, we'll be using it for those essential things to make products, to make plastics, to make a lot of the things that are actually the seeds of the economy. So let's come down to a Scottish context. Now, it's a pretty good news story so far in Scotland. We've managed to really progress in terms of carbon emissions. Now, since 1990, which is the baseline that everybody measures themselves against, we've taken off, I think, of just over 40% of our emissions. So it's not a bad effort. That's principally through deindustrialization, some factors in some areas, but also, I think, the power sector. That's been the key driver here. So we'll all know that there's huge onshore wind, an expanding offshore wind sector, and that's really, helped to control carbon emissions and reduce them. But still, we have a big chunk to deal with. Transport being number one. I think the UK target of electric vehicles post-2030, I think that's going to deal with a large part of that. Industry, 22%. That's the bit I'm going to talk about, because the Firth of Forth area represents about half of industry's emissions. Agriculture, that's a really tricky one. I can't talk about that today, but that's a real headache, I think, for all of us, and so on. But just to give a sense, this is if we think about million tons of CO2, so again, some slightly mind-boggling numbers. If we're producing about 48 million tons, let's call it 50 million tons of CO2 a year, that's about 0.15% of the global CO2 emissions. So whatever we do has absolutely no impact on the outcome. But the most important thing here is think locally, or act locally, think globally. And what we do here can be exported around the world. The changes we make, the technologies we produce really can have significant impact globally. So let's not think about, how do we just deal with the Scottish problem? It's dealing with a global problem. Okay, so very quickly, just on getting even more local. So we're now Firth of Forth, if anyone recognises that. Maybe not the picture on the left. I think that's quite an old picture. But that's meant to represent Grangemouth when that was established. I think it's the end of the 18th century, so it was 1760s. So it was established as a trading hub, and it was timber, it was coal, it was flax, it was grain, all of the things that were traded there. And interestingly, you think, well, why was Grangemouth picked? Well, Grangemouth is almost equidistant between Glasgow and Edinburgh. Now, I think for a lot of people living in Edinburgh, you often think Grangemouth is sort of within the sort of the environs of Edinburgh, but really it's not quite equidistant, but it sits in the heart of Scotland. It's right in the middle of Scotland. So it's a really good trading hub. It's a really good logistical location. And then, of course, on the right we have a picture of Grangemouth itself. Now, between the picture on the left and the picture on the right, clearly quite a lot's changed. And if we jump forward from the 18th century to the mid-19th century, so James Paraffin Young, another great Scottish invention, he came up with the technology to be able to create oil from coal, and then he managed to then use that technology to create it from oil shale. So it was a revolutionary technology at the time, and around that period they were within West Lothian, around Bathgate, around the sort of areas of West Lothian, West Calder, they were producing about 600,000 barrels a day from shale oil. So it was a significant operation. And this part of the world was the global center of oil production. And okay, they started to discover oil in North America, Azerbaijan, and so on. But here was a key early oil and gas center. So when BP decided to locate in 1924 Anglo-Persian, they located here at Grangemouth because there was a lot of previous experience in oil and gas or in oil refining. Good location. They could put a pipeline from the west to bring in oil from Finnet, and there was easy access. So it made a lot of sense to have an oil refinery here. So that's enough about the history. So if we think about the Firth of Forth and go, okay, so why a net zero hub in the Firth of Forth? The map on the right highlights, firstly, the central location, as I've already mentioned, but it also highlights a couple of other areas that we've seen in the news more recently, really around the ward of the CCUS funding from Westminster. You've got Net Zero Teesside, you've got Zero Carbon Humber, and you've got HyNet Northwest serving the sort of northwest of England in and around Liverpool. Net Zero Teesside and Zero Carbon Humber, they've brought themselves together, and they're the East Coast cluster. And I think these large clusters are really significant. So we've seen them, and they're progressing with a CCUS project. Now, I just highlight those because this is, part of what got me thinking about a net zero hub for the Firth of Forth. So if we think about the characteristics of the Firth of Forth, what makes it interesting? What makes it attractive? So you've got an established industrial area. As I say, we've got almost 10% of Scotland's emissions coming from this area. So it's definitely a material amount that we need to tackle. So we need to address that challenge. And you also have the sort of thinking about emissions mitigation, but also established industries. You've got the industries here, the refining, the petrochemical industries, which whilst in their current form are not going to satisfy net zero, the expertise, the engineering, the skills there are going to be required so we can make clean fuels, so we can turn around these industries. There's no point dismissing it because there's a huge amount of value, a huge amount of intellectual property sitting within these operations. We've also got multimodal. Liz was talking about, the challenges of flying. we've got thinking about Grangemouth, you've got rail, you've got motorways, you've obviously also got the waterways, plenty of ships coming in and out of the Firth of Forth. So it's an excellent logistical hub. Deep water loading, this is really important when you're loading big vessels. So currently it's oil tankers, in the future it'll be CO2, it'll be hydrogen that will be shipping around, but you need deep water loading for that. We have two excellent deep water loading bays in the Firth of Forth, Hound Point and Brayfoot Bay. Pipelines, we've got pipelines coming in and out, connecting with the North Sea. Some of that's going to be reused to take CO2 up to Acorn in the north. But it's a distribution hub. It's a really, really good distribution hub. International trade, since the 18th century we've had international trade, and we just want to build on that. We need to build on that, and we need to maintain and sustain that. Skilled workforce. Liz, you mentioned the universities. I mean, St Andrews has just been rated the best university in the UK. We've got Edinburgh, we've got Glasgow, we've got Stirling, we've got Strathclyde. We've got so many good educational centres. We've got so much excellent research going on. And Heriot Watt, of course, where I studied, I should mention. And then access to renewable power. So probably many of you are familiar with the renewable power sector, but if we look in the UK, Scotland has, I think, about 8 gigawatts, which is a big old chunk of power, onshore power generation capacity. Currently, we have about 1 gigawatt offshore, but there's 10 gigawatts in the pipeline. The UK will have 40 gigawatts, which is a significant sum by 2030. So there's a lot to say about Grangemouth and its natural characteristics and why it's attractive. And finally, storage, transportation, obvious, but the storage, there's huge storage at Grangemouth. But it's not just about storage at Grangemouth. That's for fuels, that's for products, that's for distribution. There's huge storage potential offshore. So if we look offshore, this is about storage of carbon dioxide. So if we look at net zero Teesside, net zero Humber, high net northwest, they're about storing in the North Sea using old oil and gas fields and using aquifers. So we have huge potential in Scotland. And so that link, this the Scottish cluster, as it's called, connecting the Central Belt with the Northeast, using the advantages of each area, I think this is how we start to solve net zero. So what is this going to look like? We've got one more slide here. Okay, yeah. So this is let's call it an artist's impression of what this could look like. And I think it's worth highlighting a few things. And let's go in sort of chronological order here to try and understand some of the things that could happen. So Liz mentioned the renewables hub in Leith. If we look up to Dundee as well, there's also the renewables energy hub there, and they're marshalling, they're supporting the installation of wind farms off the east coast at the moment. So there we can already see the industry developing. We can already see activity. We can already see job creation. And we've seen BP, they haven't committed yet, but I think they've identified Leith as their offshore renewable hub. BP have a huge, whilst they may be associated with oil and gas, they have a huge target for offshore wind. And they're going to be a key driving force in the offshore wind sector for the UK. So that's wind, that's here now, that's today. If we then think about CO2, so I mentioned CO2, so that's carbon capture, utilization, storage. We have huge storage potential offshore the UK, far more than we need, and much more than anyone else in Europe has, apart from perhaps Norway. So the import of CO2 for storage offshore is a real business opportunity, and we expect to see that happen in years to come. So you'll see a trade in CO2. Scotland's renewable capacity also positions it very well for hydrogen production. So there's been a lot of talk about green hydrogen production, which is creating hydrogen from renewables. So again, another trade, and we'll start to see hydrogen trade replacing oil and gas trade as we get over the next couple of decades. So again, there's a trading opportunity there. If we also think about what's going on in and around Grangemouth is complex. We've also got Mossmoran. So Mossmoran is petrochemical. Grangemouth is oil refining and petrochemical. But as I say, these centres of expertise are going to be critical for creating clean fuels in the future. Part of that circular economy, and we can see that becoming an industrial hub. It's got a lot to change. It's, at the moment, there's a lot of emissions coming out of there, but it has huge potential to become a key industrial asset for the energy transition, pivotal asset. So hopefully that gives you a little bit of an idea about, what some of this could create. There's one point I would say, it's very easy to identify, offshore wind, it's very easy to identify CCUS and hydrogen. The bigger part of this story is really around the supply chain. And the supply chain is so critical in all of this. And I appreciate that sometimes people use the word supply chain when it means that it's a fairly nebulous term. What does it really mean? Now, there's a really good answer to that. And if you read a paper called iPencil, this is slightly sort of left field, iPencil by a guy called Leonard E. Reed, he talks about the manufacture of a pencil and the supply chain for a pencil. And it's a mind-blowing essay, but it explains to people what a supply chain actually is. And you suddenly realize how complex it is. And you think, okay, a pencil is a very simple thing, and we take it for granted. Imagine an offshore wind turbine. What's the supply chain for an offshore wind turbine? So I challenge you, go and read iPencil, and then think about an offshore wind turbine and think, wow, that's quite a supply chain. So I think that's enough, but I just wanted to wrap up with a sort of few key points on the Firth of Forth and why it should be a net zero hub. So we've seen, I think we've seen in other areas when you create the identity of a net zero hub, it really acts as a galvanizing force for an area. And that in itself, I think, creates momentum, and it creates creates activity and provides a vision for an area, which I think is really important, having a clear vision. If we also think about the renewables potential in the UK and Scotland, we've got such enormous renewables potential that we really should be at the beating heart. And when you match that with the natural characteristics of an area like the Firth of Forth, there's nowhere else like it in Scotland, frankly in the UK, that has quite these natural social and industrial characteristics. So we really need to think about how do we use, rather than dismissing Grangemouth is dirty, it's old, we really need to think about how we reimagine, how we reinvest, reinvigorate these areas. And the final point really is about economy. You know, it's economics stupid, as I think Clinton said. It's the economy stupid. And it's about creating jobs. You know, I look out on the Firth of Forth from my garden shed, and I think, hang on, I see a lot of my old colleagues losing their jobs in the oil industry, and I think, well, what are we doing about it? What industry are we creating? And it's very easy to run down one industry, but it's very hard to create another. So I think we need to make as much effort as we can to create economy, create jobs, and, you know, and a sustainable future. So thank you. Yeah, sure. Yeah, please.
If I could just come in on that. I mean, it seems such a huge opportunity. I mean, it seems such a huge opportunity. And you talked about a galvanizing force and creating momentum. Who does that? You know, what's the intervention required? How do you pull all this together? And whose responsibility is it to kick something like this off? How do you make it work?
Yeah, that's a very good idea, and it's very easy for consultants like me to come up with clever ideas and go, hey, we should get on with this. But it's much harder to effect. But I should also be clear, a lot of this is happening without the identity of a net zero hub. But I think the aggregation of industries, if we look at something like Nexus, which is a gathering of an industry of industrial players looking at the northeast carbon capture, utilizing storage, involving the central belt, that's everybody coming together. And as soon as people come together and create a common vision, I think it becomes really powerful. And I just think creating that identity is going to be so critical for the area. But it will involve, I think it becomes challenging. You see a company like INEOS, if they sat at the helm of something like this, I think there's many people who would probably find that difficult because they say, well, they're an oil and gas player, you know, how sincere about this are they? There's no doubt they have to be part of it, but it probably takes somebody else to bring all of those parties together, a player that's perhaps not associated with the oil and gas business, but connects all of the different industries from around here. So that role is open, Liz, but I think somebody needs to stand up and take it and create the identity.
Is that public-private collaboration?
I think it needs to be. Yeah, it needs to be public and private. You know, there's obviously a lot of private industries in and around the Firth of Forth, but I think also you need the public backing to make something like this a success.
Thank you. Well, Liz, you definitely said we were being stimulated this morning, and in a way I feel I'm being hauled backwards to Halloween. Dracula won't lie down. When we have a situation where the president of the World Bank says that we should stop subsidizing fossil fuels, when we have the IEA, the International Energy Agency, saying we must stop further exploration of fossil fuels. And when we have even the 2017 Scottish Energy Strategy, which is to be renewed, saying we've got two choices. We could, and the oil is to be run down, and we need hydrogen or electric way forward. We still have an industry which is incredibly privileged at the present time because we wanted it to be, because it's given us all mobility. Where we need to be, I wonder if we need, no, it's a question really, is there this is a vision of maintaining the way forward. I wonder if we can look, and maybe you could comment on the transition that Danish oil and gas, Dong, made from being such an industry, so reliant on oil and gas, which Denmark had relatively recently, I think it was a state company, now entitled and called Ørsted, which is completely transformed the offshore wind industry. Now that was those same skills and capacities flipped, because the leaders of that company saw the writing on the wall that it wasn't right way forward. What sort of opportunities, and maybe it's not the right person to ask if you're an oil man, but what opportunities could be to reimagine it the other way, to flip it to actually being the driver for a different way of supplying energy, which does no longer rely on fossil fuels. They need to stay in the ground.
Yeah, David, I totally agree with what you're saying, and I think your comment around Ørsted is a great comment, and they've done an incredible pivot. They used the capital from the oil and gas, they used the cash flow, and then invested that in a business. And I think it must have been very tricky to get that past the board and to get investors on board and everything. But it's been a phenomenal success. There's no doubt about it. Their oil fields are still producing though, so maybe they're not produced by Dong, maybe they're not produced by Ørsted, but they are produced by others. And what I'm trying to propose here is say, I agree, we totally want to, 100 million barrels of oil a day is frankly obscene, totally obscene. We should not be using that. But we also need to be realistic in terms of the way that we transition to clean energy. And we are doing, I think, a very good job in offshore wind in terms of the growth of offshore wind and providing renewable power. We've now got to apply ourselves to the hydrogen sector. We've also got to apply ourselves to carbon capture and storage. I don't think there's a particular solution here that does all of it. But and this is not me trying to sustain an oil industry. I can assure you that that is not the case. Even on a 1.5 degree scenario, which, as you saw from the chart, is seriously ambitious and suggests all sorts of massive changes. We don't really have the answers of how to do that at the moment, and hydrocarbons still play a role at the end. And I'm not saying hydrocarbons in terms of filling up your car or for power generation. It's really thinking about hydrocarbons in a more sensible way. What is actually a hydrocarbon useful for? It's useful for certain products, whether it's for pharmaceuticals, whether it's for certain chemicals that we require. So we really need to start analysing where it's used, how it's used, because just saying tomorrow, right, we're going to stop the production of hydrocarbons, even on a UK basis, all that means is we're just going to need to import, and we're going to need to import dirtier oil from elsewhere. So I would love to give a clear answer on this and say, hey, we can get rid of oil, but I just, when you think about it, 80% of primary energy demand comes from hydrocarbons. It's an inconvenient truth, and we need to manage that. We need to manage our way out of it. So it's a huge, we could talk all night about it.
Right now of investing because we would have fuel poverty. We still need
Yeah, unfortunately so, yeah.
But this strategy is part of the 78%, which is not not compatible, viable.
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Dr. Magella Sweeney from Queen Margaret Business School, one of the 4 universities in Edinburgh, and that's okay. That's fine.
I knew I was going to get shot down.
But wanted to point out that we are, in fact, the greenest campus in the UK currently. And I just want to say thank you for your presentation. I found it really interesting. And one of the things you spoke about was the creation of jobs. And as we know, a lot of the jobs of the future, we don't know what they are just yet. And we have students coming onto campus to do a 4-year degree. And when they start, the jobs that they will probably be applying for have not even been created yet. So it's quite difficult as a university to set them up for employment. And we're very proud of our high employability rate, but we know the future is changing. So my question to you is, what skill sets would you look for in students that are graduating for these types of jobs for the future?
Yeah, I remember, just if I reflect being at university, and I remember, I think there was one friend who'd sent an email at university, and he was like pretty extraordinary. It's like, wow, he sent an email. And now I look at a lot of my friends are now all in the internet business, and it's totally extraordinary, exactly what you're saying. None of us knew what we were going to be doing. You know, I thought I was going to be an environmentalist. Apologies, I ended up in the oil business. But so it's not clear, but there's fundamental building blocks here. And when I think of it in sort of engineering terms, I keep coming back to because I reflected on this thinking, because I've been asked this quite a lot with oil and gas. Well, what do people leaving the oil and gas industry, what's their employability, what's their use? And there's some specific areas that are really hard to, I think, transition into other sectors. But the fundamental skills of engineering, the fundamental skills of finance, the law, all of these things still apply, whatever we're doing, whatever shape or form. So you can't go wrong in those areas. And I think particularly when you look at the UK and the dearth of science, expertise, that's got to be an area. There's so much innovation that's required. And part of the future is that uncertainty, but part of that is also about the opportunity for innovation. So talking to my children, I really hope that they head in a sort of the direction of sciences, because I see that as when I'm talking to people coming into Wood Mackenzie now, I say, you don't probably appreciate it at the moment, but this is the most exciting time that we've ever had in the energy business. And we're seeing the efforts to dismantle one part of the business that unfortunately comprises 80% of the primary energy demand, and we're seeing the creation of another. So we really are trying to manage this transition. So it's an extraordinary time. So I would tell people to get involved in energy, but I'm slightly biased.
Thanks very much. It's a bold and risky play to finish with a keynote on oil, but I think you put together a pretty compelling case for how we can deal with the weaning of the UK off of oil and gas. I think where I'd like to get your thoughts here is on the export of UK oil and gas. There's different ways to look at the carbon impacts of a country. You can look at the territorial emissions, the emissions generated within the country. That's how we target our COP commitments. You can look at our carbon footprint, which is the impact of everything that is generated in the UK and abroad to support our consumption. Another way to look at it is the impact of fossil fuel production and the impacts of combusting that fuel abroad. And not every country has that footprint. It's only oil and gas countries that have that. And if you look at the carbon impacts of Scotland's oil and gas exports, they are greater by far than the territorial emissions or the carbon footprint emissions of the country. So our greatest contribution to climate change is in our oil and gas exports. So I think there's a really strong case to capture the emissions that we generate in Scotland through oil and gas, but an entirely different case about whether we should still be peddling oil and gas abroad, because the price of oil and gas is dictated by supply, and we are supplying a lot of it. If we cut that supply off, it has to come from somewhere else. our hands are clean in that case, and ultimately, if other countries follow that lead, then the supply dwindles, the cost goes up, alternatives become cheaper. So I wonder, in this vision, hydrogen, absolutely, carbon capture, yep, and handling the emissions from our own weaning off of fuel, that all sounds really good. But what about the exports? At what point do we say we should not be exporting carbon emissions to be burnt elsewhere?
Okay, yeah, no, that's an interesting question. I look at it at the UK level. So let's think about it at the UK level. We could break everything up into territories and come up with different answers. But if we look at the UK level, we currently produce about 70% of our demand. Now, admittedly, that's on a net basis. It's traded, it's complicated, but let's just stick with that 70%. So we import 30%. There's more imported just because of the trade, but we import 30%, or we're reliant on 30% of imports. For gas, it's about 50%, so we're self-sufficient up to about 50%, and then we get a big chunk of that from Norway. We also get a little bit from Russia, we get a bit from the States, and so on. So when you look at it on that basis, I think in terms of sort of carbon accounting at the national level, it would be convenient to say, well, let's stop oil and gas production because it creates emissions in the production of oil and gas. I think it's about 14 million tonnes per annum in the offshore sector across the UK. But we need to look at this at a global level and consider, well, if we're going to cut that off and we're going to carry on importing oil and gas, is there a net benefit at the global level for emissions? And I just don't believe there is. I know there's a huge debate at the moment about Cambo, about whether Cambo should be sanctioned. But if you look at the emissions across a curve of the production emissions from developments that are slated to go ahead over the next few years, it's right down in the lowest 10% in terms of the emissions it will create. So it's a relative, and this sounds crazy, I know you'll disagree, but it's a relatively clean barrel compared to importing a barrel, say, from Siberia, importing a barrel from the Middle East. So I do understand that people take exception to territorial oil and gas production, but at the same time, we need to think of the unintended consequences of saying, no, we're not going to do that anymore. One, at an emissions level, but also at an economic level. We can't escape from the economics of it as well. So and again, I realize some of these things are not what people want to hear, not what people want to believe, but I'm trying to sort of rationalize a very difficult situation and ultimately act local, think global, act local. How do we reduce global emissions? And I believe that is the way.
Thanks very much, Malcolm. And a bit of a challenging time there. But I think it just goes to show, this isn't easy. This is not easy. And I was sort of in a taxi going to a dinner in Glasgow on Monday and having a conversation with the taxi driver as you do. And we sort of decided that activists, they're the new rock stars at the moment. If you're an activist, you've made it. And, once upon a time they were the disruptors, and now, they continue to disrupt, but you can't help but admire their energy and their commitment to the cause. But the unintended consequences of making the wrong decisions and being knee-jerked because people see it as binary choices. And, we're certainly not faced with binary choices. So I think COP has made us so much more aware of the choices that we have to make. And as everybody's been saying today, it's not the destination, it's really the start of the journey. Edinburgh's got a huge amount of work to do to get to net zero by 2030, but it's not simply switching off, fossil fuels. It's managing that transition in a really sensible way that positions us as leaders, you know, the renewable hub at Leith, the green jobs that will create, you know, the innovation that will come as a result of that. And as you say, you know, the Firth of Forth will go from being highly industrial to the perfect case study to transition to a net zero carbon cluster. So I think huge opportunities. So thank you very much for joining us today. I think we kick off about 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I think we've got, again, controversial speakers tomorrow. We've got the Chief Executive of Wood Group, and we've got Chief Executive, the Head of Sustainability for Rolls-Royce as two of our keynotes, and we've got a panel on the built environment and food and drink. So plenty to discuss tomorrow. But I would like to say thank you very much to all our speakers and panellists. Just sharing what everybody is doing and the role we're all playing is really, really important. I think we all go away today knowing an awful lot more than we did when we arrived at 9 o'clock this morning. So thank you very much to panellists and speakers. And just a reminder, you know, we all have our part to play, and I think it was Amina, I think you might have gone, who said this is a revolution of a mindset. We've all got to rethink our own role and how we just play our part. And I'm going to try really hard to buy 2 new garments a year. That'll save me an absolute fortune as well. But thank you very much, everybody. I think there's drinks downstairs. Oh, and I have been reminded to say, please go and visit the exhibitions. The Botanic Gardens are there with their sustainability strategy. We've got Grant and Waterfront Development down there. So please go and have a look. I'll meet you all over drinks. Thanks very much. See you tomorrow.